Chapter 17. Reframing. Salazar got to Hollywood Division at 6:15 on Friday morning. She had driven home to Beechwood after midnight, set the alarm for 5, and lay in the dark for 3 hours, thinking about 4 highlighted entries on 47 pages of phone records. The alarm went off and she was already awake. The squad room was empty, except for the night shift detective finishing reports at the far desk. The coffee machine in the kitchen had not been started. She started it. Marcos's reclassification memo was centered on her desk. 2 pages, typed and printed. He must have come back to the station after she left because the pages had not been there at midnight. The typing was his 2-finger work. Clean margins, every sentence grounded in evidence. He had reclassified the Whitmore case from burglary homicide to targeted killing. Person of interest, Carl R. Hadley. Associated entity, Lusk Development Group. She read it through twice and made coffee. Then she carried the memo and the printed phone records to Gould's office. His door was open. He was at his desk with his sleeves already rolled and his tie loose against his thick neck. The surface was covered with case folders. 31 open homicides, 3 detectives on medical leave, and a chief's office asking about clearance rates every Monday morning. "Lieutenant," she said from the doorway. He looked up. "You slept here?" "Almost." She set the reclassification memo on his desk and laid the phone records beside it. 4 entries circled in yellow. Whitmore case. New evidence as of last night. Gould picked up the phone records first. He found the circled entries and read the annotations she had written in the margins. Dates, times, durations, the name of the subscriber. He set them down and picked up the reclassification memo. Both pages. Then he set that down too. "Walk me through this." 4 calls from a number registered to Lusk Development Group to jury foreman Carl Hadley during the Cole trial. All incoming. All during documented court recesses. No contact between those numbers before the trial started. No contact after the verdict. Who is Lusk Development Group? Warren Lusk, commercial real estate. Net worth approximately $200 million. His company built the tower downtown on South Grand. The original murder victim, Ryan Anderson, worked a private event at Lusk's home on Mulholland 3 weeks before he was killed. Gould looked at the phone records again, then the memo, then her. "You've got a dead juror, a 10-year-old capital case, and a real estate developer's phone number on the foreman's call records. 4 calls, timed to recesses, with a direct connection between the developer and the original murder victim. That's not a case, Salazar. That's a conspiracy theory." He did not say it with contempt. He said it the way a man says the words when he has 31 other cases on his desk and knows what this one would cost if it were true. She had expected it. Not because Gould was wrong. He was doing what lieutenants do, running the math. A conspiracy involving a $200 million developer would consume resources, generate political attention from people above his pay grade, and possibly yield nothing prosecutable. Not with 3 detectives down and clearance rates already below the division average. Gould could not afford to bet on possibly. "The phone records are evidence in an active homicide," she said. "They establish a link between the jury foreman and an outside party during the trial. The foreman is a person of interest in Whitmore's murder. The connection is documented. And the DA's office already told you to stop pulling trial records." "The DA's office doesn't direct my investigation." Gould looked at her for a long moment. Then he picked up Marcos's memo again. Marcos wrote this. Last night, after we read the records together. That registered. Gould had worked with Marcos before the cross-assignment. He knew what it meant when Marcos committed something to paper. Keep it grounded in the homicide, Gould said. Every request, every interview, every supplemental. Nothing that reads like you're relitigating the Cole conviction. When the DA calls, and they will call, I need to point at the case file and show them detectives following evidence. Yes, sir. And Salazar. He held up the phone records. 4 calls could be about anything. Golf, real estate deals, a birthday party. You need to connect content, not just contact. Something that puts those calls inside the jury room. She took the records back and stood up. At the door, she heard Gould say her name. She turned. He was looking at the empty space on his desk where the phone records had been, not at her. I am not telling you I think you are wrong, he said. I am telling you what I can defend. She nodded and closed the door behind her. At her desk, she called Okafor. He answered on the second ring. His voice was thin from no sleep. I sent the records last night, she said. I got them at midnight. I've been drafting since. Where are you on the amended petition? The phone records are strong, but Chen will argue contact without content. 4 calls from a development company to a man who works in commercial real estate. She'll call it business. I need corroborating testimony that links those calls to the deliberations. You have Sandoval's affidavit, Parks, Wyatt's declaration. All 3 describe a pattern of coercion, but the direct connection between Hadley's outside contact and the jury's vote requires someone who witnessed the pressure changing after one of those calls, or someone who can testify that Hadley explicitly told them how to vote. Frazier. He disappeared in 2018. If he left California because of what happened in that jury room, he's either the most scared or the most informed, possibly both. If he testifies to direct tampering, the petition changes from circumstantial pattern to witness evidence. That's a different legal standard. I'm working on finding him. 4 days, Elena. The amended petition needs to be filed by Monday to give the court any chance of acting before the execution date. She hung up and looked across the squad room. The morning shift was filling in. 2 robbery detectives at the far end. A burglary detective on his phone near the window. The fluorescent lights hummed against the ceiling tiles and the marine layer sat on the Hollywood Hills outside, blocking the sun and turning the east-facing windows flat white. She turned to her computer and started searching Maricopa County property records for Robert Frazier. The assessor's database returned nothing. She tried voter registration. Nothing current. Utility records. Nothing under that name. Marcos came in at 8:30. Jacket over a gray t-shirt. Coffee from the break room. He sat at his desk and pulled out the stack of forensic lab returns he had been reviewing all week. Whitmore case materials. He opened a folder and started reading in silence. Salazar worked her search. She tried variations on the spelling. She tried the Arizona DMV Public Records portal. She tried a Maricopa County court search in case Frazier had been called for jury duty in his new state. Nothing. 20 minutes passed. Marcos set down his lab report and turned his chair to face her. I looked at the entry point analysis again this morning, he said. Before I came in, pulled up the photographs. Salazar looked up. The pry marks on Whitmore's back door, they're uniform. Same depth, same angle, same spacing along the frame. Whoever forced that door applied controlled pressure in a repeating pattern. He paused. Real burglary entries are messy. The tool slips, the leverage changes. You get uneven gouges because the person is working fast and nervous. These marks look like someone who practiced on something else first. You flagged the staging from day one. I flagged it as anomalous. The TV cord coiled instead of yanked. The HDMI disconnected at both ends and placed on the floor. Costume jewelry taken from the top tray while the emerald ring and pearl necklace sat in the bottom drawers. All of it could have been a careful burglar with experience. Unusual, but within range. He reached across and picked up the phone records from the corner of her desk. The 4 entries still circled in yellow. He looked at them, even though he had read them 10 hours earlier. "This changes the frame," he said. "A careful burglar doesn't explain 4 calls from a development company to a jury foreman during a capital murder trial." He set the records down and leaned forward, elbows on his knees, hands clasped between them. "Walk me through it," he said. "All of it, from the beginning. How does a real estate developer rig a jury in a murder case?" It was the first time in 11 days that Marcos had asked her to explain the case she had been building alongside his. He had watched her work the jury connection from the adjacent desk while he worked the burglary. Parallel investigations, same victim, different theories. Now he was asking her to merge them. Salazar turned her chair to face him. The squad room noise fell to background. Dispatch radio down the hall. Keyboards from the other units. She started with Anderson and Lusk, the party on Mulholland, the planning commission, the convenient arrest. She went through Hadley and the 4 calls, Sandoval, Park, Wyatt, the sealed complaint, the fabricated credentials, Reyes in 2019, the letter, the phone calls, the Canyon Road at 2 in the morning, Whitmore's voicemail to Okafor and her call to Hadley, dead within 24 hours. She told it clean, no interpretation, just the sequence. Marcos did not interrupt. His hands were clasped between his knees. He watched her the way he watched evidence, taking it in, measuring it against what he knew. When she finished, he looked at the floor between his shoes. The quiet of a man who had been carrying pieces separately for 11 days and was now seeing the shape they made together. "That's a lot of moving pieces," he said. "Yes." He was quiet again. Not the quiet of disagreement. The quiet of a man running every piece against 15 years of experience and deciding whether the architecture held. He stood up and walked to the whiteboard behind his desk. 2 columns. Burglary evidence on the left. Jury connection on the right. He looked at both. Then he picked up the eraser and wiped the left column clean. Every entry, every lead, every line of investigation that had gone nowhere for 11 days. Gone. He set the eraser down and turned back to his desk. "I need Lusk's security infrastructure," he said. "Corporate contracts, personnel rosters, subcontractors. If someone killed Whitmore for Lusk, they came through his operation. The staging was too controlled for freelance work. Uniform pry marks, cable coiled, jewelry sorted by value. That's institutional. Someone who was trained to make a scene look like something it isn't, or someone who's done it before." He sat down and pulled up the county business license database on his screen, typed in Lusk Development Group. The first results loaded, and he started opening tabs. Lusk Tower Holdings, LLC, Incorporated, 2014. Lusk Commercial Partners, LLC, 2011. A registered agent at Brannock, Hale and Associates on Wilshire. He opened a second search for state contractor licenses linked to the Lusk entities. He was building the map the way he always built maps, from the center outward. Salazar watched him for a moment. He was not doing this because she had persuaded him. He was doing it because his own evidence had spent 11 days pointing at a wall, and the phone records had shown him the door behind it. The burglary angle was dead. He had worked it clean and found nothing, because there was nothing to find inside a frame that someone else had built. She picked up her phone and called Okafor. "I need Fraser's last known address in Scottsdale," she said. "I may have something. When I was preparing the original petition, the courthouse had a forwarding address from 2018, an apartment complex. I don't know if it's still current." "Send it." "Elena, if Fraser will testify to what I think he can testify to, this petition becomes a different document. Not circumstantial pattern, not 4 calls from a phone number, a juror saying the foreman told him how to vote. That's direct evidence of jury tampering." "Send the address, Thomas." She hung up. The email arrived in 40 seconds. A street address in Scottsdale. Building name and apartment number. She pulled it up on a map. The complex was on a commercial boulevard in the northeast part of the city. Strip malls and stucco apartment buildings. A place where a man from Culver City could disappear without trying very hard. Marcos had 4 browser tabs open on his screen. He was deep in entity cross-references and did not look up. Salazar pulled up flight schedules on her screen. The earliest Saturday departure from Burbank to Phoenix was 6:50 in the morning. She could be at that apartment complex by 10. She looked at the whiteboard behind Marcos. 1 column now, the right side. Everything that mattered about Patricia Whitmore's murder and everything that mattered about Marcus Cole sitting in a cell at San Quentin waiting for 4 more days to pass. Gould had called it a conspiracy theory. Marcos had erased his whiteboard. One of them was going to be right. She booked the flight. Chapter 18. Momentum. Salazar left Hollywood Division at 3:15 on Friday afternoon. Marcos was at his desk with 6 browser tabs open, working through Lusk Development Group's corporate entity tree. He had been building the map since morning. State contractor licenses, subsidiary filings, registered agents. The methodical work of tracing a $200 million company down to the people who operated it. "Going to Okafor's," she said. "The petition. He's been drafting since Thursday night, says it's ready." Marcos turned from his screen. "You need me there?" "Not yet. Keep pulling the security contracts. If there's a name in Lusk's operation that connects to Whitmore's scene, I want it before Monday." He nodded and went back to his entity search. She took the stairs to the parking structure and drove south on Cahuenga toward the 101. Traffic was building toward the Friday crawl. She stayed in the second lane and moved with it. The downtown skyline sharpened through the haze as she got closer. Glass and steel and the late afternoon sun flaring off the western faces of the towers. She could see the top of Lusk's building from the freeway. 23 stories on South Grand. She had stood across the street from it yesterday morning and watched Warren Lusk walk through the lobby doors without looking around. A man who had never been afraid of anything in his life. She was going to change that. She took the Temple Street exit and turned west. 2 blocks past the courthouse, past the bail bond shops and the law offices that served people who couldn't afford law offices. Okafor's building was on the north side of the street. 3 stories, unremarkable. The Capitol Defense Unit occupied the 3rd floor. 4 attorneys a shared investigator, 2 paralegals, and a budget that wouldn't cover a week of the DA's appellate division. She parked in the lot. 3 of the 6 spaces were empty. She took the stairs. Okafor's door was open. He was standing at the conference table with his sleeves rolled and his tie pulled loose. The table was covered. She had been in this office 3 times in 11 days. She had never seen it like this. Every document, every statement, every piece of evidence she had collected since the morning she found Patricia Whitmore's jury service record was laid out in a line that ran the length of the table and turned the corner onto a folding table he had pulled from the storage closet. "Close the door," he said. She closed it. The room was small enough that the evidence dominated it. A window looked out onto Temple Street. The blinds were half drawn, and the afternoon light cut across the paper at an angle that turned the yellow highlighter marks on the phone records into bright bands. "Walk me through it," she said. He pointed at the left end of the table. Phone records. 47 pages, flagged with colored tabs. 4 entries circled in yellow. 4 incoming calls from a number registered to Lusk Development Group to Carl Hadley during the Cole trial, November 1st through 3rd, 2016, each call during a documented court recess. Durations between 3 and 7 minutes. No contact between those numbers in the 3 months before the trial started. No contact in the 3 months after the verdict. The calls existed only inside the trial window. He moved right. Wyatt's declaration. 19 notarized pages. Juror number 9 saw Hadley on his phone in the courthouse parking structure during a recess on the second day of deliberations. Heard him say, "handling it and they'll come around." Reported to the bailiff. Bailiff acknowledged and took no action. Post-verdict, Wyatt and I filed formal misconduct complaint, SC 4449Y27JMC001, assigned to Judge Braun, sealed without hearing, physically removed from the case file 4 days later. Next, Sandoval's affidavit. 6 pages, signed and witnessed. Juror number 3, initial vote 7-5 for guilty. Hadley controlled deliberations from the first ballot, worked holdout jurors individually during breaks in hallway conversations. Unanimous verdict in approximately 6 hours. Sandoval was the last holdout before Wyatt. Next, Park's statement. 3 pages. Juror number 2 corroborates Sandoval. Post-trial dinner organized by Hadley. Attendees Bright, Trimble, possibly Mills. No holdout jurors invited. Hadley's quote, "We did the right thing, and the right people know it." Next, Kowalski. Documented in Salazar's supplemental report, unsigned. Juror number 11. Visual identification of Warren Lusk speaking with Hadley in a 9th-floor courthouse corridor during a recess on the 3rd day of trial. Saw Lusk again on a television news segment 2 to 3 weeks after the verdict. Identified him by name. And at the end of the table, the reconstruction. Okafor had mapped the suppression chain on a legal pad in blue ink. Each link in sequence. Complaint filed October 30th. File accessed November 3rd by someone using fabricated DA credentials from a non-existent division called Special Projects. Document removed before digital scanning. Judge Braun never calendared a hearing. Braun deceased March 2020. State Bar acknowledged Wyatt's separate letter in February 2017, then lost all record of it. 7 defense motions filed over 10 years. 7 denials. Each denial citing the absence of the complaint from the record. The document was destroyed so that its absence could be used to deny the motions that referenced its contents. Salazar looked at the table. It was the first time she had seen everything together in one place. For 11 days she had been collecting pieces, carrying them separately, working one interview at a time, one phone call, one database search, one drive to a retirement community in Ventura or a prison 6 hours north. Each piece was strong on its own. Together, they made something else. They made a case. "You said you needed Fraser," she said. Okafor sat down. The chair creaked under him. "I still need Fraser." Fraser testifying that Hadley told him explicitly how to vote is direct evidence of jury tampering. Everything else on this table is pattern evidence, strong pattern evidence, but Chen will argue that pattern is not proof. So why file now? Because Cole dies Monday. He said it without emphasis. The fact carried its own weight. The phone records changed the calculus. When I talked to you yesterday morning, all I had was juror testimony from 10 years ago. Now I have documented contact between the foreman and an outside party during the trial. That's not a pattern argument. That's a constitutional violation. An impartial jury cannot include a foreman receiving calls from a person connected to the case during deliberation recesses. Jen will say the calls were about real estate. She will, and the court will have to weigh that against 4 calls timed to recesses with 0 contact before or after the trial, combined with Wyatt hearing Hadley say handling it during one of those recesses, combined with 3 jurors describing his behavior changing after breaks. He leaned forward. "I've filed 7 petitions in this case, Elena. All of them were built on inference and argument. This one has records. Numbers, dates, times, durations, subscriber information. That's different." Different enough? I don't know. But Monday comes whether I file or not. And if I don't file, Marcus Cole dies with these records sitting on my desk. She looked at the evidence on the table. The light from the window had shifted. The shadows of the blinds lay across the phone records like bars. "File it," she said. He had been drafting the petition since Thursday night. 41 pages, 17 exhibits, 63 pages of supporting documentation. The filing was precise and dense, each claim grounded in a specific exhibit, each exhibit cross-referenced to the narrative. Okafor had built it the way Salazar built homicide cases, brick by brick. She sat in the client chair and read through the final version on his laptop while he formatted the exhibits. The argument was structured in 3 parts. First, newly discovered evidence of jury misconduct, specifically the phone records establishing undisclosed contact between the jury foreman and Lusk Development Group during the trial. Second, corroborating testimony from 4 jurors describing the foreman's coercive conduct during deliberations, consistent with external direction. Third, the documented suppression of the original misconduct complaint, establishing that the constitutional violation was not only committed, but concealed through coordinated institutional action. The petition did not mention Warren Lusk by name. It referenced a commercial development entity and an outside party connected to interests affected by the trial outcome. Okafor was building the legal case. Salazar would build the criminal one. "It's clean," she said. "It needs to be." He checked the exhibit numbering one more time. Then he opened the electronic filing portal and entered his credentials. He filed the petition at 4:47. The system accepted the submission and generated a confirmation number and a timestamp. He printed the receipt and taped it to the wall behind his desk, next to a calendar with Monday circled in red ink. Salazar looked at the receipt. White paper, black ink, a string of numbers that represented 41 pages of evidence and argument about a man who had been sitting in a cell for 10 years while the system that put him there protected itself. She had seen a lot of paper move through a lot of systems in 16 years. Most of it disappeared into the machinery and produced nothing. Some of it mattered. "Now we wait," Okafor said. "How long?" "Emergency filings go to the appellate duty judge for this week. That's Patricia Yamada." He sat back. "If she reads it herself, we hear something tomorrow or Monday morning. If she assigns it to a clerk for preliminary review, Monday afternoon at best. If she denies on the papers without oral argument, also Monday." "Which one?" "Yamada reads her own filings. I've appeared before her twice. She's thorough. She doesn't rubber stamp." He paused. "She also doesn't reverse lightly. Emergency habeas relief in a capital case that's been through 10 years of post-conviction proceedings is not something any judge takes on without being certain the evidence warrants it." "The evidence warrants it." "I believe that. I need her to believe it." The office was quiet. The building was emptying out for Friday evening. Footsteps in the hall moving toward the stairwell. A door closing 2 offices down. Through the window, Temple Street was settling into its evening pattern. Less foot traffic. The bail bond shop across the street had pulled its security gate. The Vietnamese restaurant next door had its front door propped open, and Salazar could see the warm glow of the kitchen through the glass. They sat in the quiet and waited. Okafor opened a second case file on his desk and began reading. A different client, a different death row, a different clock. The Capital Defense Unit carried 7 active capital cases. Cole was not the only man waiting. The work didn't stop because one petition was filed. Salazar checked her phone. No messages from Marcos. No messages from Gould. The Friday silence of a city that didn't know what was sitting on a judge's desk. At 6:15, Okafor's desk phone rang. He picked it up, listened. His face did not change. He said, "I understand, and yes, and thank you for letting me know." He hung up and sat with his hand on the receiver for a moment before looking at Salazar. "That was Judge Yamada's clerk," he said. "Off the record. She wanted me to know the judge has the petition. She pulled it from the queue and took it to her chambers. She's reading it herself tonight." Salazar let the words settle. She had spent 16 years in courthouses. She knew the difference between a filing that entered the system and a filing that caught someone's attention. Most filings entered the system. They were processed, reviewed, assigned, evaluated, and decided according to the machinery of a judicial calendar that treated every petition the same regardless of what was inside it. The machinery was efficient, and the machinery was indifferent. A judge pulling an emergency filing out of the standard queue on a Friday evening and taking it to her chambers was not the machinery. It was a person reading something that troubled her enough to read it carefully. "That's good," Salazar said. "That's very good." Okafor was looking at the calendar on the wall. The red circle. Monday. "I need to call Marcus." The call to San Quentin took 11 minutes to connect. Authorization codes. Transfers between departments. A corrections officer confirming the inmate's availability and location. Hold music that sounded like it had been recorded on a tape decades ago and never replaced. Salazar sat in the client chair and listened to the dead air between transfers. When the connection went through, Okafor straightened in his chair and put both hands flat on the desk. "Marcus." His voice was measured, not louder or softer than usual, steadier, the voice of a man who had learned what words weigh in a conversation with someone who has been waiting 10 years for the right ones. I filed an emergency habeas petition this afternoon. New evidence. Phone records showing the jury foreman received 4 calls from an outside party during your trial. Each call timed to a court recess. Multiple juror statements corroborating misconduct during deliberations. Documentation showing the original complaint was physically removed from the case file before it could be heard. He listened. The room was quiet enough that Salazar could hear the faint static of the prison phone system. She could not make out words. "The judge has the filing," Okafor continued. "She pulled it from the queue herself. She's reading it tonight." A pause. "Marcus, this is the strongest filing I've made on your case. The evidence is real. The detective who's been working the Whitmore case brought it. She's sitting in my office right now." He listened again. Longer this time. His eyes moved to the conference table with its line of evidence and then to the window where Temple Street had gone dark. Something crossed his face that Salazar had not seen in the 3 times she had sat across from him in this office. Not relief, not sadness. Something older than both. "I hear you," Okafor said quietly. "I hear you, Marcus." He listened for another half-minute. Then he said, "I'll call you tomorrow. First thing, whatever happens." He set the phone down gently on the cradle and left his hand there. The static was gone. The room was silent. "What did he say?" Salazar asked. Okafor looked at her. His eyes were red from the overnight work and the years of work before it. He said, "Don't do that to me, Thomas. Don't give me hope unless it's real." The words filled the small office on West Temple. They sat among the evidence on the conference table and the confirmation receipt taped to the wall and the calendar with its red circle 3 days away. They carried 10 years of a man sitting in a cell who had trained himself not to expect anything from the system that put him there. "What did you tell him?" Salazar said. "I told him it was real." She left Okafor's office at 7. Temple Street was dark except for the restaurant next door and the streetlights on the courthouse block. Somewhere on the 9th floor of that courthouse, in a chamber she could not see from the street, Judge Patricia Yamada had 41 pages open in front of her. Salazar sat in her car. She pulled up her phone and looked at the flight confirmation. Burbank to Phoenix. 6:50 tomorrow morning. Gate B3. The address Okafor had given her was saved in her contacts. An apartment complex on a commercial boulevard in northeast Scottsdale. Robert Frazier, juror number 6. The man who left California after the trial and disconnected his phone and built a clean exit from everything that happened in that jury room. If the petition worked, Frazier's testimony would strengthen what was already granted. If it didn't, Frazier was everything. She started the engine and drove north on Spring Street toward the 101. The downtown towers were lit against the sky. Traffic was thin. The city had shifted into its Friday night and the freeway was open. She passed the South Grand exit and looked east. She could see the top floors of Lusk's building, lit from inside. 23 stories of glass and steel. Restaurants on the ground floor filling with Friday evening reservations. A rooftop bar where the cocktails cost more than a public defender made in an hour. The building was not going anywhere. Whatever happened Monday, the building would still be standing on Tuesday. She merged into the left lane and set her alarm for 4:30. Burbank to Phoenix at 6:50. Frazier's address in her phone. 4 days on the clock and 41 pages on a judge's desk. Chapter 19. Denied. Salazar's alarm went off at 4:30 on Saturday morning. She was already awake. She showered and dressed and checked the flight confirmation on her phone. Burbank to Phoenix. Southwest 1274. Gate B3. Boarding at 6:20. She had packed the night before. One carry-on. Fraser's Scottsdale address printed and folded in the side pocket. She put the bag by the front door and drove to Hollywood Division. The station was quiet at 5 in the morning. Weekend skeleton crew. 2 patrol units in the lot. The desk sergeant looked up when she badged through and went back to his crossword. She took the stairs. Marcos was at his desk. She did not know if he had gone home. He was wearing the same jacket over a t-shirt from the night before. 3 paper coffee cups stood in a line next to his keyboard. His screen showed a spreadsheet of state contractor licenses cross-referenced against Lusk Development Group's subsidiary filings. "Anything?" she said. "Citadel Executive Protection," he said. "Licensed 2013. Registered agent is Brannick Hale and Associates, same firm that handles all of Lusk's corporate entities." He turned the screen toward her. 7 contracts with Lusk Developments. Employee roster is behind a corporate veil. I need a subpoena to get names. She looked at the screen. A security company on Lusk's payroll. The connection between his money and the capability to stage a scene like Whitmore's was narrowing. It was not yet closed. "I'm on the 6:50 to Phoenix," she said. "Fraser." "I know." He turned back to his screen. "Same day?" "If he talks." The break room coffee was from the night shift. She poured half a cup and drank it standing by the window. Outside, the lot was still dark. Sunrise was 40 minutes away. She could see the freeway overpass beyond the building where the early Saturday traffic was thin and moving fast. People going somewhere that was not this station and not this case. Her desk was how she had left it Friday afternoon. The phone records printout in a manila folder. Okafor's petition receipt taped inside the cover. Her notebook open to the page with Fraser's address and the questions she had written on the drive home. She sat down and read through them one more time. 7 questions. Each one designed to give Fraser a door he could walk through without feeling pushed. Her phone rang at 5:22. Okafor. She answered at her desk. Marcos looked up. "Chen filed her opposition," Okafor said. His voice was flat, not beaten. The voice of a man reading damage while the structure was still standing. Electronically. 11:47 last night, 31 pages. She had the petition for less than 7 hours. "Walk me through it." He started with the phone records. Chen concedes the calls occurred. 4 incoming calls from a number registered to Lusk Development Group to Carl Hadley during the Cole trial. She does not dispute the timing or the duration or the correlation with court recesses. She does not need to. He paused. Her argument is that contact is not content. The records prove calls were made. They do not prove what was discussed. Hadley is a commercial real estate professional. Lusk Development Group is a commercial real estate company. 4 calls during business hours between people in the same industry are not evidence of conspiracy. The petitioner has established a pattern of contact. The petitioner has not established that the contact constituted jury tampering. Salazar looked at the phone records on her desk. 4 entries circled in yellow. 3 minutes and 12 seconds. 5 minutes and 41 seconds. 7 minutes and 4 seconds. 4 minutes and 18 seconds. 20 minutes and 15 seconds total, all during court recesses, all within the trial window, none before, none after, and none of it proving what was said. The complaint, Okafor said, SC 449-127 JMC-01. Chen argues the original document was never entered into the court record. Judge Braun sealed it. Braun is deceased. The filing clerk's recollection of processing it, however specific, is not a legal substitute for the document itself. My notarized copy is a copy of a document that has no corresponding original in any official record. He paused. She cites 3 precedents. Documents absent from the court record cannot form the basis for habeas relief without independent authentication from an official source. You filed the original yourself. I filed it. It was removed before it could be scanned into the electronic system. The copy cannot be verified against an original that no longer exists. His voice was precise, each sentence placed like a brick in someone else's wall. Chen does not accuse me of fabrication. She notes the evidentiary gap and lets the procedural standard do the rest. The juror statements. She addresses each one individually. Sandoval describes a foreman who advocated strongly for his position and worked to build consensus during breaks. Chen argues this is consistent with assertive jury leadership. A foreman who persuades is not a foreman who coerces. The line between the two is a matter of interpretation, and interpretation 10 years after the fact does not constitute clear and convincing evidence. Okafor took a breath. Park confirms a post-trial dinner and a toast. The right people know it, quote, is hearsay, uncorroborated by any other witness present, and subject to reinterpretation across a decade of shifting memory. Kowalski identifies a man in a courthouse corridor during a recess, but did not hear the conversation, did not report the observation for 10 years, and the identification is unsupported by any contemporaneous record. Chen cites 4 cognitive science studies on witness memory degradation over periods exceeding 5 years. She's calling them unreliable. She's calling them human. She does not argue they are lying. She accepts that each witness sincerely believes what they reported. Her position is that sincere belief, 10 years removed and unsupported by contemporaneous documentation, does not meet the evidentiary threshold for overturning a capital conviction. He was quiet for a moment. She is not attacking their honesty. She is attacking the distance between the events and the recollection. Down the hall, a door opened and closed. The building was waking up around them. Saturday patrol briefing would start in less than an hour. And the standard, Okafor said. His voice slowed. Habeas corpus relief in a post-conviction capital case requires a showing of actual innocence or a constitutional violation so fundamental that it undermines confidence in the outcome of the trial. The petitioner must demonstrate by clear and convincing evidence that no reasonable juror would have convicted absent the constitutional error. He stopped, let the standard sit there. Then he continued. Chen argues that even accepting every factual claim in the petition as true, the evidence does not clear that bar. The phone records establish contact without content. The juror statements describe pressure without proving coercion. The suppressed complaint suggests institutional failure without documenting coordinated conspiracy. Each element raises concern. Together they form a pattern. Another pause. But a pattern is not proof, and habeas relief requires proof. Silence on the line. Salazar could hear him breathing. She's right on the law, he said. Every argument is supported by case law. Every procedural standard she cites is accurate. She threaded every needle. Salazar let the words settle. 31 pages, less than 7 hours. Chen had read Okafor's 41-page petition and found every load-bearing beam and cut through each one with precedent and procedure. "What does Yamada do with this?" she said. She reads it. She reads my petition again. She decides whether the evidence meets a standard that was designed to make what I am asking for nearly impossible. He paused. She was already reading my filing last night. With Chen's opposition in hand, she has everything she needs to rule. I should hear something this morning. Salazar looked at the clock on the wall. 5:41. She needed to leave for Burbank in 9 minutes. "Call me the second you hear." "I will." She hung up. Set the phone face up on the desk. Marcos had stopped typing. He was looking at her across the space between their desks. "Chen's opposition," she said. 31 pages. Filed overnight. Every argument technically correct. Phone records prove contact, not content. The complaint is unauthenticated because the original was destroyed. Juror testimony is sincere but degraded by 10 years. Even if the judge believes all of it, Chen argues it doesn't meet the habeas standard. Marcos absorbed this. His expression did not change. "How strong?" he said. "Strong enough that Okafor thinks we lose." He held her eyes for a moment. Then he turned back to his screen and began typing. Salazar picked up her bag and her notebook and put the phone in her jacket pocket. She stood and pushed her chair in. The Fraser trip was more urgent now, not less. If the petition failed, Fraser's testimony was the only thing that could anchor an amended filing. Everything else was pattern. Fraser was proof. She walked through the bullpen toward the door, past the empty desks and the case boards and the whiteboard where Marcos had erased the burglary column 2 days ago and left only the jury connection. The board was still that way. No one had touched it. She was in the hallway between the bullpen and the stairwell when her phone rang again. 5:53 Okafor. She stopped walking, set the bag on the floor, answered. Yamada denied the petition. His voice was stripped to nothing. The controlled assessment from the first call was gone. What was left sounded like something she recognized from 16 years of delivering news that families did not want to hear. Written order. Filed electronically 11 minutes ago. She adopted Chen's opposition in its entirety. New evidence insufficient to meet the standard for habeas relief under existing procedural requirements. He breathed. The execution date holds. Salazar stood in the hallway. The fluorescent light above her hummed at a frequency she had never noticed before. The stairwell was 10 feet away. Through the bullpen door behind her, she could hear Marcos shift in his chair. Somewhere below, on the first floor, a patrol radio squawked and went quiet. 2 days. The execution was Monday. 2 days, and the system had just told Okafor that his evidence was not enough. "Oral argument," she said. "No, denied on the papers." "What are you going to do?" "File an emergency appeal with the Ninth Circuit this morning. The standard of review for a stay is even higher than what Yamada just denied. Without Fraser, without direct testimony of tampering, I am filing to preserve the record." His voice steadied. Fell into the professional register of a man who had been doing this work long enough to separate what he felt from what he needed to do next. I am not filing to win. "Have you called him?" Silence. long enough that she pulled the phone away from her ear and checked the screen. The call was still connected. "Not yet," Okafor said. She stood in the empty hallway and thought about Marcus Cole in his cell at San Quentin. 16 hours ago, Okafor had told him the evidence was real, that a judge was reading the petition personally, that this time was different from the 7 times before. Cole had said, "Don't give me hope unless it's real." And Okafor had told him it was real. "Thomas." "I know." His voice cracked on the second word. Not much. Enough. Then it was level again. "I'll call him now." The line went dead. Salazar stood in the hallway with the phone in her hand. She did not move. The fluorescent light hummed. The air in the corridor moved against her face from a vent she could feel, but not see. 12 days of evidence. 4 phone calls timed to court recesses. A sealed complaint physically removed from a court file. A filing clerk who remembered the man who took it. A death row inmate who saw the foreman on the phone from the defense table. 4 jurors who described the same pattern of manipulation. A business card in a dead bartender's desk drawer. A letter from a dead juror naming the foreman directly. All of it legally insufficient. The system had not broken. The system had worked. Every procedural standard that blocked Okafor's petition existed for a reason. Finality. Stability. The principle that verdicts should not be disturbed without extraordinary proof. The same standards that protected against wrongful convictions also protected wrongful ones. The mechanism was the same. Only the direction was different. Rebecca Chen had not lied, had not fabricated, had not suppressed evidence or destroyed documents or called jurors to warn them. She had read a petition and constructed 31 pages of precise, procedurally sound legal argument. She had done her job. She had done it well. Marcus Cole was going to die on Monday because a competent lawyer did competent work. She heard footsteps behind her. Marcos was standing in the bullpen doorway. He had heard the phone ring through the open door. He had heard her side of the conversation. He was looking at her face. She saw his shoulders drop. A small motion. Half an inch. A release. The body letting go of something the mind had not decided to surrender. She saw it happen. She saw him catch it. His jaw tightened. He looked at the floor for 1 second. Then he looked back at her, and whatever had been there was gone, replaced by something harder, something more deliberate. She knew what the first part was. The denial meant the case simplified. It went back to what it had been before Okafor's petition. A homicide, a staged burglary, physical evidence and forensic work, and the methodical investigation that Marcos was built for. The phone records and the juror conspiracy were still there, but they were no longer attached to a legal proceeding with a Monday deadline. The scope narrowed. The work got cleaner. She knew what the second part was, too. He had stood in this place before. Different hallway, different stakes. The same moment where the system produced a result and you had to decide what to do with the distance between what you knew and what the institution allowed. He did not speak. He stood in the doorway and his eyes went to the bag on the floor by her feet. "Go," he said. She picked up the bag and took the stairs to the lot. She made the flight. The gate agent was pulling the door when Salazar showed her boarding pass and walked down the jetway. She found her window seat over the wing, put the bag under the seat, buckled in. The plane pushed back from the gate at 6:52. 2 minutes late. She watched the terminal building slide past the window, then the taxiway, then the runway stretching south toward the mountains. The engines rose to full power and held for 3 seconds, and the ground fell away, and Los Angeles opened beneath her in the early Saturday light. The grid of streets and the brown hills and the downtown towers catching the first real sun of the morning, she could see the cluster of glass buildings on South Grand. One of them was 23 stories. Built on a bribe paid to a planning commissioner who retired to Palm Springs, protected by a verdict engineered by a foreman who received 4 calls during the trial from the man who needed the conviction, sealed by a judge who died before anyone asked why, sustained by a system that called the evidence insufficient because the standard for sufficiency was designed by the same institutions that had failed at every checkpoint along the way. The building was still standing. It would be standing Monday. It would be standing after Monday. The seatbelt sign went off. She opened her notebook to the page with Fraser's address and read through the questions one more time. Robert Fraser, juror number 6, the man who left California after the trial because someone told him that people who made things difficult would have difficult lives afterward. Okafor had said it on the phone, and he was right. Without Fraser, every motion was paper filed to preserve the record. With Fraser, they had a man who could sit in front of a judge and say the foreman told him how to vote. Not a pattern, not an inference, not phone records that proved contact without content. Direct testimony from a living witness. Fraser was not the strongest piece anymore. He was the only piece. The plane leveled at cruising altitude. Below her, the desert opened up between California and Arizona. Brown and tan, and the long straight lines of highways crossing empty land. She closed the notebook and looked out the window at the distance she still had to cover. Chapter 20. Stand Down. The plane touched down in Phoenix at 9:17 local time. Salazar walked off the jetway into a terminal that smelled like Cinnabon and recirculated air. Families in shorts and flip-flops crowded the gate area heading somewhere warmer or heading home. She rented a Nissan at the Hertz counter with her personal card. The department would not cover a flight to Arizona for a juror interview on a burglary homicide. She had stopped calculating what the department would and would not cover about 4 days ago. The drive to Scottsdale took 40 minutes on the 202 and the 101 northbound. Strip malls and stucco and palm trees planted in gravel that had never seen rain. The sky was flat and blue and enormous. Los Angeles had nothing this open. Okafor's address was a 2-story apartment complex on Scottsdale Road in the northeast part of the city. Desert Rose Apartments, tan stucco, red tile roof, wrought iron balconies on the 2nd floor. A dry swimming pool sat behind a chain-link fence with a sign that said, "No lifeguard on duty." The kind of place a man might land after selling his house in Culver City and driving east with nothing to go back to. She parked in a visitor spot and walked the ground floor first. The mailboxes near the office were a row of metal compartments numbered 101 through 216. Unit 208 had no name label. The compartment door was slightly ajar, and the box was empty. She took the concrete stairs to the 2nd floor. Unit 208 was at the far end of the walkway. The railing was warm from the morning sun. She knocked 3 times. No answer. The window blinds were open. She looked through from the side. White walls. No furniture. No pictures on the walls. No sign that anyone had lived there in months. She went back downstairs. The management office had a sign that said, "Hours 9 to 5, MF." It was Saturday. The door was locked. She knocked on the unit next to the office. A woman in her 60s opened the door holding a small dog that looked like it had been assembled from spare parts. Salazar showed her badge. "I'm looking for a former tenant, Unit 208, Robert Fraser." The woman looked at the badge and then at Salazar's face. "He moved out a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years." "Do you know where he went?" "No, he kept to himself." The dog squirmed. The woman shifted it to her other arm. "He was from California. I remember that. Quiet. Paid his rent on time. I never saw anyone visit." "Did he leave anything behind? Talk to anyone in the building?" "Not that I know of. One day he was here, then I noticed I hadn't seen him for a while, and then the unit was empty." She adjusted the dog again. "Are you from California too?" "Los Angeles." "He never said where in California. I just assumed." Salazar gave the woman her card and asked her to call if she remembered anything else. The woman took it and looked at both sides and closed the door. She walked back up to the second floor and knocked on the units on either side of 208. The first did not answer. The second was opened by a young man in basketball shorts eating cereal from a mixing bowl. He had moved in 4 months ago. He had never heard the name Robert Fraser. She stood in the parking lot next to the rental car. The Arizona sun was already pressing down on the asphalt, and it was barely 10:30 in the morning. The address was 2 years dead. Fraser had moved within the metro area or moved somewhere else entirely. A man who had been running for 8 years did not leave forwarding addresses. She got in the car and turned on the air conditioning and sat with the engine running. She had flown 400 miles to knock on an empty apartment. The petition had been denied 6 hours ago. Cole had 2 days. And the one witness who could change everything was a man who had spent 8 years making himself invisible to people who wanted to find him. She opened her laptop on the passenger seat and ran Fraser's name through the Maricopa County Assessor database. Nothing. She tried the Arizona MVD public portal. No results. Voter registration came back empty. Fraser was not buying property in Arizona, not registering vehicles, not voting. He was present somewhere, but absent from every system designed to record that presence. She would need property management companies and utility transfer records, traces that required phone calls during business hours on a weekday, not a Saturday morning in a parking lot in Scottsdale. She closed the laptop and looked at the apartment building. 16 units. Half the balconies had chairs or plants. The other half were bare concrete. A building where people came and went and nobody tracked the difference. Her phone buzzed. Marcos. "Where are you?" he said. "Scottsdale. The address is dead. 2 years at least." He was quiet for a beat. "Gould wants to see you." "When?" "Now." He paused. "The DA's office called. Someone from the appellate division. Senior. They want to know why a Hollywood homicide detective is pulling sealed case records and interviewing jurors from a capital conviction in active post-conviction proceedings." "How long has he been waiting?" "Since 11. Door closed." She looked at the empty apartment on the second floor one more time. The open blinds and white walls catching the desert light. "I'll be on the next flight," she said. She returned the rental at Sky Harbor and caught a 1:30 Southwest back to Burbank. The plane was half empty. She sat in the same window seat she had left 6 hours earlier and watched the desert give way to the San Bernardino Mountains, and then the basin opening up brown and hazy beneath her. She had pictured finding Fraser at the apartment. A nervous man caught between guilt and self-preservation after 8 years of running. She had imagined telling him about Whitmore, about Reyes, about the 4 phone calls timed to court recesses. She had imagined watching him decide whether the fear of coming forward was worse than the weight of staying quiet. None of that had happened. The apartment was empty. The man was gone. She was flying back to Los Angeles with a notebook full of questions and nobody to ask them to. Below the plane, the Mojave spread out flat and brown and featureless. She thought about Cole at San Quentin. 2 days. Okafor had told him the petition was real. Okafor had been wrong. Now it was Saturday afternoon, and every avenue that ran through official channels had been closed or denied or sealed. The courts said no. The DA's office said no, and in an hour, her own department was going to say no. It was 3:15 Pacific Time when she walked through the security door at Hollywood Division. Saturday afternoon shift. 2 detectives from burglary theft at the far end of the bullpen were working a laptop ring that had been running for 3 weeks. A patrol sergeant sat at the break room table filling out overtime forms. The coffee maker was on. Someone had made a fresh pot for the first time all week. The station had the weekend energy of a place running at half capacity with the same number of problems. Marcos was at his desk. He looked up when she came through the bullpen door. His face said what his phone voice had not. "He's waiting," Marcos said. She put her bag under her desk and walked to Gould's office. The door was closed. She knocked once. "Come in." Gould was behind his desk. Tie loose, sleeves rolled to the elbow, blinds half drawn against the afternoon sun. He did not stand up. 2 empty paper coffee cups sat on the corner of the desk. 2 file folders lay in front of him. He pointed at the chair. She sat. The call from the DA's office had come at 11. He had been in this office for over 4 hours. That was either patience or strategy. With Gould, it was usually both. He looked at her for a long moment. Not angry, not sympathetic. The look of a man who had been managing conversations with detectives for 6 years and no longer tried to soften them. "Where did you fly today?" he said. "Phoenix." "On department business?" "On my own time, my own money." He nodded slowly. "Who were you going to see?" She did not answer immediately. The question had a shape she recognized. Gould already knew the answer. "A witness," she said. "A juror." He opened the first folder. "I got a call this morning from the head of the appellate division at the DA's office. He reports to the elected DA. He is not someone who calls Hollywood Division lieutenants on Saturday mornings." He looked down at the folder. "He says you have been pulling sealed case records from the Cole trial, interviewing jurors from a 10-year-old capital conviction, sharing information with the defense attorney, working parallel to a habeas petition that was denied this morning. Okafor is a witness in my homicide investigation. Whitmore was a juror on a case he tried. He has information relevant to her murder." Gould leaned back. The chair creaked under his weight. "Elena." He used her first name. He almost never used first names in this office. "I signed the phone records order. I read Marcos's reclassification memo. I know what you found." He tapped the second folder. 4 calls from a development company to a jury foreman during a capital trial. "I understand why you are pulling this thread." He stopped tapping, put his hand flat on the desk. "The DA's office does not see it that way. What they see is a homicide detective using a burglary investigation as a vehicle to relitigate a capital conviction that has been through 10 years of appellate review. They see sealed records accessed through homicide warrants that should have been limited to the Whitmore case. They see a detective interviewing jurors about deliberations protected under Evidence Code Section 1150. He paused. And they see that detective flying to another state to contact a juror who relocated and apparently does not want to be found. The juror was threatened. He left California because someone told him he would have a difficult life if he made things difficult. That may be true. It does not change what I have been told. He straightened in the chair. You are assigned to the Whitmore homicide. That is your case. That is what your badge authorizes you to investigate. She waited. She could feel the rest of it coming, the part where Gould drew the boundaries. Stop pulling trial records, he said. Stop interviewing jurors about deliberations. Stop sharing information with the defense. Work the physical evidence, the staged entry, the forensics. You have a murder to solve. He looked at her across the desk. You are a homicide detective, Salazar, not the Innocence Project. The words landed in the room and stayed there. She let them stay. The fluorescent light above his desk hummed at a frequency she had not noticed before. The same frequency as the hallway light that morning when Okafor called to say the petition was denied. The murder and the trial are the same case, she said. Not to the DA's office, not to the chief, not to this office. He held up a hand before she could respond. I am not telling you I think you are wrong. I am telling you what I can defend. I have 31 open cases and 3 detectives on medical leave. The chief asks about clearance rates every Monday morning. If I spend political capital protecting a theory about a $200 million developer, I need more than phone records and 10-year-old juror memories. He lowered his hand. Bring me something I can take upstairs. Physical evidence connecting Lusk to Whitmore's actual murder. A witness who puts Lusk's people at the scene. Something that does not require me to explain a decade of judicial corruption to a deputy chief who cares about quarterly statistics. And if I can't get there through official channels, then you can't get there. He held her eyes. That is what I need you to hear. She stood. She understood what he was saying. She also understood what he was not saying. He could have pulled the case. He could have reassigned her to the laptop ring, or the cold case binders, or the stack of uncleared robberies that grew taller every week. He had done none of those things. He had told her to stop. He had not made her stop. Thank you, Lieutenant, she said. He nodded once. She walked out and closed the door behind her. The soft click that everyone in the bullpen recognized. The sound that meant a conversation was over, and the person who walked out was going to do whatever they were going to do regardless of what had been said inside. Marcos was typing when she got back to her desk. He waited until she sat down. How bad? Stop pulling trial records. Stop interviewing jurors. Focus on Whitmore forensics. Are you going to? She pulled her notebook from the bag and opened it to a clean page. The questions she had written for Fraser were 3 pages back. She would need those questions again. Not through official channels. Not through the department. Not through anything that would show up in a file the DA's office could review. I'm going to solve the Whitmore murder, she said. Marcos looked at her. She looked back. He understood. The Whitmore murder led to Hadley. Hadley led to Lusk. Lusk led to Cole. The DA's office wanted her to stop investigating the conviction. She would investigate the murder instead. The murder would take her everywhere the conviction already had. She was not going to stop pulling the thread. She was going to stop telling anyone she was pulling it. "Fraser," Marcos said. "What now?" "Property management companies, utility transfers, rental applications in the greater Phoenix metro." She wrote the search parameters in her notebook. Robert Fraser, Robert J. Fraser, R. Fraser. "I need business hours and a phone, Monday." "What about tomorrow?" "Tomorrow I work Whitmore, like Gould told me to." She set the notebook down. "Every lead I follow on the murder takes me back to the trial. That is not my fault. That is where the evidence goes." Marcos turned to his screen. "Citadel." He pulled up a document. "The subpoena for their employee roster. I drafted it this morning. Gould signed the emergency order at 9:15 before the DA called." He turned the screen toward her. "Carrier was served by 10, 24-hour compliance window." She looked at the screen. Gould's signature. Saturday's date and time. 9:15. The DA had called at 11. Gould had signed the subpoena 2 hours before being told to shut the investigation down. He knew the call was coming. He signed it anyway. An emergency subpoena that was already in the system and could not be unsigned without a paper trail that nobody wanted to create. "Response deadline tomorrow morning," Marcos said. By tomorrow morning, they would have the names of every person who had worked for Citadel Executive Protection. The security contractor on Warren Lusk's payroll, the firm whose contractor license Marcos had connected to the type of staging found at the Whitmore scene. The institutional capability behind a door forced with uniform pry marks and a cable coiled instead of yanked. Outside the bullpen windows, the afternoon light was going amber. The parking lot was filling with the shift change. Uniforms crossing from their cars to the station entrance. The daily machinery of a department that had 31 open cases and no institutional appetite for the 32nd. Salazar watched him work. 12 days ago, she had stood over Patricia Whitmore's body in a craftsman house on Marengo Avenue and looked at a pair of reading glasses on a nightstand and known that something about the scene was wrong. 12 days, 4 phone calls, a suppressed complaint, 7 juror interviews, a denied petition, a dead address in Scottsdale, and an order from her lieutenant to stop doing the only thing that mattered. She was not going to stop. She picked up the desk phone and dialed the first property management company on a list she had pulled from a Scottsdale business directory while waiting at the gate in Phoenix. Saturday evening in Arizona. The call went to voicemail. She left her name, her cell number, and the Whitmore case reference. Hung up. Dialed the next one. Chapter 21. Rebecca Chen. Salazar sat at her desk in the empty bullpen and looked at the Whitmore caseboard. Saturday evening. The overhead lights buzzed in the silence. The burglary theft detectives had gone home. The patrol sergeant and his overtime forms were gone. Even the coffee pot was off. She had been staring at the board for 20 minutes. The photos, the notes, the timeline. Everything Gould wanted her to see. Patricia Whitmore. Blunt force trauma. Staged burglary. Backdoor forced. TV leaned against the wall. Reading glasses on the nightstand. Marcos's reclassification memo was pinned to the lower right corner of the board. Targeted killing. Person of interest. Carl Hadley. Associated entity. Lusk Development Group. He had typed it Tuesday night without being asked and left it on her desk Wednesday morning. Gould had read it, but said nothing about adding it to the official case jacket. 12 days of investigation, and the board still looked like a burglary homicide. That was what Gould wanted. That was what the DA's office wanted. A straightforward case worked through straightforward channels. She pulled the Whitmore property evidence inventory from the folder on her desk. 3 pages of items cataloged from the house on Marengo. Clothing, books, kitchenware, financial documents, personal correspondence, the reading glasses, the Agatha Christie novel, the letter from Victor Reyes. The Reyes letter was cataloged under personal correspondence, handwritten, single page, postmarked March 4, 2019. It was bagged and tagged and sitting in the evidence room 2 floors below her. She had read it once. She would read it many more times before this case closed. The letter existed in 2 places now. Once as evidence in the Whitmore homicide. Once as an exhibit in the habeas petition Okafor had filed the previous afternoon. The petition that had been denied 12 hours ago while she stood in a parking lot in Scottsdale looking at an empty apartment. She needed the court's certified copies of the documents she had produced through the homicide warrants, the phone records, the property logs, the subpoena returns. Gould had signed the Citadel subpoena yesterday morning. The compliance window closed tomorrow, but the earlier warrants for Hadley's phone records had already been processed through the DA's liaison office. The certified returns should be sitting in the case file at the Hall of Justice, waiting for pickup. Saturday night. A duty clerk would be there until midnight. She could have waited until Monday. She could have sent Marcos. She could have called and asked them to hold the file. She picked up her keys and drove downtown. The 101 southbound was light for a Saturday. The usual bottleneck at Cahuenga was clear. She passed the Hollywood Bowl exit and dropped into the corridor between the hills, the freeway cutting south toward the basin. The sun had gone down an hour ago. The sky held the deep, bruised purple that Los Angeles got between sunset and full dark, when the city lights had not yet taken over and the mountains still carried the last of the day along their ridgeline. She took the Temple Street exit and turned east. The Civic Center was quiet. County buildings dark. The federal courthouse on First Street. The Metropolitan Detention Center on Alameda. The geography of institutional Los Angeles compressed into 6 square blocks. Courts, jails, offices, parking structures. The machinery of a system that processed 10,000 cases a year and never stopped to ask whether any of them were wrong. The Hall of Justice sat on Temple between Broadway and Spring. 7 stories of granite and limestone. The building had been the center of Los Angeles law enforcement since 1925. The county jail had once occupied the top 3 floors. The coroner's office had operated out of the basement. The district attorney's office had moved back in after a 12-year renovation. Every surface in the building carried the residue of 100 years of prosecution. She parked on Spring Street. The meter was unenforceable after 6. She walked around the corner to the Temple Street entrance. The weekend security desk was staffed by a single deputy sheriff. Young, bored, watching something on his phone, he looked up when she badged in. Detective Salazar, LAPD Hollywood Homicide. I have certified returns in the DA's records office. He checked his log. 4th floor. Duty clerk's up there until midnight. She signed the ledger. The deputy went back to his phone. She walked to the elevator bank. The lobby was dim. Half the overhead panels were off for the weekend cycle. Her footsteps echoed on the marble. 100 years of footsteps had crossed this lobby. Cops and prosecutors and defense attorneys and clerks and witnesses. The daily commerce of a system that ran on paper and procedure and the accumulated weight of precedent. The elevator opened on the 4th floor. The hallway was empty. Office doors closed on both sides. A few had light bleeding underneath. Weekend work. In a building that handled the caseload of the largest county in America, there was always someone here. The records office was at the end of the corridor, a frosted glass door with case records stenciled in black. She pushed it open. A woman in her 50s sat behind the counter reading a paperback. She looked up without urgency. "Help you?" Salazar showed her badge and the case reference number. The clerk typed it into the terminal, waited, typed again. Whitmore, Hollywood homicide. She stood and walked to a row of file cabinets behind the counter, pulled a manila folder from the 3rd drawer. She laid it on the counter. Certified returns, phone warrant, property log, supplemental from Thursday. Salazar opened the folder. 3 sets of certified copies. The phone records for Carl Hadley, obtained through the homicide investigation. The Whitmore property inventory from the house on Marengo. The supplemental filing that documented the connection between the homicide and the sealed jury misconduct complaint. Everything stamped, certified, filed. The paper trail that proved she had done this by the book. Every document obtained through the Whitmore murder investigation. Every warrant issued on the authority of a homicide detective pursuing leads in a homicide case. If the DA's office wanted to claim she was relitigating a capital conviction, the paper said otherwise. The paper said she was solving a murder. She signed the receipt log. The clerk was already back in her paperback before Salazar set down the pen. "Building's mostly empty tonight," Salazar said. "Anyone else working this floor?" The clerk did not look up. "Couple lights on down the hall. Appellate division has somebody. They work weekends sometimes." Salazar took the folder and walked back into the hallway. The building was quiet in the way large buildings get at night, not silent. The HVAC pushed air through the ducts overhead. Somewhere below, a door closed, and the sound traveled up through the stairwell. The elevator bank was to the right at the end of the corridor. She turned the corner and stopped. A light was on. 30 feet down the cross corridor, an office door stood open. The overhead fluorescent was off, but a desk lamp threw yellow light across the doorframe and into the hall. The nameplate beside the door read, "Appellate Division." She took 3 steps closer. The office had a glass panel beside the door. Standard county issue. Wired safety glass, shoulder height, 18 inches wide. Enough to see in. Rebecca Chen sat at her desk. Salazar had never met her. She knew her from the name on the opposition brief and the 31 pages of procedural argument that had kept Marcus Cole on death row that morning. Okafor had described her once as the best appellate attorney in the office. He had not said it with admiration. He had said it with the weariness of a man who understood what being the best at that job required. She was alone. Her jacket hung over the back of her chair. Her sleeves were pushed to her elbows. A paper coffee cup sat on the corner of the desk. It looked like it had been sitting there since morning. The desk was covered with documents. Not legal briefs, not the 31-page opposition she had filed the previous night, not case law printouts or habeas procedure. Salazar could see the formatting from the hallway. Column headers, date stamps, the blocky typography of certified government records. Chen was reading the evidence. The phone records from Hadley's carrier. Salazar recognized the format. She had spent 2 hours with those same pages on Tuesday night. The call detail records. 4 incoming calls from Lusk Development Group during the Cole trial, each one timed to a court recess, each one lasting 3 to 7 minutes. The records that proved contact and, according to Chen's own opposition brief, proved nothing else. Next to the phone records, a stack of pages with handwritten notes in the margins. Salazar could not read the writing from the hallway, but she recognized the document underneath, the notarized copy of Wyatt's declaration, 11 pages describing what a 71-year-old woman saw in a parking structure 10 years ago. The document that Okafor had notarized himself and stored in a banker's box in his office on West Temple because he had learned that documents disappeared in this building. The document, Chen had argued, was unauthenticated because the original was missing and the filing judge was dead. Chen was not preparing for the next motion. There was no next motion. The petition had been denied. The execution date held. Chen had won. Her opposition had been adopted in full by a judge who credited every argument she made. Procedurally, the Cole case was closed. Her file on this matter could go back in the cabinet. She could go home. There was nothing in the Cole case that required her attention anymore. Nothing procedural. It was 9:52 on a Saturday night, and Rebecca Chen was reading the evidence that she had argued was insufficient. Not reviewing for appeal preparation, not drafting a memo, not working the file in any way that her office required. She was reading the way a person reads when they are looking for something they hope not to find. Salazar stood in the hallway and watched through the glass. Chen turned a page, picked up a yellow highlighter, put it down without marking anything. Turned another page, stopped, read something again. Her lips pressed together. Not frustration, something harder to name. The face of someone who had built her career on certainty and was sitting in the silence where certainty used to be. Chen did not look up. Salazar could have knocked, could have walked in and sat down and told her what the evidence meant. That those phone calls were not business calls. That Wyatt was telling the truth and Kowalski was telling the truth. That Reyes was dead, and Whitmore was dead, and Marcus Cole was sitting in a cell at San Quentin, 2 days from execution because the system Chen believed in had been used as a weapon. She could have asked how winning felt. She kept walking, past the office and the open door and the yellow light, past the woman whose opposition had won that morning and who was spending her Saturday night reading the evidence she had argued into irrelevance. The elevator arrived in 4 seconds. She got in and pressed the lobby button. The doors closed and the hallway light disappeared. She walked through the lobby, past the deputy who did not look up, out the Temple Street door into the night air. February in Los Angeles. 58 degrees and dry. The street was empty. A bus passed on Broadway. Its interior lights turned the windows into bright rectangles moving south. 2 people sat in the back. Saturday night in downtown Los Angeles, and 2 people were riding a bus through the Civic Center past buildings full of case files and legal briefs and the accumulated paper of a system that decided who went free and who went to San Quentin. She stood on the sidewalk and breathed. Chen was not the enemy. Salazar had known that before tonight. Chen was a prosecutor doing her job inside a system that rewarded conviction preservation and punished doubt. She had filed a devastating opposition because the law gave her the tools and her training told her to use them. Every argument defensible, every citation correct. She had won on the merits of the process, if not the merits of the truth. But the truth was on her desk at 10 o'clock on a Saturday night, and she was reading it alone with her jacket off and her coffee cold, in a building where nobody could see her looking at the thing she could not look away from. Salazar had seen that look before. On jurors who delivered verdicts they did not believe. On witnesses who told the truth too late. On cops who followed orders they knew were wrong. The look of someone who did the defensible thing and would spend the rest of her nights wondering whether defensible was enough. She crossed Spring Street to her car, got in, set the folder of certified copies on the passenger seat, started the engine and sat with it idling. She had come downtown to pick up paper. She was leaving with something else. Not evidence, not a lead. Nothing she could put in a supplemental or present to Marcos or file with the court. What she had was a reading of a person. The way Chen held the highlighter and set it down, the way she read a page twice, the small press of her lips when she found whatever she found. Chen was not going to help her. Not tonight. Not this week. Chen was institutional. She served the system because she believed the system worked. People like that did not flip. They did not become allies. They did not cross the aisle because a detective showed them a phone record in a hallway on a Saturday night. But people like that did sometimes stop. They stopped opposing. They stopped fighting the motion. They stepped aside and let the thing they could not support move past them without their weight against it. It was not courage, it was the absence of continued resistance. In a system designed to protect its own outcomes, sometimes the most radical act was doing nothing. Salazar did not know if Chen would get there. She did not know how much of what she saw through the glass was conscience and how much was the habits of a thorough attorney. Maybe Chen read every case file after a win. Maybe this was just how she worked. But Chen had not been reading her file. She had been reading the evidence, the actual documents. The phone records and the declaration and the statement from a woman who spent 10 years waiting for someone to care about what she saw. Chen had argued those documents were insufficient. Now she was reading them with the door open and her jacket off in an empty building on a Saturday night. There was nothing Salazar could do with that, not yet. Maybe not ever. Chen's path was Chen's path. A prosecutor's doubt did not become a detective's evidence. It lived in a different part of the system, behind a different door, and it would either grow into something or it would not. But she had seen what she had seen. Two women in the same building on a Saturday night, reading the same documents, arriving at the same place from opposite directions. One had argued that the evidence was insufficient. The other had built the case from the ground up. Both of them were still here. She pulled away from the curb and turned west on Temple, the 101 north back to Beechwood. Tomorrow was Sunday. Gould had told her to work the Whitmore forensics. She would work the Whitmore forensics. Every forensic lead she followed would take her back to Hadley and Lusk and the sealed complaint and the 4 phone calls and the man on death row who had 2 days left. She turned onto the northbound on-ramp. The freeway was moving. Saturday night traffic heading toward Hollywood and the Valley. Red taillights stretching north in loose formation. Her phone buzzed on the passenger seat. She glanced at the screen. Marcos. She picked up. Citadel responded early, he said. Employee roster just came through. I'm looking at it now. She merged into the center lane. The Hall of Justice shrank in her mirrors. Somewhere behind her, in a building on Temple Street, a light was still on. "How many names?" she said. Chapter 22. Protection. Marcos said 12. Salazar pulled off the 101 at Barham and parked behind a Thai restaurant that had closed for the night. She left the engine running and the phone on speaker in the cup holder. He read the Citadel Executive Protection roster. 12 current employees. 7 were licensed security guards assigned to Lusk Development Properties in downtown Los Angeles. 3 were administrative staff. 2 were classified as executive protection consultants with no fixed facility assignment. Both consultants have military backgrounds, Marcos said. Daniel Kelso, 38, former Marine, current address in Burbank. The other one is 41, former Army, lives in Glendale. Criminal history? Both clean. No arrests, no warrants, no civil complaints, not even traffic citations. The Whitmore entry had been clean too. Controlled pry marks, staged positioning, no forensic trace beyond tool impressions consistent with a standard pry bar. Professional work required training and discipline, and the understanding that physical evidence was the enemy. Employment history before Citadel? Subpoena covers current roster only. Full personnel files need a second order. Drafted. Already started. Salazar looked through the windshield at the empty lot. The 101 hummed beyond the retaining wall. A helicopter worked a grid pattern over the valley, its spotlight sweeping slow arcs through the dark. 2 men with military training and no paper trail. Employed by a security company registered to the same entity as Warren Lusk's development firm. The same firm whose phone number appeared 4 times in Carl Hadley's call records during the Cole trial. She thought about Doreen Wyatt, 81 years old, living alone at Seaside Palms in Ventura under a name that was not her own. The only person who had witnessed Hadley on the phone during deliberations and filed a formal complaint about it. The only one who had been trying to tell the truth for 10 years while every institution around her pretended it did not exist. 2 jurors who broke their silence were dead. One had vanished from his apartment in Scottsdale. The sealed complaint had been physically removed from the court file by someone using fabricated credentials. "I'll be in early," she said. "How early?" "Before you." She ended the call and sat for a full minute with the engine idling. Then she scrolled to a name she had not called in 3 years. Lisa Garza answered on the 4th ring. "Elena." "I know it's late." "It's 11:30 on a Saturday. I've had later." They had come through the academy together in 2010. Garza worked patrol in the valley for 6 years after graduation, then transferred to the Ventura County Sheriff's Department. She ran a community outreach unit that covered senior facilities and neighborhood watch programs from Oxnard to Santa Paula. They had not spoken since a mutual friend's retirement dinner the year before. "I need a favor," Salazar said. "Off the books." Garza was quiet for a moment, measuring. Then she said, "Go ahead." Salazar gave her what she could. An elderly woman in a retirement community in Ventura, witness in an active homicide investigation, living alone under an assumed name. Salazar could not request official protection through LAPD, because her lieutenant had told her to stop doing exactly the work that had led to this witness in the first place. She did not say Cole's name. She did not mention the trial, or the execution, or the phone records, or the 2 dead jurors. She gave Garza the minimum because the minimum was all she had the right to share. "What are you asking for?" Garza said. "Welfare checks, morning and evening. Frame them as senior community outreach. Your unit already runs visits in the area." "We do. This is one more address on the rotation." Garza was quiet again. She was a careful person. She had always been careful, even at the academy, where careful was not the default setting. She would be weighing the ask against the risk. A welfare check program for seniors was standard community policing. One additional address would not draw scrutiny. "How long?" Garza said. "A week, maybe 2. "Give me the details." Salazar gave her seaside palms. The unit number, the alias on the utility account. She told Garza to use the resident's real name at the door and the alias for paperwork. "Laine." "Yeah. Be careful with whatever this is." "I will." She hung up and drove home. Barham to the 101, then the Beechwood exit. 11 minutes. Her apartment was dark and still. She dropped the folder of certified copies on the kitchen counter and drank a glass of water standing at the sink. The clock on the microwave read 12:15. She had been awake since 4:30 that morning. The flight to Phoenix, the empty apartment in Scottsdale, the neighbor who confirmed Fraser had moved without notice, the flight back, Gould's office and the stand-down, the Hall of Justice. Chen, alone with the evidence at 10 o'clock on a Saturday night, reading the documents she had argued were insufficient. She should sleep. The drive to Ventura would take an hour. She had the Citadel roster to work through when she got back, and Marcos would have the supplemental subpoena ready for a judge Monday morning. Monday morning. Cole's execution was Monday. She sat on the couch in the dark and picked up her phone. Her father's name was pinned at the top of her contacts, not because she called him often, because she kept him there the way some people kept a photograph in their wallet. Something steady in a pocket full of noise. Miguel Salazar, Bakersfield. He would be awake. He had never gone to bed before midnight in his life. He would be in his study with the desk lamp and a book, the same room where she had done her homework at the card table in the corner, while he prepared his cases at the big desk by the window. She remembered the sound of his pen on legal pads, the way he talked to himself when he was building an argument, rehearsing questions he would ask witnesses the next morning. She pressed the number. He answered on the second ring. Mija. "Hi, Dad." "Working late?" "Always." He waited. 31 years as a public defender had taught him how to sit with silence. He had spent his career across the table from people who needed to talk and did not yet know what to say. He never rushed them. He never filled the space. He waited until they got there on their own. "I have a question," she said. "I'm here." "Did you ever have a case where you knew the system got it wrong and nobody cared?" He was quiet for a long time. Not the polite quiet of someone considering the question. The deeper quiet of someone reaching for something they had put away a long time ago and were not sure they wanted to pick up. "Raymond Alcala," he said. 1994. She pulled her knees up on the couch and listened. Armed robbery of a liquor store on Union Avenue. 2 eyewitnesses identified him from a photo lineup, the store owner and a woman buying cigarettes. He was 26, married, 2 children under 5, worked at a body shop on Brundage Lane. What happened? His public defender had 40 open cases and spent 11 hours total on Raymond's file. There was an alibi witness, Raymond's brother. He had timestamped security footage from his apartment complex showing Raymond on camera at the time of the robbery. The footage was never presented at trial because the attorney decided a family alibi wouldn't play with the jury. He never subpoenaed the tape. She heard him set down a glass on the desk. I took the case on appeal in 2001. The apartment building had changed owners twice, but the management company had archived the security recordings because of an unrelated civil suit involving the property. It took me 14 months to locate the footage and have it authenticated. How long did he serve? 11 years. Convicted in '94. Released January 2005. A Tuesday. I remember because the clerk's office was backed up from the holiday weekend, and we had to wait an extra 40 minutes for the paperwork. And you drove him home. I drove him to his mother's house in Oildale because there was no one else to call. His wife had remarried in 2000. His son was 15 and had no memory of him. His daughter was 16 and refused to come to the courthouse. Salazar pressed her forehead against her palm. The apartment was quiet. The refrigerator hummed. The streetlight through the blinds made thin bars across the carpet. He got a job at a car wash on Chester Avenue, her father said. Then another body shop. He rented a 1-bedroom 3 blocks from where he grew up, and he lived there alone. I checked in on him for a while. He never complained. Not about the conviction, not about the 11 years, not about his family. The one time I asked if he was angry, he told me anger was something you could afford when you had time left to use it. Is he still alive? 67 now. Still in Bakersfield. I see him at the grocery store sometimes. He nods at me. We don't speak. We don't have to. Her father paused. When he spoke again, his voice was quieter. Not softer. Quieter. The voice of a man who had spent 31 years watching the system break people and then asking them to trust it one more time. Being right isn't enough if you're right too late. That's the part they don't tell you. The system breaks a person, and then the system corrects itself, and everyone celebrates the correction. But the person is already broken. The years don't come back. The family doesn't come back. The version of yourself you were at 26 doesn't come back. Raymond Alcala was innocent and free, and it didn't matter. It mattered that you got him out. It mattered to the case file. I don't know if it mattered to Raymond. She sat in the dark. She could hear her father breathing on the other end of the line. Bakersfield was 2 hours north. He was sitting in his study with the lamp on and the book face down on the desk, and she was sitting on her couch in Hollywood with a folder full of certified copies on the kitchen counter and a man 2 days from execution for a crime he did not commit. "You're working a case," he said, "not a question." "Yes." "Is there a clock on it?" "Monday." He was quiet for a long time. "Then stop talking to me and go do what you need to do." She told him good night. He told her to eat something. She hung up and set the phone on the coffee table and sat in the dark apartment for a while. Then she went to bed. She set her alarm for 5. Sunday morning. The 101 north to Ventura. She had driven this road 4 days ago for the first visit to Wyatt. Tea already poured. It's about the Cole case. Not a question. 4 days since that Tuesday. In 4 days, the habeas petition had been filed and denied. Rebecca Chen had argued the evidence into irrelevance. A judge had adopted every word. The execution date held. Okafor had filed the Ninth Circuit emergency appeal at midnight, and when she asked him on the phone how it looked, he said he was preserving the record. That was lawyer language for losing. The sun came up behind her past Thousand Oaks. The hills to the north were brown and dry. February in the valleys above Los Angeles. Everything waiting for rain that would come eventually, or not at all. She took the Victoria Avenue exit and drove west through quiet Sunday streets toward the coast. Seaside palms sat on a low bluff above the Ventura Harbor. White stucco buildings. Palm trees along the entrance. On clear days, you could see the Channel Islands from the upper units. She parked in the visitor lot at 7:40. Early for a Sunday visit to an 81-year-old woman. She had called ahead. Wyatt was expecting her. Wyatt opened the door in a cardigan and reading glasses pushed up on her forehead. She looked at Salazar the way she had on Tuesday. Not surprised, not anxious. Assessing. "Come in," she said. "I made coffee this time. You looked like a coffee person when you were here before." The tea was a test. The apartment was the same. Small, tidy, books stacked on every flat surface. A pile of newspapers on the kitchen table, neatly folded in order. The morning light came through the west-facing window and turned the room pale gold. 2 cups of coffee sat on the table. Black. She had made them before Salazar pulled into the lot. They sat across from each other. Wyatt wrapped both hands around her cup and waited. "The habeas petition was denied," Salazar said. Of course it was. She said it without bitterness, without surprise, without any of the anger that Salazar had been carrying since Okafor's phone call the morning before. Wyatt said it the way a person states something they decided was true a long time ago and have been waiting for the world to confirm. The judge adopted the prosecution's opposition in full, Salazar said. Phone records prove contact but not content. Juror testimony is degraded by 10 years. The original complaint can't be authenticated because the document was removed and the filing judge is dead. Removed by someone who knew exactly where it was and how to take it. Yes. And that doesn't matter to the court. Not yet. Wyatt sipped her coffee. She set the cup down and aligned it with the edge of a folded newspaper. "I filed that complaint in October 2016, she said. 11 pages in my own handwriting, sworn under oath. I described what I saw and what I heard and what Carl Hadley did in that jury room. Thomas notarized every page. We submitted it to the court. I wrote the state bar. I called the Judicial Commission." She looked at Salazar. 10 years. Every door I went through closed behind me. Every complaint I filed disappeared. Every institution I trusted told me, in its own particular way, that what I saw did not matter. Not because they thought I was lying, because the system had already decided, and the system does not go backward. "I'm not the system," Salazar said. "No. That's why I let you in." They sat in the quiet kitchen. Outside, a gull cried over the harbor. A car passed on the street below the bluff. "Marcus Cole's execution is tomorrow," Wyatt said. Okafor filed an emergency appeal to the Ninth Circuit last night. Will it work? Salazar looked at the woman across the table. 81 years old, sharp and direct and clear-eyed. She had spent a decade telling the truth to institutions that did not want to hear it. She had been threatened by a blocked phone call. She had watched 2 fellow jurors die. She had moved to Ventura under a false name and kept a box of evidence on her bookshelf because she had learned that documents disappeared when you gave them to the people who were supposed to protect them. I don't know, Salazar said. Wyatt nodded. At least you don't lie. She stood and took both cups to the sink, washed them with deliberate, practiced motions, dried them, set them in the cabinet with the handles facing the same direction. I arranged protection for you, Salazar said. Welfare visits, twice a day, morning and evening. They'll look like community outreach. Because of Patricia. Yes. And Victor. Yes. Wyatt dried her hands on a dish towel and leaned against the counter. She folded her arms. I'm 81 years old. I've outlived 2 husbands and 1 set of knees. I'm not afraid of Carl Hadley or whoever he answers to. She paused. I'm afraid of that man dying tomorrow for something he didn't do while I sit here with my ocean view and my coffee and my quiet little life. She looked at the window. That's what keeps me up at night. Not them. The idea that I saw the truth and couldn't make it count. Salazar stood. I need to find Robert Fraser, she said. Something shifted in Wyatt's expression. Not surprise. Recognition. Juror number 6, Wyatt said. He was the second to last holdout. Hadley took him into the hallway during a break, and when he came back, he wouldn't look at anyone. He voted guilty 20 minutes later. He left California in 2018. The forwarding address we had in Scottsdale is dead. I went there yesterday, empty apartment. Wyatt walked to the bookshelf in the living room. She reached behind a row of paperbacks and pulled out a shoebox. She carried it to the table and lifted the lid. Inside were envelopes, postcards, newspaper clippings, folded printouts. A decade of paper saved by a woman who had learned the hard way that records vanished when you turned them over to the institutions responsible for keeping them. She sorted through the stack with steady fingers and pulled out a Christmas card. Red envelope, handwritten address. She held it up. He sent this in December 2019, Wyatt said. No message inside, just his signature. I think he wanted someone to know where he was without having to say why. The return address was in Scottsdale. A different street and a different complex from the Desert Rose apartments that Okafor had provided. He moved, Salazar said. People who are running tend to. Salazar wrote the address in her notebook. She closed it and put it in her jacket pocket and walked toward the door. Detective? She turned. Your father was a public defender. Salazar had not told Wyatt that. She had not mentioned her father in either visit. Not on Tuesday. Not today. How did you know? I looked you up, dear, after your first visit. Miguel Salazar, Kern County Public Defender's Office, 31 years. She paused. But I didn't need the internet to tell me. You fight like someone who grew up watching the other side lose. Chapter 23. The Event. Salazar was on the 101 south before 8. The hills above Ventura were brown against a white sky, and the freeway was open the way it only was on early Sundays, before the city filled the lanes. She drove with both hands on the wheel and her notebook on the passenger seat beside the manila folder of certified copies she had been carrying for 2 days. She had 2 things written on the last page. A new address for Robert Fraser in Scottsdale, copied from the back of a 2019 Christmas card that Doreen Wyatt had kept in a shoebox behind her paperbacks, and the name Pacific Event Staffing, the catering company that had put Ryan Anderson inside Warren Lusk's house 3 weeks before Anderson was beaten to death. Fraser was the direct testimony, a juror who could swear under oath that Carl Hadley had told him how to vote. That was the piece Okafor needed for the amended habeas petition. But Salazar needed to build the foundation first. She needed to prove what happened at the party on Mulholland Drive on March 12, 2015, because that party was where everything started, and nobody had ever asked a single question about it. The murder book from Northeast Division had given her the documentary connection 10 days ago. Anderson hired through Pacific Event Staffing for a private event at a Mulholland Drive residence. $320 deposited into his checking account on March 16th. The address registered to Warren D. Lusk through a family trust. Pruitt had noted the catering work as background for the victim's financial profile and moved on. No investigative relevance. 3 words that closed the door on the only lead that mattered. She took the Santa Monica Boulevard exit and pulled into a gas station lot on La Brea to make calls. Pacific Event Staffing's listed number was disconnected. She searched the business name through the Secretary of State database on her phone. Dissolved January 2018. Registered agent, Gloria Matas, West Hollywood address. A current address in Burbank came back through a utility records search. She checked the clock on the dashboard. 7:52. People were home on Sunday mornings. She merged back onto the freeway and took the 134 East. The house was a small bungalow on a side street off Magnolia Boulevard. A strip of grass along the walkway, a ceramic cat beside the front step, an older Honda in the driveway with a Burbank Library parking sticker on the bumper. Salazar rang the bell at 8:35. The woman who answered was in her early 50s, dark hair pulled back, coffee cup in hand. She wore a faded UCLA sweatshirt and no shoes. She looked at Salazar's badge and waited. Gloria Matas. Yes. Detective Elena Salazar, LAPD Homicide. I need to ask you about a catering event your company staffed in March 2015. Matas studied the badge for a long moment. Not the way people looked when they were afraid. The way they looked when they were deciding whether to close the door or open it wider. She opened it wider. Come in. The kitchen table had the Sunday Times spread across it. Matas cleared a section and sat down. She did not offer coffee. She did not ask what the case was about. She sat with her cup and waited for Salazar to tell her why a homicide detective was on her porch at 8:30 on a Sunday. Salazar took the chair across from her. Pacific Event Staffing. You owned the company? 12 years, 2006 to 2017. Private events, corporate dinners, gallery openings, West Side clients mostly. I ran a crew of 12 to 15 depending on the season. March 12, 2015. You staffed a private dinner at a residence on Mulholland Drive. Matas set her cup down carefully. She was quiet for several seconds. I remember that one, she said. Why? Because one of my staff was murdered a few weeks later. I saw his name on the news and matched it to my schedule. Did you contact the police? No, they had already arrested someone. I assumed the investigation was over. It didn't occur to me that the party had anything to do with it. Tell me about the event. Matas shifted in her chair. She pushed the newspaper to the side and rested both hands flat on the table. High-end booking. 8 to 10 guests. The contract came through a property management company, not the homeowner directly. They wanted a 4-person team. 2 servers for the dining room and patio, 1 kitchen, 1 floater for the private areas of the house. What does a floater do? Handles drink service in rooms where the host wants someone available but doesn't want a full bar setup. A study, a library, an upstairs sitting area. You go in with a tray when glasses need refreshing. You pick up empties. You're supposed to be invisible. Who was the floater that night? A young man named Ryan Anderson. He was on my regular rotation, dependable. Showed up on time, moved through rooms without making people notice him. That's a skill. Not everybody has it. What was the house like? Big, stone and glass. You drove up a long gravel driveway through cypress trees. The front door was set back so far you couldn't see it from the gate. Inside it was all open floor plan on the main level except for the study, which was down a hallway past the kitchen. The study had a heavy door. Wood. You could close it and nobody in the main rooms would hear anything. Was the study door open or closed during the event? Open when we arrived for setup. The host closed it around 8:30 when the first guests went in. And Ryan was serving in there. He was the only staff member allowed past the hallway after 8:30. The host wanted drinks available but minimal presence. Ryan would wait in the hallway until someone called for a tray or until I sent him in to check glasses. He went in and out all evening. What happened around 9 o'clock? Matas picked up her coffee and held it without drinking. I heard raised voices from the study. I was in the kitchen, not shouting, the kind of volume you get when people are angry but aware that staff can hear them. 2 voices, maybe 3, it lasted a few minutes. Could you make out any words? No, just the tone. Then it stopped. A minute later, one of the guests came down the hallway and went straight out of the front door. Didn't say goodnight, didn't stop, just left. Can you describe him? Older man, 60 or close to it. Gray suit, silver hair. He walked past me in the kitchen doorway without looking at me. He was angry, not loud angry. The other kind. What happened after he left? The host came into the kitchen. He was calm. He told me to limit study service to 1 person for the rest of the evening. Said some guests preferred privacy. I kept Ryan on that assignment because he was already there, and he was the least likely to create friction. How many more times did Ryan go into the study? I sent him in 4 or 5 times over the next 2 hours. Every 20 to 30 minutes. He would come back with empties and go in again with a fresh tray. The door was open after the first man left. Ryan wasn't eavesdropping. He was doing exactly what I told him to do. Did he say anything afterward about what he heard? Matas shook her head. Nothing. He packed up his station at 11:30, rode home with another server. I paid the team the following Monday. Standard event as far as any of us knew. Did you keep records? Everything. Contracts, staffing sheets, payment records. I boxed them when I dissolved the company. Tax purposes. Would those records include photographs? I used a photographer for the high-end events, setup and early arrivals. She left before dinner service. The photos were for my marketing portfolio. I need to see them, Salazar said. Matas looked at her across the kitchen table. Whatever she was measuring, she reached a conclusion. The boxes are in the garage. Give me an hour. Salazar sat in her car on the quiet street and called Marcos. "Where are you?" he said. "Burbank. I found the catering manager who ran the Lusk party." On a Sunday morning. Anderson was the designated server for the study. Raised voices around 9. A guest walked out angry. The host restricted study access to one server for the rest of the night. Anderson went in and out for 2 more hours. Marcos was quiet. "He heard it," Salazar said. "Whatever they discussed in that room about the land deal, he was carrying drinks through the middle of it. And 3 weeks later, he was dead." The manager remembers. She'll testify to the setup, the assignment, the timeline. She may have photographs. "Bring everything you get. I'm at the station." "It's Sunday." "I'm at the station," he said. She ended the call. Down the block, a man in shorts washed his car with a garden hose. A dog barked once from a backyard and stopped. The Verdugo Hills rose sharp and dry beyond the rooftops. Sunday morning in Burbank. Nothing happening on this street that anybody would remember tomorrow. 48 minutes later, Matas waved her in from the front door. The kitchen table was cleared. A manila folder and a small cardboard box sat at the center. Matas had tied her hair back with a rubber band, and there was dust on the front of her sweatshirt. "Contract and payment records," she said, pushing the folder forward. "The booking was made through a company called Brannock Hale and Associates. Payment came from the same entity. I never dealt with the homeowner." Salazar opened the folder. Single-page contract. Event date, March 12, 2015. Location, the Mulholland Drive address. Client, Brannock Hale and Associates. 4 staff at $80 per hour. Total invoice, $1,920. Paid by check. Cleared March 18th. Brannock Hale and Associates. The same law firm listed as registered agent for Lusk Development Group, Lusk Tower Holdings, and Lusk Commercial Partners in the Secretary of State filings. The same name on every entity Lusk used to keep his own off the paper. Behind the contract was a staffing sheet. 4 names with assigned positions. Line 3, Anderson, Ryan. Position, floater, study, upper rooms. Rate confirmed. Start time, 5 o'clock p.m. End time, 12 a.m. 7 hours. Ryan Anderson had spent 7 hours in Warren Lusk's house on a Friday evening in March 2015, carrying drinks down a hallway and through a study door and past men who assumed the help was not listening. "The photographs," Salazar said. Matas opened the cardboard box and pulled out a plastic sleeve containing printed 4x6 photographs. She spread them on the table. Roughly 30 images. Salazar went through them in order. The first 8 were setup shots. Kitchen with gleaming counters and copper fixtures. A patio strung with lights overlooking the canyon. A dining table set for 8 with heavy silverware and a stone vase holding white flowers. A living room with double-height windows and furniture purchased once and never replaced. every surface polished, every angle composed. The 9th photograph was the catering team. 4 people in black shirts and aprons lined up in the kitchen before service. Mata stood on the right, mid-gesture, pointing at something on the counter. A heavy-set man with a shaved head held a serving platter. A young woman adjusted her apron ties. And on the far left, a cocktail shaker in one hand and a half-smile on his face, stood Ryan Anderson. He was 28 years old, thin, dark hair, a tattoo visible on the inside of his left wrist. He stood in a kitchen that was not his, wearing clothes that were a uniform, holding a tool of his trade. He looked like someone counting the hours until he could go home and do something he actually cared about. 3 weeks from that photograph, he would be dead. 9 days after that, a man named Marcus Cole would be arrested for his murder. 10 years later, Cole would still be sitting on death row. Tomorrow morning, the state of California planned to execute him. Ryan Anderson did not know any of that. He was 28 and alive and thinking about the tips or the music or the school he was saving for. The photograph had preserved a version of him that no longer existed anywhere else. Salazar set it down. The arrival photographs were near the bottom of the stack. 2 shots of men in dark suits stepping through the front entrance. In the second frame, a man stood in the doorway greeting the arrivals. Tall, gray-haired, tanned in the particular way of men who spent time outdoors because they could afford to. Dark suit without a tie. He was smiling, but it was a smile that served a function rather than expressed a feeling. Warren Lusk, hosting a party at his home on Mulholland Drive on March 12, 2015. The date stamp on the back read 03/12/15. Salazar turned the photograph over and looked at it again. Lusk in his doorway. Anderson in his kitchen. The same house, the same evening. Separated by a hallway and a study door and a conversation that would cost one of them everything and the other nothing at all. "Can I take these?" she said. Matas looked at the photographs on her table. A decade-old record of an evening she had invoiced and filed and not thought about until a detective rang her doorbell on a Sunday morning. "All of them?" "All of them." "Take them," Matas said. Salazar took the 134 west to the 101 south and exited at Mulholland Drive. The road climbed through the hills above Studio City, curving past houses that grew larger and more set back with every switchback. Chain link became stone. Mailboxes became intercoms. The street narrowed and the trees pressed in, and the city below disappeared behind the ridgeline. The Lusk property sat at the end of a cul-de-sac. A stone wall ran along the road. A wrought iron gate with a camera mounted on the right post. Through the bars she could see the gravel drive curving uphill toward a roofline barely visible above the cypress trees. She stopped the car, but did not get out. This was where it started. This driveway, this gate, this house above the city. March 12, 2015. A dinner party. A conversation in a study about a land deal and a planning commissioner and what it would take to make the approvals happen. A bartender carrying a tray through the open door because somebody needed a fresh glass. Ryan Anderson had walked through that gate with his cocktail shaker and his black shirt. He had done his job. He had heard something that men with money assumed was private because the person carrying their drinks did not count as a person. 3 weeks later, the problem of what he might have heard was solved the way Warren Lusk solved problems. Permanently. And when Marcus Cole was standing in a courtroom being convicted of the killing, 4 phone calls from Lusk Development Group made sure the verdict came out right. The gate camera tracked on its mount. A red light pulsed below the lens. Salazar put the car in gear and drove back down the hill. She took the 101 south to the 110 and drove downtown on Grand Avenue. Lusk Tower filled the corner of the block the way it always did, 23 stories of glass and steel catching the Sunday afternoon sun. The curtain wall facade reflected the sky and the adjacent buildings. The ground floor restaurants were full with the brunch crowd. A valet stand operated on the corner. The building stood. The planning commissioner who approved it was dead. The bartender who heard the bribe was dead. The juror who wrote a letter about what happened in the deliberation room was dead. The juror who filed a formal complaint had spent 10 years being turned away by every institution she went to. And the man convicted of the bartender's murder was sitting in a cell at San Quentin with 18 hours left. The building stood, occupied, operational, generating revenue, appreciating in value. A thing made of steel and glass and $400 million in financing. You could prove everything that went into its foundation, and it would still be there in the morning. Salazar drove past without stopping. She had the photographs, the contract, the staffing sheet, the catering manager's testimony placing Anderson in the study all evening. She could prove he was in the room. She could prove the room belonged to Lusk. She could prove Lusk's company called Hadley during the trial. She could prove Hadley rigged the verdict. She could not prove what was said in the study. She could not prove Anderson heard it. She could not prove Lusk gave an order. The gap between what she knew and what a court would accept was the distance between a photograph of a dead bartender in a kitchen and a conviction that would survive appeal. Proof required someone to accept it, someone willing to stand in front of a judge and say what Carl Hadley had done, not what they suspected, not what they inferred from patterns and phone records and dead jurors. What he had done, directly, to them. She merged onto the 110 northbound toward Hollywood Division. The manila folder on the passenger seat held 2 photographs taken on the same evening in the same house. A 28-year-old bartender with a cocktail shaker. A $200 million developer in his doorway. One of them was dead. The other owned a building you could see from the freeway. Tomorrow was Monday. Cole's execution was set for 9 in the morning at San Quentin. She had Fraser's address. She had 1 shot left. She picked up her phone and searched for flights from Burbank to Phoenix. Chapter 24. Fraser. The last seat on the 6:15 to Phoenix was a middle in the back row. Salazar took it without checking the price. She carried her notebook and her phone, and nothing else. The plane banked east over the San Gabriel Mountains, and the sun dropped behind the wing. She opened the notebook to the address Doreen Wyatt had given her from the back of a 2019 Christmas card. Not the Desert Rose apartments she had already visited on Saturday and found empty. A different address, a house on a residential street south of Indian School Road. Robert Fraser had moved at least twice since leaving California. The apartment complex where Okafor's records put him was cleaned out. A neighbor there remembered a quiet man who kept to himself and left without notice. Movement born from fear, not restlessness. People who were restless went somewhere interesting. People who were afraid just went somewhere different. The flight was 54 minutes. She spent it reading through the Fraser notes one more time. Juror number 6. Voted guilty. Sold his Culver City house in June 2018 2 years after the trial. California license expired that same spring. Phone disconnected. No forwarding address. He had closed every door behind him on the way out. Wyatt had identified him during her interview. Robert, the second to last holdout. The one who went silent after a hallway conversation with Hadley and voted guilty without another word. The plane touched down at Sky Harbor at 7:12 local time. The air in the jetway was warm and dry and carried the mineral smell of baked concrete. Phoenix in February. 70 degrees at sunset while Los Angeles sat in the mid-50s. She picked up a rental at the Hertz counter. She had done this 2 days ago. Same airport, same counter. Same drive north on the 51 toward Scottsdale. That trip ended at an empty apartment with bare walls and no furniture. This time she had a better address. A Christmas card from a woman who kept everything. The house was a small stucco bungalow on a street of similar houses. Sand-colored walls, a tile roof, a gravel yard with a single Palo Verde tree, its green bark catching the last light. A sedan sat in the short driveway. Recent model. Arizona plates. Salazar parked across the street and sat in the rental for a full minute. 2 windows were lit on the front of the house. Someone was home. She thought about the last 14 hours. The catering manager in Burbank. The photographs of Anderson and Lusk in the same house on the same evening. The drive past the Mulholland Gate and then downtown past the tower. Everything she had collected pointed at a conspiracy she could map on paper but could not prove in court. Robert Fraser was the proof. A juror who could stand before a judge and testify under oath that he had been told how to vote. Not pressured, not persuaded. Told. Cole's execution was scheduled for 9 in the morning. 13 hours and 48 minutes. Salazar got out of the car, crossed the street, and knocked on the front door. Nothing for 10 seconds. Then a light shifted behind the curtain on the near window. Movement inside, footsteps that stopped short of the door. The door opened 4 inches. A security chain held it. The man behind the chain was in his late 40s. Medium build, brown hair going gray at the temples. He wore a t-shirt and jeans and no shoes. He looked at Salazar through the gap with the particular stillness of a person calculating distance. She held up her badge. Robert Fraser? Who are you? Detective Elena Salazar, LAPD homicide. He studied the badge. Then he studied her face. His hand was on the door edge, and the knuckles were white. LAPD, he said. You're a long way from home. I need to talk to you about the Cole trial. Fraser did not move. She could see the living room behind him through the gap. A couch, a television playing with the sound off, a lamp on a side table, the room of a man who had arranged his life to be small and quiet and hard to find. He stood in the doorway for what felt like a full minute. He was not deciding whether to talk to her. He was deciding whether the thing he had been waiting for had actually arrived, or whether this was something else entirely. How did you find me? He said. Doreen Wyatt kept a Christmas card you sent her. Something crossed his face. Not surprise. Recognition. Doreen, he said. Is she alive? She's alive. She's safe. Fraser closed his eyes. When he opened them, he unhooked the chain and stepped back from the door. I've been waiting for this, he said. Come in." The living room was sparse. The couch, the television, the bookshelf with a dozen paperbacks and a framed photograph of a woman and two young children. The photograph looked like it had been taken 15 or 16 years ago. No other photographs anywhere. No decorations on the walls. The room of someone who had stopped accumulating things a long time ago. Fraser turned off the television and sat on the couch. He put his hands on his knees and pressed them flat. Salazar took the chair across from him. "When was the last time you spoke with anyone about the trial?" she said. "Never. I haven't spoken to anyone about it, not once, not since the verdict." "You left California 2 years after." "I sold everything. House, car, got a different phone, drove east until I hit desert, and kept going." He looked at the room around him. "This is the third place I've lived in Arizona. Every time I think someone might know where I am, I move." "Has anyone contacted you? Any of the other jurors? Hadley?" "No, nobody. That's the point." "Robert, a juror from the Cole trial, was murdered 2 weeks ago. Patricia Whitmore, juror number 7. Fraser's hands went still on his knees. He stared at her. "Murdered," he said. "In her home in Pasadena. Staged to look like a burglary. And you're investigating it." "I am." He was quiet for a long time. He looked at the framed photograph on the bookshelf and then looked away from it. "Patricia Whitmore," he said. "I remember her, the school teacher. She sat at the end of the table during deliberations. Didn't talk much. She listened to everything. She's not the only one. Victor Reyes, juror number 12. Single car accident in Malibu in 2019. Clean toxicology. No skid marks." Fraser exhaled. He pressed both palms flat against his knees again, holding himself in place. "Reyes," he said. "He sat across from me. He was one of the ones who voted not guilty on the first ballot." "2 jurors who questioned the verdict are dead. The foreman is still making phone calls. People who tried to come forward have been silenced. I need to know what happened in that jury room, Robert. I need to hear it from you." Fraser pressed his hands harder against his knees. His jaw worked. He was not a man who talked easily about things he had spent 8 years trying to erase. "What do you already know?" he said. "I know the initial vote was 7-5 for guilty. I know Hadley worked the holdouts individually during breaks. I know the vote went to 12-0 in approximately 6 hours. I know Hadley was receiving phone calls from an outside party during recesses. I know who that party was." "You know who was calling him?" "Warren Lusk, Lusk Development Group. 4 incoming calls during the trial, each one during a recess." He let out a breath. It was not a sigh. It was the sound of a man putting down something he had been carrying for 8 years. "I didn't know the name," he said. "I didn't know who it was. But I knew somebody was telling him what to do. Hadley was a salesman. He was closing a deal somebody else had set up. You could see it in the way he moved through those deliberations. He wasn't weighing evidence. He was executing a plan." "Tell me what he did." Fraser stood up. He walked to the window and looked out at the dark street through a gap in the curtains. Checking. The habit of 8 years. He came back to the couch and sat down. The first thing he did was call a vote. Before we'd discussed a single piece of evidence. He wanted a number, 7-5. Then he went to work. How? He'd find people during breaks, in the hallway, by the vending machines, at the restrooms, 5-minute conversations, 10 minutes, always private, always one-on-one. They'd come back and sit down, and the next time we voted, they'd switched. Nobody announced they'd changed their mind. Nobody said why. They just raised their hand on the other side. When did he come to you? Fraser pressed his lips together. He was at the part he had been carrying. The second day. By then the vote was 10-2. Everyone else had given in, just me and Wyatt. He paused. Doreen. She was the toughest person in that room. 80 years old, and she wouldn't move. I think that made Hadley nervous. He decided to deal with me first. Where did it happen? The hallway outside the men's room. Morning break. He started with the same approach he'd used on everyone, that the evidence was clear, that the rest of the jury had reached their conclusion, that I needed to consider the weight of 10 votes against mine. That's persuasion, Salazar said, not coercion. That was the first conversation. Fraser's voice had gone flat. He was holding it level deliberately so it would not shake. The second one was different. When, 20 minutes later, I was getting water from the fountain at the end of the hall, Hadley came up behind me and stood close, too close, and he said something I have never forgotten. Salazar waited. He said, "People who make this difficult have difficult lives afterward." The room was quiet. The refrigerator hummed in the kitchen. Outside, a car passed on the street and its headlights swept across the curtains and disappeared. He wasn't looking at me when he said it, Fraser said. He was looking down the hallway toward the deliberation room, like he was making a general observation about the world. But his voice was different. The salesmanship was gone. He was telling me what would happen if I didn't vote the way I was supposed to. What did you do? I went back into that room, and I raised my hand, and I convicted a man I didn't believe was guilty because I was afraid of what would happen to me if I didn't. He stopped. He put his face in his hands and held it there. Salazar did not speak. She did not reach for her notebook. She sat across from a man who had carried a coerced vote across 8 years and 2 states and let him sit with the fact that he had finally said it out loud. After a minute, he took his hands away. His eyes were dry. Whatever he felt, he had learned a long time ago to keep it deep. After the verdict, I went home, and I couldn't sleep. For weeks. I kept seeing his face, Cole's. He stood there while the foreman read the word guilty, and he didn't react. He just looked at us. All 12 of us. Not angry, not surprised, like he already knew. Did you think about coming forward? Every day, for 2 years. But who was I going to tell? His voice caught for the first time. Hadley was the foreman. He knew people. I could see that from the way he carried himself, the suits, the office in Century City. He wasn't a regular person who got called for jury duty. He was there for a reason, and I was nobody. A guy from Culver City. I had no idea what I was up against. I just knew I wanted out. So you left. I sold the house, packed what would fit in the car, drove to Arizona, changed my phone number, then changed it again. He looked around the room. I moved to a different state, changed my number twice, and I still check my rearview mirror every time I pull out of the driveway, every time a car follows me for more than 2 turns, every time the phone rings from a number I don't recognize. Robert, I need to ask you something. Take your time before you answer. I know what you're going to ask. Will you testify, under oath, in a formal proceeding, about what Carl Hadley said to you in that hallway? Fraser looked at the photograph on the bookshelf. The woman and the 2 children. It was the only object in the room that had been dusted recently. Everything else carried the faint gray film of a man who had stopped caring about surfaces. But the photograph was clean. Marcus Cole's execution is scheduled for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, Salazar said. His attorney has filed a habeas petition. It was denied on procedural grounds. He is preparing an amended petition with new evidence. Your testimony is that evidence. Without it, a man who was convicted by a jury that was coerced into a verdict will be executed by the state of California in 13 hours. I know, Fraser said. You think I don't know? I've known since the day we delivered that verdict. I just didn't think anyone would ever come and ask. He looked at the curtains and the dark street beyond them and the careful, contracted life he had built around the single purpose of not being found. If testifying is what it takes to stop living like this, he said, then I'll testify. Salazar wrote the statement by hand at Fraser's kitchen table. 3 pages. She read each sentence back to him and he confirmed the words. He signed at the bottom of every page with a pen she gave him because he did not have one that worked. She photographed each sheet with her phone. 3 images. 3 pages of a man's handwriting describing the worst decision he had ever made and the threat that caused him to make it. It was 9:37. Cole's execution was in 11 hours and 23 minutes. She told Fraser that Cole's attorney would need to contact him, probably tonight. Fraser gave her his current phone number. It was the first time he had given that number to anyone connected to the trial. Stay reachable, she said. Don't turn off your phone. I haven't turned it off in 8 years, he said. She stood, and he walked her to the door. He opened it, and the dry desert air came in, warm and still. Detective, he said. She turned. Is Doreen safe? Really safe? I have someone checking on her. He nodded. He stood in the doorway of his small stucco house under the porch light, and he looked like a man who had just handed over the heaviest thing he owned. Salazar called Okafor from the rental car in the driveway. The sky above Scottsdale was clear and full of stars in a way that Los Angeles never allowed. Okafor answered on the first ring. Tell me, he said. I have him. Robert Fraser, juror number 6. Full signed statement. 3 pages. Hadley approached him during a break and told him directly how to vote. When Fraser resisted, Hadley said, people who make this difficult have difficult lives afterward. Fraser voted guilty under duress. He will testify under oath. Okafor did not speak for several seconds. She heard him breathing on the other end. Direct evidence of jury tampering, he said. Not inference. Not circumstantial pattern. Not phone records. A juror who will swear that the foreman threatened him into a guilty vote in a capital case. That's what I have. Send me the photographs. Every page. Right now. I need them in the amended petition tonight. Thomas, the judge already denied you once. She denied me because I had circumstantial evidence and 10-year-old testimony. I now have a juror who will testify that he was coerced into a death verdict by a foreman who was receiving calls from an outside party during the trial. That is a fundamentally different petition. That changes the legal standard. Yamada knows the difference between pattern evidence and direct testimony. And if she denies it again, then I file with the Ninth Circuit at midnight, and we fight it until 9 in the morning. His voice was steady, but the edges were sharp. Send me the pages. I will have the amended petition filed before the court closes. Salazar sent the photographs one at a time. 3 images. She watched each one upload and waited for the delivery confirmation. Then she sat in the rental car and looked at the time on her phone. 9:51. The flight back to Burbank left at 11:10. She would land at midnight Pacific time. Cole's execution was in 11 hours and 9 minutes. She started the engine and pulled out of the driveway. Fraser's porch light went off behind her. The street was empty and dark, and the desert pressed in from every direction. Her phone buzzed on the passenger seat. Okafor. "I have the pages," he said. "Elena, this is what we needed." She turned south toward the airport. Somewhere in San Quentin, Marcus Cole was in a cell the size of a parking space. Counting hours he did not know had just changed. A man in Arizona had signed 3 pages. A lawyer in Los Angeles was building a filing around them. And a detective was driving through the desert toward an 11:10 flight because 13 hours was not enough time to waste a single one of them. Salazar merged onto the 101 and pressed the accelerator down. Chapter 25. Whitmore. Salazar parked at Hollywood Division at 12:47. The flight from Phoenix had landed 40 minutes earlier, and she had driven straight from Burbank without stopping. The station was quiet. Overnight watch. A desk sergeant she did not recognize sat behind the glass partition on the ground floor, reading something on his phone. He buzzed her through without looking up. She went upstairs to homicide. The bullpen was empty. Her desk lamp was angled over a clean surface because Marcos had straightened up before leaving. His side was the way it always was. Neat, squared, nothing personal, except a framed photograph of a boat that may not have been his. She set her notebook down and looked at the evidence board on the far wall. Whitmore's crime scene photos, Cole's booking photo, the juror grid she had built over 12 days, names and numbers and lines drawn between them, connecting everything to Carl Hadley and to Warren Lusk. 13 days. She had traced the conspiracy from the jury room to a parking lot to a phone line registered to Lusk Development Group. She had documented the sealed complaint, the suppression, the dead jurors, the threatened jurors, the fled jurors. She had Fraser's testimony. Okafor was building the amended petition around it right now. But the case on that board was a homicide. Patricia Whitmore, juror number 7, found dead on her hallway floor in Pasadena on a Tuesday morning with her reading glasses still on the nightstand and a book she never finished. In 13 days of pulling at the Cole conspiracy, Salazar had not answered the question that every homicide detective must answer. What happened? Not what made Whitmore a target in the abstract. What happened in the specific weeks before she died that turned a 62-year-old retired schoolteacher into a body on a floor? She went downstairs to the property room. The overnight clerk pulled the Whitmore boxes without conversation. 2 banker's boxes, sealed with red evidence tape, case number on the labels. Salazar signed the chain of custody log and carried them upstairs. She had been through these boxes twice. On day 2, looking for connections to the Cole trial. On day 8, looking for personal correspondence when she found the Reyes letter in a bundle of mail. Both times she had been looking for something specific. Tonight, she was looking for the thing she did not yet know existed. She opened the second box. the supplemental collection from Whitmore's study, the small second bedroom she had used as a reading room, utility bills in one evidence bag, bank statements in another, insurance documents, medical records, and a clear bag labeled Desk Surface Miscellaneous, containing loose papers the CSI tech had collected from the desktop. Salazar opened the bag and spread the contents on her desk. A grocery list in Whitmore's small, neat handwriting. Milk, bread, lemons, rice. A birthday card, blank, unsealed, with an envelope addressed to someone named Ellen. 2 crossword puzzles torn from the newspaper, one completed and one half-finished. A receipt from Vroman's bookstore on Colorado Boulevard dated January. And underneath the crossword puzzles, a printout. 3 pages stapled in the upper left corner. The first page was a Los Angeles Times article printed from the newspaper's website. The URL ran across the bottom in small gray type. The headline read, "California Sets Execution Date for Marcus Cole." The article was dated March 15th. Salazar read it. Staff report, 6 paragraphs. Marcus Cole, convicted of first-degree murder in 2016, had exhausted his appeals. Final petition denied by the California Supreme Court. Governor's office confirmed no clemency review was pending. Execution scheduled for San Quentin State Prison. Lethal injection. The article included a photograph. Cole at the time of his arrest, 10 years younger than the man she had sat across from at San Quentin on day 3. He was looking directly at the camera, not defiant, not resigned, present. The second page continued the article with a case summary sidebar. Bartender Ryan Anderson found dead in his Silver Lake apartment. Marcus Cole arrested 9 days later. Trial lasted 3 weeks. Jury deliberated. Death verdict. The third page was different. A separate printout from the California Department of Corrections website. Inmate information page for Marcus Deshawn Cole. Booking photo, CDCR number, housing assignment, projected execution date. Whitmore had looked him up after reading the article. She had gone searching for him. Salazar set the pages down and pulled a small spiral-bound planner from the evidence box. She had flipped through it on day 2 without examining it closely. Library dates. Coffee with Darlene. Dentist. The ordinary appointments of an ordinary life. She turned to March. On the 16th, the day after the article, Whitmore had written a single entry in capital letters. Cole. Nothing else on the page. No phone number. No time. Just the name, written hard. The ballpoint had pressed through to the page behind it. Salazar set the planner next to the article and opened the case binder on her desk. Inside was the carrier records package she had received on day 3, Whitmore's phone activity for the 30 days before her death. She had reviewed it then, focused on the final week, looking for calls from unknown numbers that might indicate surveillance or a threat. She had found nothing unusual. Gauge, pharmacy, library, church office, the quiet traffic of a quiet life. She had not looked carefully at mid-March. She turned to March 16th and scanned the outgoing calls. 3 that day. Darlene Gage at 9:14 a.m., 4 minutes. A pharmacy at 11:22 a.m., 2 minutes. And at 2:47 p.m., a call to a 243 number. 1 minute and 14 seconds. Salazar knew the number. She had dialed it herself a dozen times over the past 2 weeks. Thomas Okafor's office, Capitol Defense Unit, Los Angeles County Public Defender. 1 minute and 14 seconds. Long enough to leave a voicemail, too short for a conversation. She picked up her phone and called Okafor. He answered on the second ring. His voice was stripped bare. He had been writing for hours. "Filing in 90 minutes," he said. "Yamada's clerk confirmed she'll receive emergency filings until 4. "Thomas, check your office voicemail system. March 16th. A call at 2:47 p.m. "March 16th, he said. "That's 3 weeks before she died." "Patricia Whitmore called your office on March 16th. 1 minute 14 seconds. I'm looking at her carrier records." She heard a chair push back. Footsteps. A door. He was at the office on West Temple, where he had been all night working the amended petition. She waited. 5 minutes. Then his voice again, and something had changed in it. "There's a voicemail," he said. "March 16th, 2:47 p.m. The caller identifies herself as Patricia Whitmore. She says she was a juror on the Cole trial. She says she has information about what happened during deliberations. She says she has a letter." He paused. She asks someone to call her back. "Did anyone call her back?" "The message was logged by my paralegal on March 17th, marked as received. There is no follow-up note, no return call in the log. She handles intake on 30 active capital cases. She logged the message and moved on." "So nobody called Whitmore back?" "I am hearing this woman's voice for the first time right now. She called my office for help 3 weeks before someone killed her, and nobody returned the call." Salazar did not say that returning the call might have gotten Whitmore killed faster rather than saving her. That thought was not useful to either of them. "The letter she mentions is the Reyes letter," Salazar said. "I found it in her property evidence on day 8. Victor Reyes wrote to her in 2019, a week before he died. Named Hadley. Said Hadley told him to keep quiet about what he saw in deliberations. She kept that letter for 5 years. She kept it for 5 years. Then she saw Marcus Cole's face in the Times, read that his execution was scheduled, printed the article, printed his CDCR record, wrote his name on her calendar, and the next day she called your office." Okafor was quiet. She heard the hum of his office, the fluorescent buzz of a room that had been occupied too long. "Thomas, I need to keep working. File the petition." "I will." She hung up. Salazar sat in the quiet bullpen with the desk lamp making a circle of light on the evidence. She picked up the carrier records and turned past the Okafor call. March 17th forward. If Whitmore had called Cole's attorney and gotten no response, she would not have stopped. Salazar was certain of this. The woman who printed the article looked up the inmate record, wrote the name on her calendar in capital letters, and picked up the phone was not a woman who made one call and waited forever. She scanned the outgoing calls day by day. March 17th, Darlene Gage. Pharmacy. March 18th, Library. Church office. March 19th. Nothing outgoing. March 20th. Darlene Gage. The pattern continued. Gage. Pharmacy. Library. The ordinary calls of an ordinary life moving forward while a decision hardened underneath it. Whitmore was waiting for a callback that never came, and at some point she stopped waiting. March became April. April 1st, Gage, Library, April 2nd, Pharmacy, April 3, Gage, Library. A 626 number Salazar did not recognize. April 4th, at 7:42 p.m., an outgoing call to a 310 number, 4 minutes and 11 seconds. Salazar looked at the number. She opened her notebook to the page from day 10 where she had written Hadley's cell phone number and circled it. The numbers matched. Patricia Whitmore had called Carl Hadley at 7:42 p.m. on April 4th, 2 days before she was killed. Salazar put the pen down. She looked at the carrier records and the notebook and the article and the planner spread across her desk under the lamplight. The chain laid out in paper and ink. She could see it now, all of it. Patricia Whitmore on an evening in March, 62 years old, retired, alone in the house on Marengo Avenue where she had lived for 35 years, reading the newspaper the way she read everything, carefully, beginning to end, coming to the article about Marcus Cole. She would have recognized the name immediately. 10 years was a long time, but a death verdict was not something you forgot. She would have read the article and looked at his photograph and felt whatever she had been keeping in the same drawer as the Reyes letter rise up through 5 years of silence. She would have gone to her study. The small second bedroom with the desk and the bookshelf and the reading lamp. She would have opened the drawer and taken out the letter and read it again. Victor Reyes in his own handwriting on lined paper, describing how the foreman told him to keep quiet. Reyes saying he planned to contact a lawyer. Reyes not knowing that a week after mailing this letter he would drive off a road in Malibu and never speak to anyone about anything again. Whitmore had received that letter and kept it and done nothing, not because she was indifferent, because the institutions that were supposed to act had already failed. Okafor's original complaint had been sealed and stolen. Doreen Wyatt's State Bar letter had been acknowledged and lost. The system had made it clear that this was not a matter anyone intended to revisit. And Whitmore was a schoolteacher, not a lawyer, not a detective, not someone who fought systems for a living. She graded papers and walked to the library and read Agatha Christie before bed. She kept the letter because throwing it away felt wrong, and acting on it felt impossible. For 5 years, that was enough. Then the execution date changed the arithmetic. Reading about a wrongful conviction was one thing. Knowing that the man was going to die on a specific date made it something else. Marcus Cole was going to be executed by the state of California, and Patricia Whitmore had a letter in her desk that said the foreman of his jury was instructed to stay silent about what he knew. She printed the article. She printed his inmate record. She wrote his name on her calendar. She called Cole's attorney and left a voicemail that said she had a letter and asked someone to please call her back. Nobody called. 3 weeks passed. The execution date moved closer. The phone did not ring. And at some point, Patricia Whitmore, who had spent 30 years teaching English at John Muir High School and 35 years living in the same house on the same street in Pasadena, decided that if the system would not respond to a polite voicemail, she would go to the source. She called Carl Hadley. 4 minutes and 11 seconds. Whatever she said to him, whether she was confronting him or warning him or demanding an explanation for what Reyes wrote in that letter, she told him enough. She told him she had evidence. She told him she was trying to reach Cole's attorney. She told him she was done staying quiet. And Hadley, who had spent 10 years maintaining the architecture of a rigged verdict, who had received phone calls from Warren Lusk during trial recesses and made phone calls afterward to keep jurors in line, who had watched Whitmore and Reyes die or be silenced whenever the structure was threatened, would have recognized the call for exactly what it was. A breach. 2 days later, someone forced open the back door of Patricia Whitmore's house at 11 o'clock at night. She got out of bed without her reading glasses and walked down the hallway toward the noise. She never made it to the kitchen. Salazar pulled a fresh legal pad from her drawer. She needed Hadley's phone records for the hours after that April 4th call. If Whitmore called Hadley at 7:42 p.m. and Hadley called Lusk afterward, the chain would be complete. Article to letter to voicemail to phone call to murder, every link documented. She had Hadley's records through December 2016 from the trial period subpoena. She did not have his current records. That required a new order. Different time period, same target, same judicial authorization framework. She began writing the supplemental. Emergency basis. Connection to active homicide investigation. Case number 2026 H0114. Carl Hadley's cellular records, April 1st through April 8th. Basis: the target received a documented phone call from the homicide victim 2 days before the estimated time of death. Investigation requires records of the target's outgoing calls in the hours following this contact. The station was silent around her. The overnight sergeant downstairs. The empty desks. The evidence board on the far wall with its photographs and lines and the name Whitmore at the center. She would be at Gould's door at 7. The records would be in her hands before noon. And then she would know who Carl Hadley called after Patricia Whitmore told him the silence was over. Somewhere in San Quentin, Marcus Cole was in a cell the size of a parking space. 6 hours from an execution that depended on what a judge decided when she arrived at her chambers. Somewhere on West Temple, Thomas Okafor was assembling the last pages of a petition built on 10 years of refusal to stop fighting. And on Salazar's desk, spread across the lamplight, the evidence of what happened to a woman who saw a photograph in the newspaper and decided that 5 years of keeping a dead man's letter in a drawer was long enough. She called for help. Nobody answered. She called the man she was afraid of. And 2 days later she was dead because the system that was supposed to protect people who come forward had never, not once in 10 years, done a single thing to justify that trust. Salazar finished the supplemental and set her pen down and looked at the clock on the bullpen wall. 2:17. She had 4 hours and 43 minutes until Gould arrived. She could not sleep and did not try. She opened her notebook to a blank page and began writing the timeline. Not the investigation timeline. Patricia Whitmore's timeline. March 15th, reads article. March 16th, writes Cole on calendar, calls Okafor. 3 weeks of silence. April 4th, calls Hadley. April 6th, killed. April 8th, found. The life of a woman compressed into 24 days between a newspaper article and a hallway floor. She had done the right thing. It had taken her 5 years to do it, and the doing of it killed her. Salazar set the notebook down and pulled the carrier records back across the desk. April 4th. 1 outgoing call to Hadley at 7:42 p.m. 4 minutes and 11 seconds. Then nothing else outgoing that night. Whatever Whitmore said to Hadley, she said it and hung up and went back to her life. Made dinner or read her book or sat in the house on Marengo Avenue and waited for whatever came next. What came next was on Hadley's phone, not hers. She needed to know what Hadley did at 7:47, what calls he made at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock or midnight, who he reached for in the hours after a retired schoolteacher told him the silence was over. The supplemental was written. Gould would sign it at 7. The carrier would expedite on emergency basis. By noon, she would have the other side of the chain. Salazar looked at the clock. 2:23. She had 4 hours and 37 minutes. She picked up the evidence bag containing the Reyes letter and held it under the lamp. Victor Reyes' handwriting on lined paper. A dead man reaching across 5 years to another dead woman who had tried to finish what he started. 2 people who decided to speak, both of them in the ground. She set the letter down and opened the case binder to the forensics section. There was still work to do before morning. Chapter 26. Surveillance. Gould came through the bullpen door at 6:51. Salazar was at her desk. She had been there for 6 hours. She stood and met him before he reached his office. He looked at her face and then at the pages in her hand. "You've been here all night," he said. "I need you to sign this." He took the supplemental and read it standing in the hallway with his jacket still on. 3 pages. Emergency basis. Carl Hadley's cellular records, April 1st through April 8th. Basis. Documented phone call from the homicide victim to the target 2 days before the estimated time of death. Connection to active homicide investigation. Case number 2026 HA0214. Gould read it twice. He turned to the second page and read the supporting paragraph where Salazar had laid out the discovery from the overnight work. Patricia Whitmore's carrier records showing an outgoing call to Hadley's cell phone on April 4th at 7:42 p.m. 4 minutes and 11 seconds, 51 hours before the estimated time of death. "She called him," Gould said. 2 days before she died. "And you need to know who he called after." "Yes." Gould walked into his office and sat down. He took a pen from the cup on his desk and signed the supplemental without looking up again. He held the pages out to her. "Judge Morrison is duty this morning. He starts at 7:30. Get this stamped and call me when the records come." Salazar took the pages and went downstairs. She was at the Superior Court clerk's window at 7:22. Judge Morrison's clerk stamped the emergency order at 7:38. The carrier received the faxed request at 7:51 and confirmed expedited processing. Same carrier, same emergency framework, same case number as the trial period records she had pulled 12 days earlier. They knew the procedure. She drove back to Hollywood Division through morning traffic on the 101. The freeway was heavy northbound with Monday commuters. She took the Cahuenga exit and was at her desk by 8. The evidence was laid out where she had left it. Whitmore's carrier records. The spiral-bound planner with Cole written in capital letters. The Reyes letter in its evidence bag. The 3-page LA Times printout with the URL running along the bottom in gray type. And the timeline she had written at 2 in the morning on a yellow legal pad. Each line a link in the chain that ran from a newspaper article to a hallway floor in Pasadena. She had called Okafor at 3:40. He confirmed the amended habeas petition was filed. Frazier's sworn testimony was the centerpiece. Direct evidence of jury coercion in a capital case. The legal standard had shifted. Whether it shifted enough and whether it arrived in time was not her decision. Cole's execution was scheduled for 9. She looked at the clock on the bullpen wall. 8:04. 56 minutes. At San Quentin, the preparation would have begun before dawn. Medical team assembled. Witnesses escorted to the viewing room. Cole moved from his cell to the holding area adjacent to the chamber. Or a judge in Los Angeles had read the amended petition and stopped the process with a phone call. Salazar did not know which. She had not called Okafor because there was nothing she could add and nothing he could add. Their investigations ran parallel and would converge when the evidence converged. She was a homicide detective, sitting at her desk, waiting for a carrier to deliver the records that would tell her what Carl Hadley did 12 minutes after a dead woman told him the silence was over. The bullpen filled around her. Monday morning. Detectives arriving with coffee and case binders. The overnight sergeant handing off the desk log at the front counter. Phones starting to ring. The ordinary sounds of a building that did not know or care what was happening 6 hours north of it. Marcos came in at 8:15. He was carrying his field bag over one shoulder and a manila folder she had not seen before. He set the folder on his desk and sat down without removing his jacket. "Supplemental signed," he said. "Carrier's processing. Should be a couple of hours." He nodded. He opened the folder and began reading something inside it, turning pages slowly. Salazar watched him read the way she had watched him read 100 documents over 2 years of partnership. Slowly. Completely. Twice when it mattered. He would tell her what was in the folder when the evidence was organized. That was how he worked. She went to the break room and filled a cup from the machine. The coffee was old and had the burnt taste of a pot that had been sitting on the element since the overnight shift brooded at 4 in the morning. She drank it standing at the counter and looked at the window above the sink, morning light coming through the blinds in slats across the linoleum. She had not been outside since driving back from Burbank 13 hours ago. She had not eaten since a sandwich at the Phoenix airport. She finished the coffee and went back to her desk. At 9 o'clock, she looked at the clock. She held the look for 3 seconds. Then she pulled Whitmore's carrier records back across the desk and began reading them for the 4th time. The outgoing calls for March and April, gauge, pharmacy, library, church office. The quiet traffic of a quiet life moving forward while a decision hardened underneath it. 3 weeks between the unreturned voicemail to Okafor and the call to Hadley that killed her. 21 days of ordinary phone calls while Patricia Whitmore decided that if the system would not respond to a polite message, she would go to the source. At 9 o'clock, she looked at the clock again. 9. The hour printed on the execution order. She picked up her phone and checked for messages from Okafor. Nothing, since the 3:40 text confirming the petition was filed. The amended petition was with Judge Yamada. Frazier's testimony was in it. Everything Salazar had gathered in 13 days was in the legal record now, being weighed by a judge she had never met in chambers she had never entered. She set the phone down. If the stay was granted, Okafor would call. If it was not granted, Okafor would call. Either way, she could not affect it from a desk at Hollywood Division. What she could affect was the carrier records that were somewhere between a cell tower database and her desk. She went back to Whitmore's phone log and read the April entries for the 5th time. The records arrived at 10:14. A courier from the carrier's compliance office. Salazar signed the chain of custody receipt at the front desk and carried the envelope upstairs. She sat down and opened it and pulled out the pages and squared them on the surface the way she squared every document before she read it. Cover sheet with the compliance stamp and case number. 47 pages of Carl Hadley's cellular activity for the first 8 days of April. Every incoming call, every outgoing call, every tower ping. The electronic record of a man's movements and communications in the days surrounding a murder. She turned to April 4th. The records were formatted in columns: date, time, direction, number, duration, tower ID. She ran her finger down the entries. Hadley made 4 outgoing calls before Whitmore's call. 2 to numbers she would need to trace. 1 to a 310 number registered to Hadley Commercial Partners. 1 to a 213 number, all before noon. Business hours, business calls, nothing in the afternoon. A quiet day winding down. At 7:42 p.m., incoming. The number matched Patricia Whitmore's landline from the carrier records Salazar had been reading all night. 4 minutes and 11 seconds. Tower ID placed Hadley in the Brentwood area, at home or near it. She already knew this call existed. She had found it from Whitmore's side. Now she was seeing it from Hadley's side. The same 4 minutes, the same 11 seconds. What mattered was what came after. 7:42 p.m. Call connects. 7:46 p.m. Call ends. She moved her finger down the page. 7:58 p.m. Outgoing, a 310 number. 3 minutes and 44 seconds. Salazar looked at the number. She opened the case binder to the trial period records she had received on day 10. The 4 calls from Lusk Development Group to Hadley during the Cole trial in November 2016. She found the number on the first page of the carrier's summary sheet. It matched. 12 minutes after Patricia Whitmore hung up, Carl Hadley called the number registered to Lusk Development Group. 3 minutes and 44 seconds, the same number that had called him 4 times during jury deliberations. The number that appeared when the trial started and vanished when the verdict was delivered. It appeared again on the night a retired school teacher told the foreman she was done being quiet. Salazar set the pen down. She looked at the 2 sets of records on her desk. Whitmore's April activity on the left, Hadley's April activity on the right, the 12-minute gap between them. She scanned forward. After the 7:58 p.m. call to Lusk, Hadley made no more calls that night. She checked April 5, 2 business calls in the morning. Nothing to the Lusk number. April 6th, 1 call to his firm at 11:47 a.m. Nothing else. Nothing that night. The night Patricia Whitmore walked down her hallway and did not come back. Whatever needed to happen after Hadley's 3-minute call, it happened without further communication. 1 call was sufficient. The instruction was understood. The apparatus that had killed Ryan Anderson in 2016 and driven Victor Reyes off a road in 2019 required only 3 minutes and 44 seconds to activate again. She pulled a fresh legal pad from the drawer and wrote the full chain. March 15th, Whitmore reads LA Times article. Prints it. Prints Cole's CDCR record. March 16th, writes Cole on calendar, calls Okafor. Voicemail. No callback. 3 weeks of silence. April 4th, 7:42 p.m., Whitmore calls Hadley, foreman 11 Secure. April 4th, 7:58 p.m., Hadley calls Lusk Development Group, 3 44 Secure. April 6th, approx 11 p.m., Whitmore killed. April 8th, 5:52 a.m., body discovered. Every link documented. Every timestamp on paper. The chain ran from a newspaper article through a dead man's letter through an unreturned voicemail through 2 phone calls to a body on a hallway floor. 24 days from the first link to the last. 51 hours from the call that triggered the killing to the killing itself. Marcos. He looked up from the folder. Salazar pushed the carrier records across the gap between their desks. She pointed to the April 4th entries and set the trial period records beside them with the Lusk Development Group number circled. She did not explain. She let him read. Marcos picked up both pages. He compared the numbers. He set them down and looked at the timeline on the legal pad. He read that too. Whitmore calls Hadley at 7:42, he said. Hadley calls Lusk 12 minutes later. 3 minutes and 44 seconds. And she's dead 2 days after that. 51 hours. Marcos was quiet. He looked at the pages spread between their desks, not reading them again, processing what the numbers meant when you arranged them in sequence and followed them from one end to the other. "Whitmore calls Hadley," he said. "Tells him she has the letter. She's been trying to reach Cole's attorney. She's done staying quiet." He was not asking Salazar to confirm. He was reading the chain the way a detective reads a chain, following the evidence from one page to the next. Hadley hangs up, sits in his house for 12 minutes, picks up the phone and calls the same number that called him during the trial. 3 minutes. And after that, he's done. Nothing else to Lusk. Nothing the next day. Nothing the night she dies. Because one call was enough. "That's not a jury case anymore," Marcos said. "That's our murder." He said it the way he said everything. Without emphasis. Without performance. The weight was in the evidence, not the delivery. He was not making a declaration about what he believed. He was stating what the record showed. The homicide he had been assigned on a Tuesday morning 13 days ago had never been a burglary gone wrong. The phone chain connected it to the same entity whose number appeared during jury deliberations in a rigged capital trial. His case and Salazar's case had been the same case from the beginning. The evidence had simply taken 13 days to prove it. He reached for the manila folder on his desk. "I need to show you something," he said. He laid 3 documents between them. The first was a crime lab report. Shoe impression analysis. Item WH029 from the Whitmore evidence log. The partial impression recovered from the soil adjacent to the rear path on day 1. Salazar had requested tread analysis as part of standard forensic processing. She had not followed up because the investigation had moved from physical evidence to phone records and juror interviews in the days that followed. Marcos had followed up. The lab had corrected the initial field estimation. The impression was not from an athletic shoe. It was from a tactical boot. Manufacturer, Danner. Model, Tachyon 8-inch, black. Size 11. A law enforcement and military boot sold through professional supply channels and authorized dealers. Not available at retail sporting goods stores. Tread analysis came back Saturday, Marcos said. I ran the manufacturer's distribution records for Southern California. 14 authorized dealers. 3 of them supply corporate security companies on contract. He turned to the second document. A purchase order dated September 2025. Customer, Citadel Executive Protection. 12 pairs of Danner Tachyon boots, sizes 9 through 12. Standard issue for executive protection consultants. The dealer's invoice matched one of the 3 suppliers Marcos had identified through the manufacturer. The third document was a cellular tower analysis. Marcos had pulled it under the same homicide investigation framework. Daniel Kelso's cellular provider. Tower records for the night of April 6th. Salazar could see the case number and the emergency authorization stamp across the top of the page. Kelso's phone pinged a towers on Fair Oaks Avenue in Pasadena at 10:47 p.m. on April 6th, Marcos said. That tower covers Marengo Avenue, 2 blocks east, 13 minutes before the neighbor heard the noise she described as a bang. Salazar looked at the 3 pages beside the phone records. Boot print, purchase order, cell tower, ping. Each one a link in a separate chain that ran through different evidence and different databases and arrived at the same name. Daniel Kelso, age 38, former Marine, executive protection consultant employed by Citadel Executive Protection, which provided security services to Warren Lusk's properties and developments. Marcos had been building this in parallel. While Salazar was in Phoenix taking Fraser's statement, While she was sitting at this desk at 2 in the morning reconstructing Whitmore's timeline from voicemails and carrier records, Marcos had been running tread patterns through manufacturer databases and pulling cell tower records on a man whose name appeared on a roster they had received 4 days earlier. 2 detectives, 2 paths, the same destination. He could have filed the lab report in the case binder and routed the purchase order through Gould. He could have entered the cell tower analysis into the case management system and let the chain of command decide what to do with evidence that connected a developer's security contractor to their crime scene. That was procedure. That was what the department expected. And he knew what the department did with evidence that pointed toward people it did not want to investigate. He had watched it happen before. He put it on Salazar's desk. "We need Gould," Marcos said. "Kelso first, then Hadley. The phone chain gives us the motive and the communication. The boot print puts someone at the scene. The cell tower puts that someone in Pasadena 13 minutes before the estimated time of entry. Kelso is the hands. Hadley is the relay. Lusk picked up the phone at 7:58. "Kelso's address is in Burbank," Salazar said. 20 minutes from here. She gathered the pages from both desks into a single stack. Hadley's carrier records, the Whitmore timeline, the tread analysis, the Citadel purchase order, the cell tower report. She squared them and stood. She had not heard from Okafor. She did not know whether Marcus Cole was alive, or whether the word stay had been spoken in a courtroom, or whether the machinery at San Quentin had ground forward to its conclusion. She knew what was in the pages in her hands. 2 phone calls and a boot print, and a man in Burbank who had been in Pasadena on the night Patricia Whitmore walked down her hallway for the last time. "Gould's office," she said. "Then Burbank." Marcos was already standing. Chapter 27. The Commissioner. Gould was at his desk. Salazar knocked twice and entered without waiting. She laid the pages between his coffee cup and his keyboard, Hadley's April carrier records on the left, the crime lab tread analysis, and Citadel purchase order in the center. Kelso's cell tower report on the right. 3 separate evidence chains that ran through different databases and different investigative paths and arrived at the same place. Marcos stood by the door. Gould read. He started with the phone records because the phone records were where the case changed. He turned pages slowly. When he reached the April 4th sequence, he set the page flat and placed his index finger on the 7:58 p.m. entry. 12 minutes, he said. 12 minutes after Whitmore hung up. Same number from the trial. Lusk Development Group. Gould moved to the tread analysis. He read the lab correction from athletic shoe to tactical boot. He read the manufacturer identification. Danner Tachyon, 8-inch, size 11. He read the purchase order from Citadel Executive Protection dated September 2025 and the employee roster that had arrived under his own subpoena 4 days earlier. Then he read the cell tower report. "Fair Oaks Avenue," he said. 2 blocks from Marengo. 13 minutes before the neighbor heard the noise. "And this Kelso works for Lusk's security company." Citadel Executive Protection. 7 contracts with Lusk Properties. Kelso was hired in 2020. Former Marine. Current address is in Burbank. Gould set the pages down and looked at the window behind his desk. Morning light came through the blinds and cut across the evidence in bars. He was not looking at the light. He was looking at what was in front of him and what it would cost to act on it. "You're going to tell me you want a warrant for Kelso," he said. Murder. Patricia Whitmore. Boot print. Cell tower. Employer connection to the victim's phone contact. The supplemental is written. And Hadley. Material witness. The phone chain puts him between Whitmore and Lusk on the night the killing was authorized. We bring him in on the homicide, not the trial. Gould picked up a pen and held it above the supplemental without signing. He had been running Hollywood Homicide for 6 years. He knew what happened to cases that touched developers who golfed with city council members. He knew what happened to the detectives who worked them. He also knew what happened to cases where detectives brought him evidence this clean, and he chose not to act. He signed both pages and slid them across the desk. Judge Morrison is still on duty rotation. Get the warrant stamped. Bring Kelso in clean and bring Hadley in quiet. No press, no calls to anyone outside this building until both of them are in interview rooms. Salazar took the pages. Marcos opened the door. Salazar. She turned. The phone chain and the boot print. That's enough for Kelso. What you're building behind it, the developer, the jury, the trial, that has to hold on its own. You understand what I'm saying? I understand. Good, go. The warrant took 40 minutes. Judge Morrison reviewed the supplemental in chambers and signed at 11:08. The clerk stamped it and handed the copies to Marcos while Salazar called Hollywood Division to confirm a patrol unit would meet them in Burbank as backup. She had time before they would drive north. She sat in the car in the courthouse lot and opened her laptop on the steering wheel. The Lusk Tower development was filed as case number DIR 2014-3127 SPR. Site plan review, height variance, zoning modification. Downtown parcel at the corner of South Grand Avenue and West 7th Street. The filing requested approval for a 23-story mixed-use tower in an area zoned for 12 stories maximum. The height variance alone required a formal commission hearing. She found the hearing date, April 14, 2015. 1 month after Ryan Anderson bartended a private dinner at Warren Lusk's home on Mulholland Drive. 1 month after the conversation in the study that Anderson was not supposed to hear. And 11 days after Anderson was killed in his apartment. The hearing minutes were 12 pages. The applicant was listed as Lusk Tower Holdings, LLC, represented by Brannock Hale and Associates. The request cited economic revitalization, transit proximity, and conformity with the Downtown Design Guide. No environmental impact objections were filed. No community opposition was recorded. No public comment was entered into the hearing minutes. The vote was 4-1. 4 commissioners voted to approve the height variance, the zoning modification, and the site plan review. 1 voted against. The dissenting commissioner's statement was 3 sentences. She noted the height variance exceeded existing corridor guidelines by 11 stories and questioned whether the applicant had demonstrated sufficient public benefit to justify the exception. Her objection was recorded, overruled, and buried on page 9 of the minutes. She pulled the roster for April 2015. 5 commissioners seated. The approving votes were listed by name. She wrote them on her legal pad and ran each one through property and employment records on her laptop. 3 were still active in public life. 1 had left the commission in 2018 for private consulting. The 5th, the commissioner who had moved the approval motion and cast the deciding vote on the height variance, had retired from the commission in January 2017 with a full city pension. She searched his name through Los Angeles County and Riverside County property records. He had owned a house in Encino during his commission service. Assessed value in 2015, $460,000. Standard for a public official in the San Fernando Valley. In March 2017, 2 months after his retirement, he purchased a property in Palm Springs. Single-family residence on a half-acre lot in the Indian Wells area. Purchase price: $1.4 million. The deed was recorded clean. No mortgage. Cash purchase. The title company was Desert Valley Escrow in Palm Desert. Salazar wrote the name down. She looked at the numbers. A city planning commissioner earned a salary of roughly $148,000 per year. The pension, calculated at 70% after 25 years of service, would have paid approximately $100,000 to $3,000 annually. The Encino mortgage still carried a balance of $190,000 at the time of the Palm Springs purchase. Even if he had sold the Encino house at market value and applied the equity, the arithmetic did not reach $1.4 million without help. A man making that salary does not pay cash for a house worth 3 times his total annual income. Not unless someone provided the difference. And the someone who provided it received a 4-to-1 vote that allowed a 12-story zone to become a 23-story tower worth $400 million. She checked the commissioner's current status. He had died in October 2023. Natural causes per the obituary in the Desert Sun. Survived by a wife and 2 adult children. The Palm Springs property had been transferred to a family trust. The trust was still active. The house was still in the family. The money was still spent. Dead. Like Judge Braun, who sealed the complaint and never ruled on it. Like Victor Reyes, who drove off a road in Malibu Canyon. Like Patricia Whitmore, who picked up the phone and called the foreman. Every person who sat at a decision point in the chain that protected Lusk's building was dead, retired, or beyond reach. The ones still alive had been silenced, relocated, or purchased. She turned to the Anderson case timeline in the binder on the passenger seat. Ryan Anderson was killed on April 3, 2015, 11 days before the commission hearing. The only witness who could connect Lusk to a bribery conversation in a private study was dead before the vote was cast. The man convicted of that witness's murder had no connection to Lusk, no connection to real estate, no connection to the Planning Commission. Marcus Cole had been at the apartment to return a power drill. His fingerprint was on a beer bottle because he had drunk a beer there. His phone pinged a tower that covered both his neighborhood and the crime scene because both locations sat within the same coverage radius. The commission hearing proceeded on April 14th. No opposition. No incident. No witness who might have told a reporter or an investigator what he had heard in a private study on Mulholland Drive 33 days earlier. The commissioner cast his deciding vote and continued serving for another 20 months before retiring to the desert with enough cash to buy a house that his career could never have earned. Salazar closed the laptop and set it on the passenger seat. She sat in the courthouse lot with the engine off and the windows down and looked through the windshield at the building across the street. A 10-story office tower with a law firm's name across the top floor in silver letters. Not Brannock Hale. Not connected. Just a building that existed because someone filed paperwork and someone else approved it. That was how buildings got built. Someone filed, someone approved, inspectors inspected, permits were granted. The process was ordinary and visible and documented at every stage, and anyone who wanted to corrupt it only had to reach one person at one stage to bend the entire chain. One commissioner, one vote, one cash purchase in Palm Springs that nobody would notice because nobody was looking. When the approver was paid and the only witness to the payment was killed, the building still got built. It stood the same as any honest building. Glass and steel and tenants and revenue. 23 stories in downtown Los Angeles. It would not come down because the crime that produced it was set in the foundation, and the foundation was already poured, and the people who poured it were collecting rent on every floor. Marcos came out of the courthouse and got in the passenger side. "Warrants confirmed," he said. "Patrol unit will be at the Burbank address in 30 minutes. She started the car. They took the 101 to the 134 and exited at Pass Avenue. Burbank in the late morning was flat and quiet, and 10 degrees warmer than the courthouse lot had been. Auto body shops and apartment buildings and palm trees that had been there longer than the people who lived under them. The address was a 2-story stucco building on Magnolia Boulevard between a nail salon and a laundromat. Beige paint peeling along the roofline. External staircase on the north side. 8 units. Kelso was in 2C. Marcos parked across the street. They sat for 2 minutes and watched the building. No movement on the staircase or the landing. A white pickup truck sat in the side lot with a Citadel Executive Protection decal on the rear window. A gray tabby sat on the ground floor windowsill of Unit 1A and watched them through the glass with the indifference of a creature that had seen everything that happened on this block and cared about none of it. The patrol unit pulled up behind them. 2 officers. Salazar met them at the curb and briefed them in 30 seconds. Suspect was former military. Likely compliant, but trained. Cover exits. "I'll take the stairs," Salazar said. "You and the uniforms cover the side lot in the back." Marcos got out and walked to the south corner of the building without hurry. The 2 patrol officers followed him. Salazar crossed the street and went up the metal staircase. The treads rang under her shoes. She stopped at 2C and knocked 3 times. Footsteps inside. A pause. The door opened. Daniel Kelso was 6 feet tall and broad across the shoulders. Short brown hair, clean-shaven. He wore a gray t-shirt and athletic shorts and stood in the doorway with his hands visible and his eyes on the badge at her belt before they moved to her face. "Daniel Kelso," she said. "Yes." "Detective Salazar, LAPD Homicide, Hollywood Division. I have a warrant for your arrest in connection with the murder of Patricia Whitmore." He did not step back. He did not close the door. He stood in the frame and looked at her with an expression she had seen on men who had been trained to manage what came at them. Not panic, not surprise. Calculation. He was measuring the door frame and the staircase and the white truck in the lot below and the distance between all 3. The calculation lasted 4 seconds. Then his shoulders dropped and his hands moved to his sides with the palms out. "I want a lawyer," he said. "You'll get one. Turn around." He turned. Salazar cuffed him and walked him down the stairs. Kelso moved the way former military moved in custody. Contained, no resistance, no words. He sat in the back of the car and looked straight ahead while Marcos pulled onto Magnolia heading south toward the 134. They booked Kelso at Hollywood Division at 12:15. He repeated his request for an attorney and said nothing else. His personal effects included a wallet, a cell phone, a set of keys, and a Citadel Executive Protection employee ID card with his photograph and a 6-digit badge number. No weapons on his person. The apartment search under the warrant would follow. The booking sergeant processed the intake in 9 minutes. Kelso answered the standard questions in the same flat tone. Name. Date of birth. Address. Emergency contact. None listed. When asked his occupation, he said security consultant and left it at that. Salazar left Kelso in the holding area and went to her desk. 14 days of paper spread across both surfaces, hers and Marcos's. phone records and property logs and juror statements and tread analysis and corporate filings and carrier records that told the story of a man who bribed a commissioner, killed a witness, rigged a jury, sealed a complaint, and built a $400 million tower on top of all of it. Kelso was the hands. Hadley was the relay. Lusk was the money. And the commissioner was the reason. A 4-to-1 vote on a height variance that turned a 12-story zone into a 23-story monument to what happened when nobody stopped it. She checked her phone. No messages from Okafor. No calls from San Quentin. No word from any court. The execution had been scheduled for 9 that morning. It was past noon. 3 hours of silence. 3 hours in which Marcus Cole was either alive because a judge had intervened or dead because the system had finished what it started 10 years ago. She set the phone face down on the desk. Marcos sat down and pulled a single sheet from the folder he had been carrying since Saturday. A corporate filing. Citadel Executive Protection, LLC. Registered agent, Brannock Hale and Associates. The same law firm that booked the catering for Lusk's Mulholland dinner. The same firm listed as registered agent for Lusk Tower Holdings, Lusk Commercial Partners, and every other entity in Lusk's corporate structure. One law firm connected every piece. Brannock Hale is the thread, Marcos said. The party, the security company, the building. If someone at that firm coordinated Kelso's involvement, we have a direct line from Lusk's organization to Whitmore's front door. We need Hadley to confirm the chain. He'll lawyer up. He will. But the lawyer he picks will tell us something. Marcos looked at her and waited. If Hadley calls his own firm's attorney or a criminal defense specialist, he's protecting himself. If he calls Brannock Hale, he's protecting the structure, and the structure is Lusk. Salazar's phone buzzed. She looked at the screen. Gould. Hadley's here, he said. Came in voluntarily. His attorney arrived with him. Who's the attorney? Brannock Hale and Associates. Salazar looked at Marcos. He had heard it. The law firm that connected the dinner party to the security company to the building to every Lusk entity in the state of California had just walked into Hollywood Division to represent the man who made a phone call 12 minutes after a dead woman told him the silence was over. She gathered the phone records, the Citadel corporate filing, the commissioner's property records, the boot print analysis, the cell tower report, and Fraser's 3-page handwritten statement from a kitchen table in Scottsdale. She squared the stack and stood. She had not heard from Okafor. She did not know whether Marcus Cole was alive. She knew what was in the pages in her hands and who was sitting in interview 2 waiting for her to walk through the door. Interview 2, she said. Marcos was already standing. Chapter 28. The Interview. Interview. 2 was the smaller room on the east side of the building. 8 by 10 feet. Metal table bolted to the floor. 3 chairs on one side and 1 on the other. The fluorescent overhead buzzed when the air conditioning cycled on and went quiet when it shut off. A camera in the upper corner of the ceiling recorded to a drive in the sergeant's office. The observation window was mirrored on the interview side and clear from the hallway. Salazar opened the door and stepped inside. Hadley sat in the far chair facing the door. He had changed since the Century City interview 9 days ago. The Saturday ease was gone. He wore a charcoal suit and a blue tie pulled tight, and his hands rested flat on the metal table. He had shaved within the last few hours. His hair was combed back, and his expression was that of a man told by his attorney to present as cooperative and who had the discipline to hold it. His attorney sat to his left. The attorney was in his 50s with a narrow face, gray hair trimmed close, reading glasses pushed up on his forehead. A leather briefcase sat on the floor by his chair, and a yellow legal pad was centered between his forearms. He had not introduced himself beyond his name and his firm, Brannock, Hale and Associates, the same firm that served as registered agent for Lusk Tower Holdings, Lusk Commercial Partners, Citadel Executive Protection, and every other entity in Warren Lusk's corporate structure. Marcos was not in the room. He was on the other side of the glass. Salazar pulled the single chair back and sat. She placed her document stack on the table and squared the edges. She did not open the folder. "Thank you for coming in, Mr. Hadley." "Carl came voluntarily to assist with your investigation," the attorney said. "We'd like to understand the scope of this interview." "Patricia Whitmore." "The juror," the attorney said. "The homicide victim." Hadley's eyes moved to the folder on the table and stayed there for a moment before returning to Salazar's face. "I've already spoken with you about Patricia," he said. "At my office, I told you everything I remember." "You did. I have follow-up questions based on new evidence." "What kind of evidence?" Salazar opened the folder. She removed the first page and placed it flat on the table between them. A single sheet from the carrier records showing Hadley's phone activity for April 4th. "Mr. Hadley, Patricia Whitmore called your cell phone on April 4th at 7:42 p.m. The call lasted 4 minutes and 11 seconds. That was 2 days before she was killed." Hadley looked at the page. His attorney leaned forward and read the highlighted entry. "Patricia called me," Hadley said. "I don't recall the exact date, but we spoke briefly. She wanted to talk about the trial." "What did she say?" "She said she'd been thinking about the Cole case. The execution was in the news. She was upset about it." "What did you tell her?" "That I understood. That the trial was difficult for all of us. I suggested she talk to someone if she was struggling with it." "A counselor?" "Or a friend, someone. I'm not a professional." Salazar nodded. She removed the second page. The same carrier record sheet with the 7:58 p.m. entry highlighted in yellow. 12 minutes after Patricia Whitmore ended her call with you made an outgoing call to a number registered to Lusk Development Group. 3 minutes and 44 seconds. She placed it beside the first page. The two highlighted entries sat 6 lines apart on the same sheet. 7:42 and 7:58. Hadley did not pick up the page. "Lusk Development Group," Salazar said. "Why did you call them?" The attorney put his hand flat on the table. "Can you give us context for this question? My client is in commercial real estate. He communicates with development firms routinely." "I can give you context." Salazar removed a third document. Hadley's carrier records for the full month of April. She opened to the summary page. "Your client made 1 call to the Lusk Development Group number in the entire month of April. 1. It happened 12 minutes after a woman told him she was troubled about a death penalty conviction. 2 days later, that woman was dead in her living room." The fluorescent buzzed and stopped. The air conditioning had cycled off. "That's not a question," the attorney said. "Mr. Hadley, why did you call Warren Lusk's company 12 minutes after speaking with Patricia Whitmore?" Hadley straightened in his chair. I don't remember the specific reason. I make a lot of calls. It could have been a property listing, a referral, anything. At 7:58 on a weekday evening. I work late. And the only call you made to that number in 30 days happened 12 minutes after a juror from the Cole trial told you she was troubled about the conviction. Coincidence, Hadley said. Are you a client of Lusk Development Group? No. Have you ever been? I've had professional interactions with the firm over the years. I know Warren Lusk. Los Angeles commercial real estate is not a large community. How long have you known him? The attorney shifted in his chair. Detective, can we stay focused on the Whitmore matter? This is the Whitmore matter. Salazar turned the April records to face Hadley directly. A woman called you about a death penalty case. 12 minutes later, you called a development company. 2 days later, she was dead. I'm trying to understand what Warren Lusk had to do with the Patricia Whitmore. Hadley's jaw tightened. Nothing. The call was unrelated. Salazar let the silence hold. She waited until the air conditioning cycled back on and the fluorescent buzz started again. Then she pulled the next set of documents from the folder. I'd like to show you something else. She placed the trial period phone records on the table. 47 pages. She opened to the first flagged section. These are your carrier records from October through December 2016, the period of the Cole trial. Hadley's attorney reached for the document. Salazar let him take it. November 1st, 2:47 p.m. You received an incoming call from the same Lusk Development Group number. 3 minutes and 12 seconds. The court had recessed at 2:30 that afternoon. She waited until the attorney found the entry. November 2nd, 10:18 a.m. Same number. 5 minutes and 41 seconds. Morning recess started at 10:05. She placed a second flagged page beside the first. November 2nd, 2:33 p.m. Same number. 7 minutes and 4 seconds. Afternoon recess. Third page. November 3rd, 9:52 a.m. Same number. 4 minutes and 18 seconds. The court paused on a defense sidebar. 4 pages in a row across the table. 4 calls, all incoming, all during documented breaks in the trial proceedings. Salazar arranged them in sequence and squared the edges. 4 calls from Lusk Development Group during the Cole trial, each one during a recess. No calls from that number in the months before the trial started. No calls after the verdict was delivered. The contact appeared when the jury was seated and disappeared when the guilty verdict came in. Hadley was looking at the pages. His hands had moved from the table to his lap. The attorney read line by line, tracing the highlighted entries with the tip of his pen. Business calls, Hadley said. I receive calls from many firms. From this number, you received exactly 4 calls in a 3-month period. All 4 happened while you were serving on a capital murder jury. All 4 happened during breaks in the proceedings. I don't control when people call me. You don't, Salazar said. But whoever called you knew exactly when the court was in recess. The attorney set his pen down. Salazar reached into the folder again. She removed a 3-page handwritten statement, photographed and printed at high resolution. Robert Fraser's signature at the bottom of each page. Sworn statement from Robert Fraser, juror number 6. Mr. Fraser states that on the second day of deliberations you approached him twice during a morning break. The first time you discussed the evidence and the weight of the majority's position. The second time, approximately 20 minutes later, you told him. She read from the page. People who make this difficult have difficult lives afterward. She placed the statement on the table. Hadley did not reach for it. Hadley's throat moved. He swallowed once, a motion that traveled from his jaw to his collar. It was small and involuntary, and it was the first thing his body had done in this room that he had not chosen to do. Mr. Fraser sold his house in Culver City in 2018. He disconnected his phone and left California. He has moved 3 times in Arizona and changes his number regularly. He says that conversation is the reason. The attorney pulled the statement toward him and began reading. Hadley sat still. His jaw was set, and his right hand had moved from his lap to the edge of the table. His fingers were pressed against the aluminum trim. Salazar placed the next page. Sandra Kowalski, Juror number 11. During the third day of the trial, she observed you in a 9th-floor courthouse corridor speaking with a man she later identified from a television news broadcast as Warren Lusk. Another page. Victor Reyes, Juror number 12. Before his death in March 2019, Mr. Reyes wrote a letter to Patricia Whitmore stating that you contacted him after the verdict and told him to keep quiet about what he saw during deliberations. The document stretched across the full width of the metal table now. Phone records from the trial. Phone records from April. Fraser's handwritten statement. Kowalski's identification. Reyes's letter. Mr. Reyes died in a single car accident on Malibu Canyon Road. Clean toxicology. Clear weather. No skid marks. No braking. The car went through a guardrail and fell 180 feet. Salazar sat back in her chair and placed her hands flat on the table. 4 calls from Warren Lusk's company during the trial. A juror who says you threatened him in a hallway. A juror who places you with Lusk at the courthouse. A juror who wrote that you told him to stay silent. 2 dead jurors. A third who fled the state. The fluorescent cycled on overhead. Hadley was looking at the table, not at any single document, at the arrangement. The way the pages sat in a line that began with his phone records from 2016 and ended with a letter from a dead man. His composure was still there. It was the thing he was best at and the thing he had practiced longest. But the effort had become visible. It showed in the set of his jaw and in the grip of his right hand on the table edge, and in the 3 full seconds he waited before speaking where 9 days ago in Century City the answers had come without pause. "I'd like a break," the attorney said. "Of course." Salazar stood. "Take whatever time you need." She left the documents on the table. Every page in its place. The hallway outside interview 2 was empty. Salazar walked to the water fountain at the end of the corridor and drank. The water was warm and tasted like the pipes that carried it. She straightened and checked her phone. No messages from Okafor. No missed calls from San Quentin or any court clerk. It was 1:17 in the afternoon. The execution had been scheduled for 9 that morning. More than 4 hours of silence. She put the phone in her pocket and walked to the observation room. The corridor between the water fountain and the observation door was 20 feet of linoleum and cinder block. She had walked it hundreds of times. It had never felt this long. Marcos was sitting in a metal chair against the far wall. The observation window gave a clear view of interview 2 through the one-way glass. Hadley and his attorney were leaning close across the corner of the table. The attorney was talking in a low voice. His legal pad was turned so Hadley could read what he had written. Hadley listened with his arms crossed and his eyes on the page. Marcos did not look up when Salazar came in. He was watching the glass. She leaned against the wall beside him and watched. Through the window, the attorney pointed at something on the pad. Hadley shook his head. The attorney pointed again. Hadley uncrossed his arms and rubbed his left palm with his right thumb, pressing into the muscle below his fingers in a slow circle, working at something that was not in his hand. "How long were you in there?" Marcos said. 40 minutes. 34. She looked at him. He was still facing the glass. "He started gripping the table when you put down Fraser's statement," Marcos said. "Phone records rattled him. Fraser scared him. That's when he knew it wasn't just paper." They watched through the glass in silence. The attorney wrote something on the pad and underlined it twice. "He held it together for 10 years, Marcos said. Not to Salazar, to the room, or to himself. And you took it apart in 34 minutes with paper." Salazar said nothing. Through the glass, Hadley rubbed his eyes with his thumb and forefinger. The attorney was still talking. Hadley was no longer reading the legal pad. He was staring at the mirrored surface of the observation window. He could not see through it, but his eyes were aimed at the exact spot where Salazar was standing. She watched his hands. She had watched hundreds of suspects through this window over 16 years. She knew what the room did to people, the size of it, the table, the camera, the knowledge that someone was on the other side of the glass. Most people broke fast or held steady. What was happening now was neither. It was the slow dismantling of a man who had built his life around the certainty that no one would ever sit across from him with the evidence arranged in a line. The break lasted 45 minutes. At the 30-minute mark, the attorney stood in interview 2 and said something to Hadley that they could not hear through the glass. Hadley nodded once. The attorney left the room and walked down the hallway. He found Salazar at her desk in the bullpen. "Detective, my client would like to resume." She gathered her folder and walked back. Marcos stayed in the observation room. Interview 2 was the same. The documents were still spread across the table where she had left them. Hadley had not touched them, but something had shifted in the way he sat. The smoothness was gone. The rehearsed cooperation that had carried him through Century City and through the opening minutes of this interview had been replaced by a different kind of control. The control of a man who had stopped trying to win the conversation and was calculating what he could still protect. Salazar sat down. The room was the same size it had been 45 minutes ago. It felt smaller now. The air was thicker with the heat of 3 bodies and a fluorescent tube that had been running without pause. She waited. The attorney spoke first. "My client has instructed me to explore what options might be available in connection with this investigation. Before he makes any further statement, we need to understand what the district attorney's office is prepared to discuss." "What kind of discussion?" Salazar said. "Not about whether Carl cooperates, about the terms of that cooperation." Salazar looked at Hadley. He looked back at her. For the first time since Century City, he was not managing the room. He was sitting in it. The evidence lay between them on the table, and 10 years of a verdict that was about to come undone sat in the silence around it. "I'll make the call," she said. She stood. Hadley was still looking at the documents when she reached the door. His attorney was writing on the legal pad. Through the observation window, she could see Marcos in the same chair against the far wall. He had not moved for the duration of the interview. He was watching Hadley through the glass with an expression she had not seen from him in 15 months of partnership. Not relief, not satisfaction. Recognition. The look of a man who had spent 15 years understanding what silence costs and was watching someone else arrive at the same knowledge in a room he could see through but could not enter. Salazar stepped into the hallway. She had 2 calls to make: the district attorney's office and Thomas Okafor. She still did not know whether Marcus Cole was alive. She pulled out her phone and dialed the DA. Chapter 29. The Filing. The DA's appellate division answered on the 4th ring. Salazar gave her name and badge number and asked for the duty officer on capital cases. She was transferred twice. The hallway outside interview 2 was empty. The fluorescent overhead buzzed in the same rhythm as the one inside the interview room. Same building, same wiring, same sound. A man came on the line. He identified himself as a supervisor in major crimes. Salazar gave the basics. Carl Hadley, material witness in the Patricia Whitmore homicide, was in interview 2 at Hollywood Division with counsel from Brannock Hale and Associates. Hadley was requesting cooperation terms. Brannock Hale served as registered agent for Lusk Development Group, Lusk Tower Holdings, Citadel Executive Protection, and every other entity in Warren Lusk's corporate structure. He asked her to repeat the firm name. She repeated it. "I need someone here within the hour," Salazar said. "His attorney is from the same firm we're looking at. I'll call you back in 20 minutes. Salazar ended the call. She stood in the hallway and looked at her phone. 1:32 in the afternoon. The execution had been scheduled for 9 that morning. 5.5 hours of silence from Okafor. She dialed his number. He answered on the first ring. His voice was different from anything she had heard in 14 days of phone calls and courthouse hallways and late-night document reviews. The precision of the defense attorney was gone. What was left was the sound of a man who had been awake since the night before and had lived through something that morning that he was still processing. Thomas. He's alive. Salazar put her free hand flat against the cinder block wall. She pressed her palm into the painted surface and held it there. The hallway was quiet. The ventilation system pushed air through a duct above her head. 2 words and 14 days of not knowing collapsed into the space between one breath and the next. The Ninth Circuit issued an administrative stay at 8:47 this morning, Okafor said, 13 minutes before the scheduled time. The panel reviewed the supplemental I filed Sunday night with Fraser's testimony and ordered a 72-hour hold pending full consideration. 13 minutes. The distance between Marcus Cole alive and Marcus Cole dead was 13 minutes and one federal clerk who got the paperwork to the right desk fast enough. Through Thursday, Salazar said. Through Thursday morning at 9. The Ninth Circuit hold is temporary. It preserves the status quo while the panel decides whether to issue a certificate of appealability. That's the federal track. It buys time, but it can't vacate the conviction. You need a state court order. I need an amended habeas petition in Superior Court with everything we have. All of it. The federal hold keeps Cole alive. The state petition is the only path to a full evidentiary hearing. Salazar looked down the hallway toward interview 2. The door was closed. Hadley and his attorney were still inside. What do you have for the petition? Okafor listed it without pausing. Fraser's sworn testimony describing Hadley's direct threat during deliberations. The trial period phone records showing 4 calls from Lusk Development Group during documented recesses. The April records showing Hadley called the same Lusk number 12 minutes after Whitmore's last call. Reyes's letter naming Hadley. Kowalski's identification of Lusk in the courthouse corridor during the trial. The boot print analysis connecting Daniel Kelso to the Whitmore murder scene. Kelso's cell tower placement in Pasadena 13 minutes before the killing. Kelso in custody. And Hadley is requesting cooperation terms, Salazar said. His attorney opened the door 40 minutes ago. Silence. 3 full seconds of it. Thomas. I heard you. His voice had dropped. There is a problem. What problem? Cole won't sign. Salazar straightened from the wall. Her hand came off the cinder block. What do you mean? The amended petition requires the petitioner's signature and authorization. I drove to San Quentin last night. I was at the gate when the stay came through at 8:47. Processing took an hour. I sat down with Marcus at 10. And he said no. He said he can't do it again. His words, I'm not doing it again. I can't survive hoping twice. A patrol officer walked past Salazar carrying a cardboard evidence box. His footsteps echoed off the linoleum and faded toward the property room. The first petition broke something in him, Okafor said. I called him after we filed. I told him the judge had pulled it from the queue. I told him she was reading it herself. He believed me. He let himself believe for the first time in 10 years. Okafor stopped. When he continued, his voice was careful. After the denial, he went back to his cell and sat on his bunk for 2 days. He did not eat. He did not speak. The guards filed a welfare check. When I called on the 3rd day, he picked up the phone and said one sentence. Don't call me again unless you have something real. Then he hung up. What did you tell him today? I told him about the new evidence. Everything, Frazier, the phone records, the boot print, Kelso in custody, Hadley in an interview room, all of it. And he listened. He sat across from me and listened to everything I said, and he did not react. Not to Frazier's testimony, not to the phone records, not to the arrest of the man who killed Patricia Whitmore. Okafor paused. He listened the way a man watches weather through a window, something happening outside the glass that has nothing to do with him. Salazar closed her eyes. The hallway fluorescent hummed above her. I told him this was different, Okafor said. I told him the evidence was direct. I told him a man was in handcuffs for Whitmore's murder and the foreman of his jury was in a room asking for a deal. He looked at me and he said, Thomas, hope costs more when you've already spent it once and it came back empty. How did you get him to sign? Okafor went quiet. When he spoke again, his voice was different. Not the attorney arguing before a panel, not the strategist mapping the legal path. Something underneath both. I stopped talking about the law. I read him the names. I told him Maria Sandoval sat in her apartment in Boyle Heights for 2 hours, telling a detective everything she remembered about what happened in that room. I told him Dennis Park admitted in a coffee shop in Glendale that he'd been carrying guilt for 10 years. I told him Sandra Kowalski walked into a bakery in Eagle Rock and gave us the name that opened everything. I told him Robert Frazier opened his door in Scottsdale after 6 years of hiding and signed his name to a statement he was afraid would get him killed. Okafor's breathing was audible on the line. He was not reading notes. He was remembering. Then I told him about Doreen Wyatt. I told him she was 81 years old and living under a different name in Ventura because someone called her and said some things are better left where they were put. I told him she'd spent 10 years filing complaints that nobody acknowledged and writing letters that disappeared into systems designed to lose them. 10 years of being told that what she saw in a courthouse parking lot did not matter enough for anyone to act. And he looked at you. First time in the entire visit, he looked directly at me and asked one question. What? The woman who filed the complaint 10 years ago. Is she safe? Salazar pressed the phone against her ear. I told him yes. I told him a detective named Salazar had driven to Ventura on her own time and arranged protection through the county sheriff's office. I told him Doreen Wyatt was safe and that the detective who was protecting her was the same one who had been pulling apart the conspiracy for 2 weeks. Okafor stopped, his breathing steadied on the line. And he signed. He picked up the pen. He signed all 3 copies. He slid them across the table and he said, "Not for me, for her. She believed me when nobody else did, and it cost her everything. The least I can do is let her be right." Salazar leaned her shoulder against the hallway wall and let the building hold her weight. 1:47 on a Monday afternoon, and somewhere at San Quentin, a man who had spent 10 years on death row had picked up a pen because an 81-year-old woman had once filed a complaint that nobody read. When are you filing? I'm on the road now. Sacramento Satellite Office. The petition will be on the emergency capital case docket by 5 o'clock. Simultaneous service to the DA's office. Chen. Chen gets it. She has 48 hours under the emergency protocol. Execution is Thursday at 9. Salazar thought about a light burning in the Hall of Justice 2 nights ago. 9:52 on a Saturday. A woman alone at her desk reading evidence from a case she had already won. A yellow highlighter lifted and set down without marking anything. "File it," she said. "I'll send you the Hadley cooperation details as soon as the DA makes contact." She hung up and put the phone in her pocket. The hallway stretched ahead of her toward the bullpen. She could see the edge of the case whiteboard through the open door. The burglary column had been erased 4 days ago. What remained was a map of names and lines and dates that had started with a woman on a floor in Pasadena and now connected a jury foreman, a real estate developer, a security contractor, a dead juror, a missing juror, a courthouse clerk, a sealed complaint, and the man sitting in interview 2 with his lawyer calculating the value of his cooperation. She walked to the bullpen and sat at her desk. She opened the supplement form on her computer and began typing the details of Hadley's cooperation request for the major crimes prosecutors who were on their way. The facts needed to be in order when they arrived. Evidence presented cleanly. The work had not changed in 14 days. Only the scale had. At 2:28, the major crimes supervisor called back. 2 prosecutors from major crimes were en route. They arrived at 3:12. Salazar briefed them in the conference room for 20 minutes. She laid the evidence out in the order she had built it. The April phone records. The trial period records. Fraser's statement. The corporate web connecting Brannock Hale to every Lusk entity. She told them Hadley's attorney was from the firm they were about to investigate, and that anything Hadley said to his own counsel went up the chain to the man at the top of it. One of the prosecutors asked how long Hadley had been waiting. 4.5 hours. He straightened his tie and said they would take the interview from here. Salazar gave them the folder. She watched them walk down the hallway toward interview 2. Then she went to the observation room. Marcos was gone. A note on the metal chair in his handwriting. Kelso booked. Back by 4. She sat in the chair against the wall and watched through the one-way glass as the prosecutors entered. Hadley's attorney stood and introduced himself. The first prosecutor sat down. He opened the folder and began. The system was grinding now. Paper and procedure and people in rooms. This was what the machinery sounded like when it moved in the right direction. Not fast, not clean, just the slow turning of a process that operated at its own speed regardless of what was at stake on either side of it. Marcos returned at 4:20. He came into the observation room without stopping at his desk and sat in the second chair against the wall. His jacket was off, and his sleeves were rolled, and he had the look of a man who had spent 2 hours in a booking facility on a Monday afternoon. He did not ask about the prosecutors. He looked through the glass and watched. Hadley was different with them than he had been with Salazar. The ease was gone. The version of himself that he had assembled for her in Century City and then reconstructed this morning for the interrogation had been replaced by something more careful. He answered in short sentences. He leaned toward his attorney before responding to anything that touched the corporate structure. The prosecutors were patient. They had the documents. They had the time. At 5:14, Salazar checked her phone. No message from Okafor. The petition would be filed by now, or it would not. She put the phone back in her pocket and watched the interview. Marcos did not ask what she was checking. At 6:47, her phone rang. Okafor. She was at her desk in the bullpen writing supplemental reports. The major crimes prosecutors had been with Hadley for 3.5 hours. The observation room light was still on. "It's filed," Okafor said. 47 pages. Every piece of evidence your investigation has produced in 14 days. "When does Chen get it?" "She has it. Emergency protocol. Simultaneous service. The filing hit the DA's server at 6:31. 48 hours. Under the protocol. The court will expect a response before Wednesday at 5. The execution is Thursday morning." Salazar looked at the clock above the bullpen door. 6:49. Monday evening. She thought about Rebecca Chen sitting alone in the appellate division with 47 pages on her screen. Reading the phone records she had argued were insufficient. Reading Fraser's statement that she had never seen. Reading the boot print analysis and the cell tower data and the arrest report for Daniel Kelso. All of it landing on the desk of a woman who had spent Saturday night reading the same evidence exhibits and not marking them with the highlighter she held in her hand. What happens if she opposes? Emergency hearing Wednesday. I present the evidence. She argues procedure. A judge decides whether to issue an independent stay before Thursday. And if she doesn't? If she takes no position, the court has wide latitude. A capital case with unopposed direct evidence of jury tampering, a cooperating co-conspirator, and an arrested murder suspect connected to the original conspiracy. No judge sends that to execution without a full evidentiary hearing. That's months, possibly a year. That's not an exoneration. No, the system does not move fast, but it moves. She ended the call. The bullpen was quiet. Second shift was running the floor and most of the day detectives had gone home hours ago. A phone rang on the far side of the room and stopped after 4 rings. Nobody picked it up. She pulled the Whitmore murder book across the desk. She had entries to log. Kelso in custody. Hadley cooperation. The Whitmore to Hadley to Lusk call chain on April 4th. She began writing in block lettering, entry by entry, building the record the same way she built every record. At 8:22, her phone rang. Chen filed, Okafor said. Salazar's pen stopped on the page. 8:17, 5 pages. And the people of the state of California take no position on the petition for writ of habeas corpus in the matter of People versus Cole. Salazar set the pen down on the open murder book. She's not opposing. She's not opposing and she's not supporting. She is formally declining to take a position on whether this conviction should stand. The final paragraph reads, "In light of the substantial new evidence presented, including sworn testimony from multiple trial jurors, corroborating physical evidence developed in an active LAPD homicide investigation, and the cooperation of a material witness with direct knowledge of the matters alleged, the people decline to advocate for or against the relief requested and defer to the court's independent evaluation." Decline to advocate, defer to the court. Every word in that paragraph was selected to avoid saying what it meant. But what it meant was that Rebecca Chen had read 47 pages and could not bring herself to stand before a judge and argue that Marcus Cole should die for a verdict that was purchased with 4 phone calls and a threat in a hallway. She didn't help him, Okafor said. She stopped fighting him. There is a difference. But tonight, the difference is enough. Salazar looked across the bullpen at the observation room door. The light behind the narrow window was still on. Through the glass, she could see the edge of Marcos's shoulder against the far wall. Still watching. Still in the room where he had spent 6 hours learning what it looked like when an institution started to turn. She picked up her pen and found the next blank line in the evidence index. 14 pages now. It had started with a woman found dead on a Tuesday morning in Pasadena. She wrote the date, the time, and the entry for Chen's filing. Then she turned the page and started the next one. Chapter 30. Hadley. The major crimes prosecutors came out of interview 2 at 11:14. The younger one carried 2 legal pads filled with notes. The older one carried nothing. Salazar looked up from the murder book. The bullpen was empty except for a second-shift detective on the phone 2 rows over. Guzman walked to her desk. He had been in major crimes for 14 years. His tie was loose and his sleeves were rolled to the elbow. He pulled a chair from the adjacent desk and sat down. "He wants a deal," Guzman said. He said that 6 hours ago. 6 hours ago, he wanted to talk about talking. Now he wants to deal. But there's a problem. He waited until she put down her pen. His attorney, Brannock Hale and Associates, represents Lusk Development Group and every entity in the corporate structure. If Hadley cooperates against Lusk, the firm has a conflict that makes the entire interview inadmissible. Salazar had been waiting for this since the attorney walked through the station door that afternoon. When did he figure it out? About an hour ago. He stopped the interview and requested a private consultation. 40 minutes. When they came out, the attorney said he was withdrawing from representation. Hadley needs new counsel before anything moves forward. Everything since 3:12 this afternoon. Legally complicated. We stopped recording when the conflict surfaced. The proffer has to restart clean. When? Hadley asked us to get someone tonight. He doesn't want to wait. Guzman checked his watch. He's doing the math. Kelso's in custody. The phone records connect him to Lusk and to Whitmore's death. Chen declined to oppose the habeas petition 2 hours ago. Everything he built for 10 years is coming apart, and he knows whoever gets in front of the DA first gets the better deal. Marcos appeared in the bullpen doorway. He held a paper coffee cup and his jacket was over his arm. He looked at Guzman, at Salazar, and sat down at his desk without speaking. Guzman stood. "We have a panel attorney coming from the Public Defender's Conflict Panel. Miranda waiver, new counsel, clean proffer. We start at midnight. I want to be in the observation room." "You earned it." He walked toward the conference room. The younger prosecutor followed. Marcos drank his coffee and watched them go. "He's dealing," Marcos said. "Clean proffer at midnight with new counsel." Marcos set the cup down. He looked at the observation room door across the bullpen. The light behind the narrow window was off now. It had been on since 3 that afternoon. "You know what he's going to get," Marcos said. Salazar closed the murder book. "I know what he's going to get." The panel attorney arrived at 11:48. Her name was Diane Okoro. She was in her early 50s with gray at the temples, and she came through the station door carrying a single leather briefcase. Guzman met her in the hallway. They spoke for 12 minutes. Then Okoro went into interview 2 alone with Hadley for 30 minutes. At midnight, Salazar was in the observation room. Marcos sat in the second chair against the wall behind her. The room was 8 feet by 6, with a one-way mirror that showed interview 2 in cold fluorescent light. The table, the chairs, the recorder, the folder of evidence Guzman had assembled over 8 hours of preliminary conversation. Hadley sat on the far side of the table. He had been in the station for nearly 9 hours. His suit jacket hung on the back of the chair. His shirt collar was open. His hair, which had been smoothly combed when Salazar first interviewed him at his Century City office 12 days ago, had come apart on the left side where he kept running his hand through it. Okoro sat beside him. Whatever she had told him during their 30 minutes, it was enough. He looked different from the man who had managed Salazar's interview on day 5 and the man who had tried to manage the interrogation that afternoon. The performance was gone. What remained was arithmetic. Guzman turned on the recorder and stated the date, time, participants, and terms. Standard cooperating witness proffer in a homicide conspiracy. Hadley's statements could not be used directly against him. Any lies would void the agreement and make everything admissible. If his cooperation was truthful and complete, the DA's office would recommend a reduced charge and sentencing consideration. The younger prosecutor opened a fresh legal pad. Guzman started with the calls. "Mr. Hadley, during the trial of People v. Marcus Cole in November 2016, you received 4 phone calls from a number registered to Lusk Development Group. Who called you?" "Warren Lusk called me," Hadley said. "Directly, on his personal line routed through the company switchboard." His voice was flat. Not the modulated confidence from Century City. Not the careful neutrality from the interrogation. A man reading figures from a ledger. "What was the purpose of these calls?" "He told me what the verdict needed to be. Cole had to be convicted. All counts." "Did Lusk tell you why?" "He told me enough. He said the case had implications beyond the courtroom. He said certain people had invested in a particular outcome, and failure was not acceptable." "When did you first have contact with Warren Lusk regarding the Cole trial?" Hadley looked at the table surface. Okoro sat motionless beside him. 3 weeks before jury selection. Lusk invited me to lunch at a restaurant on Wilshire. I'd done commercial leasing work for one of his subsidiaries. Small projects, warehouse conversions in the arts district. He said he had a matter that required someone reliable on a jury panel. He asked you to serve on the Cole jury specifically. He asked me to ensure I was selected and to manage the deliberations toward a guilty verdict on all counts. What did he offer you in return? The ground floor commercial leasing contract for the Lusk Tower development. 30,000 square feet. Below market rate for 10 years with a renewal option. The annual value of that discount was approximately $400,000. Marcos shifted in his chair behind Salazar. The leather creaked. He said nothing. "And you accepted," Guzman said. "I accepted. Did Lusk tell you why Marcus Cole needed to be convicted?" "Not directly. He said Anderson had overheard a conversation at the Mulholland dinner about the Planning Commission approvals, the payments to the commissioner. The original matter was handled, he said, the Anderson matter, but the trial needed to produce the right result or questions would continue." "What did you understand 'handled' to mean?" Hadley's hands were flat on the table, his thumbs pressed against the surface. "I understood that Ryan Anderson's death was not random. I understood that Cole was selected as a defendant because he was convenient. And I understood that a conviction would close the loop." The observation room was quiet. Salazar could hear the ventilation system pushing air through the duct above the mirror. She could hear Marcos breathing behind her. On the other side of the glass, Guzman wrote something in the corner of his legal pad and continued. "How did you manage the deliberations?" "I called a preliminary vote as soon as we sat down. 7-5, guilty. I identified the holdouts and worked them individually during breaks. Hallway conversations. I framed the evidence to make doubt seem unreasonable. The vote was unanimous within 6 hours." "Did you threaten any juror?" Okoro leaned forward. Hadley glanced at her, and she gave a small nod. "I told Robert Fraser that people who make things difficult have difficult lives afterward. That was not my language. Lusk used that phrase with me during our first meeting." Guzman's pen stopped moving. The younger prosecutor looked up from his legal pad. "Lusk used those words. When he described what he expected from me, he said the people involved in this matter understood that cooperation was rewarded and difficulty was remembered. He said, people who make things difficult have difficult lives afterward. I repeated it to Fraser because it had worked on me." Salazar watched through the glass. The phrase she had heard first from Robert Fraser in a stucco bungalow in Scottsdale, sitting across a kitchen table from a man who had been hiding for 8 years. The same words, passed down from Lusk to Hadley to Fraser. A chain of coercion with 3 links. Guzman took him through the post-trial period, the dinner on Wilshire, the maintenance calls to jurors he considered risks, the monitoring of Okafor's filings through a contact at the courthouse. Hadley described each action with the same flat precision. He did not minimize what he had done. He did not dramatize it. He laid it out the way a contractor describes a building schedule. This happened, then this happened, then this. After the verdict, did you maintain contact with Warren Lusk? Periodic contact. Business calls regarding the lease. He invited me to a dinner at his home once a year. End-of-year reception. 30 or 40 guests. Did Lusk discuss the Cole case after the trial? Once, in early 2019. Victor Reyes had contacted me. What did Reyes say to you? He said he was going to tell someone what happened in the deliberation room. He said he was done carrying it. What did you do? I called Lusk. The younger prosecutor's pen moved in steady strokes across the legal pad. What happened to Victor Reyes? Guzman said. Okoro placed her hand on Hadley's forearm. She spoke quietly. Hadley listened and nodded once. On the advice of my attorney, I want to state that I did not direct, authorize, or participate in any action against Victor Reyes. I reported his call to Lusk. What happened after that was not within my knowledge or control. Guzman made a note. Let me move to this past April. Patricia Whitmore called you. April 4th, evening. She told me she had a letter from Reyes that named me. She told me she had tried to reach Cole's attorney and no one returned her call. She told me she was going to find another way to get the letter to someone who would act on it. What did you do? I called Lusk. Same number, same 12-minute window you already have in your records. I told him Whitmore had the Reyes letter and was going to go public. Did Lusk tell you what he would do? No. Did you expect that Whitmore would be harmed? Hadley's right hand curled into a fist on the table. He held it there. The knuckles whitened against the fluorescent light. Then he opened it and pressed his palm flat again. I knew what had happened to Reyes. I knew what Lusk was capable of arranging. I did not tell him to harm her, but I knew that calling him was putting her name in front of a man who had already solved this kind of problem before. The recorder captured every word. Guzman did not react. He turned a page in the folder and continued. The anonymous email to Okafor's office 3 months ago. Hadley confirmed it was sent by an associate at Brannock Hale on Lusk's instruction. Not a tip, a probe, designed to see whether the defense was still pursuing the case and how much they knew. Salazar wrote it down. The email that had reopened the case. Not a whistleblower, not a crisis of conscience, a surveillance operation. At 1:27, Guzman reached the end of his prepared questions. He asked his last one. Mr. Hadley, is it your testimony that Warren Lusk directed the corruption of the Cole jury, maintained a system of witness intimidation over the following decade, and was the person you contacted when Patricia Whitmore threatened to expose the original misconduct? Yes. And you are willing to testify to these facts before a grand jury and at trial? Okoro spoke. My client's cooperation is contingent on the terms discussed with your office, a recommendation of the lesser included charge and a sentencing cap. On the record, Guzman said, the people will recommend a charge of conspiracy to obstruct justice with sentencing consideration based on the value and completeness of Mr. Hadley's cooperation. The specific terms will be formalized in a written agreement within 72 hours. Conspiracy to obstruct justice, not conspiracy to commit murder, not accessory before the fact, not the 10 years Marcus Cole spent on death row or the lives of Patricia Whitmore and Victor Reyes. Obstruction, a charge that carried a sentencing range that would put Hadley in a minimum security facility for the time it took Cole to navigate the system that was supposed to set him free. Guzman turned off the recorder. He gathered the folder and the legal pads and stood. The younger prosecutor followed. Interview 2 went quiet. In the observation room, Marcos stood and stretched his neck. His shoulders cracked in the silence. Conspiracy to obstruct justice, he said. That's what they can prove with his cooperation agreement intact. What he did is murder conspiracy. He called Lusk knowing Whitmore would die. Knowing and provably knowing are different standards. The DA puts him in the wrong box, his cooperation agreement voids, and they lose the only witness who can put Lusk in front of a grand jury. So he gets consideration. He gets 4 to 8 years, maybe less with good behavior. Cole did 10. Cole did 10. They stood in the observation room and watched through the glass. On the other side, Hadley was standing. Okoro was placing papers into her briefcase. A uniformed officer opened the door to escort them. Hadley reached for his suit jacket on the back of the chair, paused, and put it on. He buttoned the middle button. He adjusted the collar. Then he walked toward the door with the posture of a man who had spent 30 years entering and leaving rooms on his own terms and could not stop doing it even now. The door closed. The table was empty. The chairs were pushed back. The recorder sat in the center with its red light off. The room looked the same as it had when Salazar walked Hadley in 14 hours ago. Nothing in it showed what had happened there. Marcos put on his jacket. "I'm going to write up the Kelso booking supplement, then I'm going home." "Go." He paused at the door. "Salazar." She looked at him. 4 to 8 years for helping put an innocent man on death row and getting 2 people killed. That's what the system looks like when it works. I know what it looks like. He left. His footsteps moved through the hallway and into the bullpen, and then there was nothing. Salazar stayed in the observation room. The glass showed an empty interview room with institutional furniture and flat light. She had spent 14 days building this case. Evidence, testimony, phone records, boot prints, cell tower data, names and dates and documents that connected a developer to a foreman, to a contractor, to a woman dead on her living room floor. The machinery had engaged. Hadley would testify. Kelso would face trial. Lusk would be arrested. The amended habeas petition sat on a judge's desk with a prosecutor who had declined to oppose it. The system was working the way it always worked, trading one man's full accountability for another man's freedom, reducing a decade of conspiracy and 2 deaths to a charge that would let the mechanism walk out of a facility before the man he helped put on death row finished navigating his own release. She turned off the observation room light. The glass went dark. She could see her own reflection for a moment. Then nothing. She walked to her desk in the empty bullpen. The murder book was where she had left it. She opened it and found the next blank line in the evidence index. She wrote the date. She wrote the time. She wrote, "Hadley proffer complete. Full cooperation. Lusk identified as principal in jury corruption and witness intimidation. Arrest warrant in preparation." She picked up her phone and dialed Okafor. He answered on the second ring. Highway noise behind his voice. He was still driving. "Hadley gave a full proffer," she said. "Lusk directed the jury tampering, recruited Hadley 3 weeks before selection. $400,000 a year in below-market lease value as payment. Hadley reported Reyes and Whitmore directly to Lusk before both deaths. Cooperation agreement is conspiracy to obstruct justice with sentencing consideration. Not murder conspiracy. Not murder conspiracy." The highway noise filled the silence between them. "The arrest warrant for Lusk goes to a judge in the morning," Salazar said. "I need everything you have on the corporate structure. Every entity, every subsidiary, every connection through Brannock Hale. The warrant has to be clean enough that his attorneys can't challenge it on scope. I'll have it to you within the hour. I also need your filing timeline for the state petition. When does the court review the evidence with Hadley's cooperation on record? I will file a supplemental declaration referencing the proffer agreement tomorrow. The court can consider the cooperation as additional grounds for the evidentiary hearing. With Chen taking no position and Hadley cooperating, any judge reviewing this case will order a full hearing. That's months, possibly a year, but Cole stays alive through the process. A year. The system does not move fast, but Lusk will be in custody by tomorrow afternoon, and Hadley will be in a holding facility by the end of the week. The structure comes apart from the top. Salazar looked at the clock above the bullpen door. 1:58 in the morning. Tuesday now. Day 15. In a few hours, Guzman would take the warrant to Judge Morrison. By afternoon, Warren Lusk would be sitting in a room not so different from the one Hadley had just left. 23 stories of glass and steel on South Grand, and the man who built them on a bribe and a body would be processing through the same system that had taken 14 days to reach him. She hung up and opened her computer. The supplemental for the Lusk arrest warrant needed to be complete before Guzman arrived at 7. She began typing, the facts in order, one leading to the next. The bullpen was empty, and the overhead lights buzzed, and somewhere north of Sacramento, a man on death row was awake at 2 in the morning because he had signed a piece of paper for a woman he had never met, and the machinery that had put him there was finally grinding in the other direction. Chapter 31. Stay. Salazar finished the Lusk arrest supplemental at 4:12 in the morning. 27 pages. Every fact sourced to a document in evidence or a recorded statement from the proffer. She read it through twice, corrected a reference number on page 19, and printed 3 copies on the bullpen printer. She signed the original and placed it in a manila folder on her desk. The bullpen was empty except for 2 second-shift detectives at the far end. One was on the phone about a domestic in East Hollywood. She put her head on her arms at the desk. Not to sleep. To close her eyes for a few minutes before the morning started. The fluorescent light above her hummed at the same frequency it had hummed for 14 days. She woke to Marco standing over her with 2 cups of coffee. The clock on the wall said 6:19. "You slept here," he said. I rested my eyes. For 2 hours. He set the coffee on her desk. She sat up, her neck was stiff and her left hand was numb from where she had pinned it under her head. The supplemental was where she had left it. The murder book was closed beside her keyboard. "Guzman's in the conference room," Marco said. "Brought someone from Major Crimes." She took the coffee and the folder and walked down the hall. The conference room was lit and held that morning smell of fresh paper and the percolator someone had started in the break room. Guzman sat at the table in the same suit from last night with a fresh shirt underneath. The ADA across from him had a laptop open and was typing. She was in her late 40s with short hair and the practiced efficiency of someone who wrote arrest warrant applications before dawn on a regular basis. "The supplemental," Salazar said. She placed the folder on the table. The ADA picked it up and read the first 5 pages without speaking. She went back to page 3, read a paragraph again, and made a note on her legal pad. "Solid. I need the certified phone records and the proffer agreement terms by 7. Guzman has the proffer. I'll pull certified copies of the records from evidence." Salazar went to the property room and signed out the evidence binder. She made copies and carried them back. The ADA absorbed the pages into her stack without looking up. The warrant application was taking shape on her screen. The conference room had become a machine. Prosecutors and documents and the careful efficiency of people who built cases for a living. Salazar had spent 14 days getting the evidence to this table. Now, the institutional apparatus would do what it did: process, produce, execute. She went back to her desk. Marcos was at his computer 2 desks over. "Kelso's arraignment is at 10, he said, without turning around. Court-appointed attorney looked at the evidence summary and didn't argue bail. Salazar opened the murder book and checked her evidence index against the caseboard on the wall behind her monitor. Whitmore's photograph in the center. Hadley on the left with a new note in her handwriting. Proffer complete o to a quo. Cooperation agreement. Lusk on the right. Arrest warrant in process. Kelso below. In custody. Arraignment. 10:00. Cole at the top with the red notation she had written on day 1. Execution date, 14 days. The Ninth Circuit stay from yesterday had rendered the countdown moot. She picked up a marker and crossed through the line. Above it she wrote, "Stay granted, 9th Sir, admin, through Thurs." She put the marker down and looked at the board. 14 days of names and photographs and string connections. A staged burglary in Pasadena to a confession at midnight. Guzman left for the courthouse at 7:31 with the warrant application, the supplemental, the certified records, and 2 bankers' boxes of supporting evidence. The ADA went with him. They walked through the bullpen doors carrying the weight of 14 days compressed into legal filings and a judge's 8 o'clock calendar window. Marcos brought her a second coffee at 8. She drank it at her desk and waited. The bullpen filled with the day shift. Detectives she recognized from other units crossed the room to their desks, turned on computers, picked up phones. A patrol sergeant came through looking for a stolen vehicle report. The woman at the front desk was filing a complaint about a neighbor's dog. Outside the windows, Hollywood Division conducted its Tuesday morning. Patrol briefing in the roll call room. Shift change. The ordinary business of a police station that did not know what had happened in Interview 2 12 hours ago. Salazar sat in the middle of all of it and felt separate from it. 14 days on one case. Everyone else was already on whatever came next. At 8:47, Guzman called. Morrison signed it. Warrant for Warren David Lusk. Conspiracy to commit murder, conspiracy to obstruct justice, bribery of a public official. 3 counts. When? Major Crimes is coordinating with the marshals on flight risk. Passport flagged within the hour. His office is on South Grand. Estimated arrest noon to 1. I want to be there. You know how this works, Salazar. Major Crimes executes. I'll call you when he's in custody. She hung up and sat with it. The warrant was signed. Lusk would be arrested in a building 23 stories tall, built on land approved through bribery, protected by murders, sealed by a rigged verdict. He would be processed through the same system he had manipulated for a decade, booked, photographed, printed, the same sequence as every defendant who came through the door. Morrison signed, she said to Marcos. Good. 2 detectives at their desks, waiting for the system to deliver what they had built. Marcos went back to his screen. Salazar went back to hers. At 9:22, Okafor called. I filed the supplemental 30 minutes ago, he said. Hadley's full proffer summary attached under seal. The cooperation agreement terms. His admission that Lusk directed the jury tampering and that he reported both Reyes and Whitmore to Lusk before their deaths. How fast can Yamada move? The first petition failed because the evidence was circumstantial. Now the foreman is on record saying the jury was rigged. Chen has already declined to oppose. The legal standard is met. This is not a close question anymore. When will you know? Today or tomorrow. The Ninth Circuit administrative stay holds through Thursday. If Yamada acts before then, the state proceeding controls. Call me the moment you know. She hung up. The morning passed. Kelso's arraignment at 10 lasted 7 minutes. No bail. Preliminary hearing set for March. Marcos left for the courthouse at 10:30 to handle the bootprint evidence chain with the property room. Salazar stayed at her desk with the murder book and the evidence binder in the quiet of a bullpen emptying for lunch. At 12:31, Guzman called. Lusk was taken into custody at 12:18 at his office on South Grand. No incident. His attorney was present. He's being transported to Men's Central. How did he take it? His attorney did all the talking. Lusk didn't say a word. Not during the arrest, not during processing. He sat in the back of the transport van and looked straight ahead. Thank you. Thank your case file. She hung up and went to the board. Changed Lusk's notation. In custody. Men's Central. 12:18. She stood in front of the board with the marker in her hand. Every name accounted for, every connection drawn. Whitmore in the center. The woman whose death had opened all of it. 16 days dead, and the system that had failed her for 10 years before that was finally grinding forward. Somewhere on South Grand, Warren Lusk was being processed into Men's Central Jail, fingerprinted on a booking card, photographed under fluorescent light with a placard number beneath his chin. The man she had watched from across the street on day 10, stepping out of a town car, shaking hands with a council member. She tried to picture him in the booking line and could not make the image hold. Some things only existed when you saw them. She put the marker down and sat at her desk. At 1:47, Okafor called. She was eating a sandwich from the vending machine. The bread had the texture of something manufactured rather than baked. She put it down and answered. Yamada issued her ruling 23 minutes ago, Okafor said. His voice was careful. She had heard it tired and urgent and guarded over 14 days of phone calls. This was different. This was a man holding something with both hands. Tell me. The petition is granted. The execution is vacated. A full evidentiary hearing is ordered. Vacated. Not stayed through Thursday. Not held pending review. Vacated. The execution date that had driven every decision for 2 weeks no longer existed. She wrote 12 pages, Okafor said. Faster and more thorough than any habeas ruling I've seen in 20 years of capital work. She cited Hadley's proffer as evidence that the foreman's outside contact was admitted, not speculative. She cited Chen's no-position filing as the people's implicit acknowledgement that the conviction's integrity is compromised. She cited Fraser's sworn statement as direct evidence of coercion satisfying the clear and convincing standard she found unmet in the first petition. What does this mean for Cole? There is no execution date. The evidentiary hearing will be scheduled within 60 to 90 days. Both sides present evidence. If the court finds the misconduct materially affected the verdict, the conviction is vacated and the case goes back to the DA. Retrial. The DA can retry, accept a plea, or decline to prosecute. Their key witness against Cole was a foreman who just confessed to rigging the trial on behalf of the man who arranged the original murder. I do not see a path to retrial. So he stays where he is. He stays at San Quentin until the hearing. If the conviction is vacated, he transfers to county for release processing. That takes weeks. Months. The system does not move faster because we want it to. Cole has been in that cell for 10 years. The next few months are different in kind. He is no longer waiting to die. He is waiting to leave. Salazar looked at the case board. The marker she had used to cross out the execution date was already obsolete. She would need to update it again. Execution vacated. Evidentiary hearing ordered. When are you telling him? I'm on the 5 now. Should be at San Quentin by 5:30. Call me after. I will. She hung up. The phone sat on her desk. Around her, the bullpen moved with the ordinary sounds of a Tuesday afternoon. 2 detectives at the far end talking about a carjacking in Los Feliz. The front desk phone ringing 3 times before someone answered. Marcos came back from the courthouse at 2:15. She told him. He pulled the chair from the adjacent desk and sat down. How long until the hearing? 60 to 90 days. And then the court decides, then the DA decides. Then Cole either walks out or he doesn't. Marcos looked at the case board. Whitmore's photograph in the center, the woman who was killed because she picked up the phone. She'd want to know, he said. Whitmore, she'd want to know it worked. It didn't work. She's dead. Reyes is dead. Cole lost 10 years. Hadley gets consideration. It worked enough. Salazar closed the murder book, placed it in the center of her desk. 211 pages. Everything that could be documented was documented. The rest lived in the spaces between entries where the system operated without record. Enough isn't the word I'd use, she said. They spent the afternoon organizing the evidence transfer for major crimes. Every document copied, every original logged and receipted, chain of custody forms signed and countersigned. The murder book stayed with Salazar. The conspiracy prosecution files went to Guzman's team. 2 separate cases now, the Whitmore homicide and the Lusk conspiracy, connected by the same evidence but traveling through different institutional channels at different speeds. Marcos carried 3 banker's boxes to the conference room and came back for 2 more. 14 days of evidence fit into 5 boxes. It had filled rooms in her head. At 4:15, Lieutenant Gould appeared at her desk. He stood with his hands in his pockets and looked at the caseboard for a long time. Yamada granted the petition, he said. Execution vacated. Evidentiary hearing in 60 to 90 days. He nodded. He had signed the subpoenas and the emergency orders that made this possible. He had also told her to stand down on day 12. He had done both things because both things were the job. Good work, Salazar. Marcos, too. The boot print was his. Marcos, too. He looked at the board for another moment. Go home tonight. He walked to his office, the door closed behind him. At 6:14, Okafor called. Salazar was in the parking lot. The sun was behind the hills and the light was flat gold, the 20 minutes Los Angeles gave you before the sky went gray. She had walked out of the station for the first time in 20 hours. The air smelled of exhaust and warm asphalt and the faint edge of jasmine from the hedge along the fence. "I just left," Okafor said. "How is he?" He didn't speak for a long time. He sat on the other side of the glass and looked at his hands. "I've been in that visiting room 40 or 50 times in 3 years. Same phone, same glass, same guard by the door. Today it was the same room, and it was a different room." "What did you tell him?" "Everything. The ruling, the hearing, the names of everyone who came forward. Sandoval and her 11 pages, Park and the dinner, Kowalski seeing Lusk in the hallway, Fraser in Scottsdale writing his statement at a kitchen table, Wyatt and her 10 years of complaints, the phone records, the boot print, Whitmore's voicemail that my office never returned." His voice caught on the last detail. The voicemail that came in and was logged and was never returned. The paralegal who filed it. The schoolteacher who called because a man was going to die and she had a letter in her desk drawer. Salazar waited. "He listened to all of it," Okafor said. Then he asked about Wyatt, whether she was safe. "What did you say?" "I told him yes. Then he asked about Whitmore, whether she knew before she died that someone would listen." "What did you tell him?" "I told him I didn't know." The parking lot was half empty. A patrol unit rolled past the gate. The radio noise drifted through the open window and faded into the evening. "Then he said something," Okafor said. "He said, 'I'll believe it when I walk out, but tell the detective I heard her.'" Salazar held the phone. The jasmine was faint along the fence line. The light above the hills was losing its gold. "Heard me," she said. "San Quentin, day 3. You drove 6 hours to tell him a juror was dead and ask questions nobody had asked in 10 years. He said that was the first time someone treated the case like it was still open." She leaned against her car. The metal was warm from sitting in the sun all day. "The hearing is in 60 days, Okafor said. "I'll need your testimony." "You'll have it." "Go home, Salazar." "Going." She hung up and got in the car. The engine turned over. She pulled out of the lot onto Wilcox, south to Sunset, east past the storefronts and the taco stands and the apartment buildings along the boulevard. A man waited at a bus stop reading something on his phone. A billboard for a movie that had opened 2 weeks ago. The same 2 weeks she had spent pulling apart a conspiracy that started with a dinner party on Mulholland and ended with a man in a cell waiting to believe he might go free. She took the on-ramp to the 101. The freeway was moving. She merged south and the city opened around her. A man was still in a cell north of Sacramento, but the date on his calendar was gone. The towers downtown caught the last of the light. Glass and steel against a darkening sky. Lusk's building was visible from the freeway, 23 stories, lit from within. Still standing. Chapter 32. The Building. 3 weeks after Warren Lusk's arrest, Salazar drove downtown to deliver the final evidence transfer to major crimes. 5 bankers' boxes in the trunk. The originals. Certified phone records, carrier authentication letters, the Citadel Executive Protection Employee roster with the subpoena response cover sheet, boot print photographs and lab comparison sheets, Kelso's cell tower records, the Pacific Event staffing contract and event photographs from the Mulholland dinner, Gloria Reeves's declaration about the missing complaint, and the Anderson property room inventory log showing the Lusk Development Group business card. Each item signed into the chain of custody in blue ink. The murder book stayed with Salazar. Procedure required the primary detective to retain it until disposition. She took Sunset East to the 101 and merged south into the downtown exits. The freeway was light for a Thursday morning. She took the Temple Street off-ramp and parked in the structure behind the Criminal Justice Center. Major crimes had moved to a floor in the Hall of Justice on Temple. She signed in at the lobby desk and rode the elevator with two prosecutors she didn't recognize and a woman carrying a court reporter's equipment bag. Guzman met her in the conference room. He had 3 conspiracy prosecution boxes already on the table. Hers made 8. The grand jury was scheduled for the following week. "How's the presentation?" Salazar said. 42 exhibits, phone records, proffered transcript, boot print analysis, Kelso's tower data. We're calling Frazier and Sandoval. Kowalski is still deciding. She'll come. She's worried about her kids. She'll come. Guzman opened the first box and inventoried the contents against his list. He checked each item, initialed the transfer form, moved to the next box. It took 40 minutes. Salazar stood by the window and watched a patrol unit park on Broadway below. 2 officers got out and walked into a bodega. One adjusted his vest strap on the sidewalk. The ordinary business of a Thursday morning in downtown Los Angeles. When he finished, he slid the transfer receipts across the table. She signed both copies. Lusk's counsel filed 3 pretrial motions yesterday, Guzman said. Suppress the phone records, suppress Hadley's proffer, and dismiss the conspiracy count for insufficient nexus. Any of them have legs. The phone records are clean. You got those through a valid homicide warrant with a signed emergency order. The proffer is trickier. His attorneys are arguing Hadley's cooperation was coerced because we arrested Kelso first and Hadley believed he was next. Hadley walked in voluntarily. I know. We'll fight it. But this is going to be a long process, Salazar. Lusk has 4 attorneys from a firm that charges more per hour than you make in a day. His bail hearing alone went 90 minutes. Bail. $2 million. Electronic monitoring. Passport surrendered. Travel restricted to LA County. She looked at the 8 boxes on the table. 14 days of evidence condensed into paper and photographs and carrier records and custody forms. The whole thing would move through the system at the system's pace. Months of pretrial motions. A trial date set and continued. Witness preparation. Jury selection for another jury to decide another verdict about the same events. 10 years later. Thank you for the work, Guzman said. This case doesn't exist without what you and Marcos built. It doesn't exist without the phone call Whitmore made. Guzman didn't respond. He picked up his exhibit list and turned back to the grand jury binder. Salazar took her copies and left. In the hallway, she passed 3 offices with open doors. Attorneys preparing exhibits. A paralegal organizing trial binders on a conference table. The sound of a printer running. The institutional machinery of prosecution operating at its normal speed, which was slow, careful, built for accuracy, not urgency. The 14 days of compressed investigation she had conducted would be processed over months by people in offices with fluorescent lighting and coffee from the break room. This was how the system worked. Detectives built the case and handed it off. The building was theirs now. She took the elevator down and walked through the lobby past the metal detectors and out through the glass doors onto Temple Street. The courthouse steps were busy with attorneys and defendants, and the particular shuffle of people arriving late for calendar calls. A public defender she recognized from a prior case was standing near the curb eating a granola bar and reading his phone with the concentrated exhaustion of someone who had already been in court once that morning. She walked south on Spring Street instead of going back to the parking structure. The morning was warm and clear. Office workers moved along the sidewalks carrying coffee cups and looking at their phones. A food truck was parking on the corner of 3rd. A woman in running clothes crossed against the light on 2nd Street, reading the traffic without breaking stride. The kind of January day Los Angeles produced while the rest of the country sat under gray skies. Salazar walked without a destination. She had nowhere to be. Her desk at Hollywood Division held 2 new cases, a domestic in Los Feliz that had turned fatal and a body pulled from a drainage channel in Griffith Park. Marcos was working the domestic. The drainage channel victim had no identification and would require days of canvassing before there was anything to build. 14 days on one case. Everything else had waited. Now that case belonged to Major Crimes and the DA's office and the courts. Salazar was back in the rotation where detectives went when their cases moved upstream. She would testify when called. She would sit in the witness chair and answer questions about what she found and how she found it. The careful boundary between observation and conclusion. She turned west on 3rd and walked toward Grand Avenue. She saw the building from 2 blocks away, 23 stories. Glass and steel and morning sunlight. The facade caught the sky in shifting panels of blue and white that changed angle with each step she took. Lusk Tower looked different in daylight than it had from the freeway at dusk. It looked permanent. It looked as though it had been standing for decades, which was the trick of expensive architecture. The construction was 7 years old. The building presented itself as inevitable. She crossed Grand and stood on the east sidewalk. The base of the building occupied nearly a full city block. The retail podium was 3 stories of stone cladding and glass storefronts, designed to blend the tower into the street level. Above the podium, the curtain wall began, floor after floor of reflective glass rising into the sky without ornament or variation. A building that photographed well and said nothing. The ground floor was alive. A restaurant with floor-to-ceiling windows had its doors propped open to the street. Inside, people sat at marble-topped tables eating breakfast. Eggs and toast and small bowls of something with avocado. A man in a sport coat worked on a laptop near the window. A woman across from him was talking with a piece of bread in her hand. They were sitting 20 feet from the lobby of a building whose developer had been booked into Men's Central Jail 3 weeks ago on 3 felony counts. The lobby was visible through glass. A security desk with 2 uniformed guards. A marble floor catching the overhead light. The elevator bank beyond. Brushed steel doors opening and closing in a steady rhythm. People going in and out. A delivery driver waited with a hand truck for the freight elevator. A woman in a blazer badged through the turnstile and walked to the elevators without breaking stride. The building was functioning. It had not paused. The arrest of Warren Lusk had changed nothing about the daily operation of the tower, because the building did not require Warren Lusk to operate. The tenants had leases. The restaurants had permits and vendors and morning reservations. The security guards had shifts. A building manager somewhere in the structure was answering emails and scheduling maintenance and reviewing parking revenue, all of it continuing without interruption. A man in a Citadel Executive Protection polo crossed the lobby carrying a clipboard. Not Kelso. Kelso was in Men's Central awaiting a preliminary hearing. This was a replacement. The uniform was the same. The company that had employed the man who killed Patricia Whitmore still held the building security contract. Contracts were hard to cancel when attorneys were involved, and no one had been convicted of anything yet. Salazar looked up. The building rose above her and kept going. She counted floors by window lines. Each story was 10 feet of glass and 2 feet of structural steel, repeating upward until the rooftop terrace was visible as a dark line against the sky. Up there was the bar. People went there after work and ordered $22 cocktails and looked out over the city toward the San Gabriel Mountains on clear evenings. They did not think about Marcus Cole because they had never heard the name. They did not think about Patricia Whitmore or Victor Reyes or Ryan Anderson. Those were names from a case file, names from a sealed complaint that was removed from a court record and never replaced. Names that meant nothing at street level and less than nothing 23 stories up. Her phone rang, Okafor. Cole was transferred from San Quentin to the California Medical Facility in Vacaville yesterday, he said. Standard population transfer pending the hearing. He's out of the condemned unit. Is that a good sign? The state wouldn't move him if they thought the hearing might go against us. It's a signal, but nothing is certain until he walks through the door. The hearing is still April 14th. Confirmed. His legal team now includes a habeas specialist from UC Irvine and 2 attorneys from a national innocence organization who contacted me after the stay made the news. The appellate division assigned a new senior ADA to handle the response. Chen was moved to a different unit. Voluntarily. I don't know. She's off the case. Salazar watched a woman exit the lobby doors and turn south on Grand. Business suit. Phone to her ear. Walking fast. A tenant of Lusk Tower going about her Thursday morning. What about the criminal case? Salazar said. Lusk's defense team filed for a change of venue on pretrial publicity grounds. They're challenging the phone records and the proffer. The Planning Commission corruption is a separate investigation that hasn't started. The commissioner's estate has a trustee, the trustee has counsel, and civil forfeiture on the Palm Springs property would require a proceeding nobody has initiated. So the building stays. The building was always going to stay. You could convict every person involved and the building would stand. It has tenants and lenders and a tax basis and 700 people who work inside it every day. You don't unwind a $400 million asset because the developer committed crimes. The system doesn't work that way. Salazar knew that. She had known it since day 10. The building was the answer to a question she had stopped asking. Wyatt has been calling my office, Okafor said. She wants to know about the hearing, whether she needs to prepare. Does she? Her declaration is already in the filing, but she wants to testify in person. She told my paralegal she's been waiting 10 years to say it to a judge. Salazar watched the building. The sun had moved, and the upper floors caught the light at a harder angle, bright and sharp and clean. She's 81, Okafor said. She filed the complaint in 2016 and it was sealed. She wrote to the state bar and it was lost. She moved to Ventura and changed her name because a man called her in the middle of the night and told her to keep quiet. She did everything the system asks you to do, and the system failed at every point. I'll go see her, Salazar said. When? Saturday. There was a pause on the line. That's good, Okafor said. She should hear it from someone who was there. Hear what? That it mattered, what she did. Salazar hung up. She stood on the sidewalk on South Grand and looked at the building one more time. The lobby doors opened, and a man walked out with a briefcase and turned north. The doors closed behind him on their pneumatic hinges and settled into place. The security guard at the desk wrote something on a log sheet. The elevator opened, and 3 people stepped out into the marble lobby and dispersed toward the exits. The building moved with the steady efficiency of something that had no memory and no conscience. It processed the people inside it and released them and took in new ones. It did this all day and all night. It would do this tomorrow and next week and next year. She turned and walked north toward the parking structure on First Street. She did not look back. The tower would be visible from the freeway for years. 23 stories of glass returning the light to the city. Built on a bribe. Protected by murders. Revealed by a sealed complaint that was pulled from a court file and a woman who spent 10 years sending letters that nobody read. And standing, still standing, because the system that built it and the system that exposed it were the same system. Salazar reached her car on the 3rd level of the structure. She sat behind the wheel and did not start the engine. Saturday was 2 days away. Ventura was an hour north on the 101. She thought about Wyatt opening the door with 2 cups of tea already poured, the way she had on day 8. The woman who had seen the foreman on the phone and reported it and filed the complaint and written the letters and moved to a different city and kept a shoebox of correspondence from people the system had forgotten. 81 years old. 10 years of waiting. She would want to know if it was almost over. Salazar started the engine and pulled out of the structure onto First Street. She drove west toward the 101 and merged south toward Hollywood Division. 2 new cases on her desk, a domestic and an unidentified body. The work that continued because the work always continued. On Saturday, she would drive north. Chapter 33. Juror Number 9. Saturday morning. Salazar took the 101 north out of Hollywood and drove through the San Fernando Valley toward Ventura. Traffic was light. Weekend drivers moving at the speed of people with nowhere particular to be. She passed Thousand Oaks and the freeway opened up and the hills turned brown and dry on both sides. January in Southern California meant green only where someone was paying for it. She had not called ahead. Wyatt did not have a phone. The old number was disconnected, and the retirement community's front desk did not transfer calls to residents without prior authorization. Salazar could have arranged it through the community manager. She chose to drive instead. Some conversations required showing up. The 2 new cases sat on her desk at Hollywood Division. The domestic in Los Feliz had turned straightforward. The husband had confessed to Marcos on Wednesday afternoon after 4 hours in interview 1. Marcos had done good work on it. Patient and methodical and quiet in the places where quiet made people talk. The drainage channel victim was still unidentified. Dental records were out to the state database. A canvass of the encampment upstream had produced 3 people who recognized the description but knew the man only as David. No last name, no address, no one who would file a missing persons report. She took the Victoria Avenue exit and drove south through residential streets toward the coast. Seaside Palms was a 2-story stucco complex set back from the road behind a row of queen palms that needed trimming. The fronds hung at angles that suggested the landscaping contract had lapsed or been reduced. A cat sat on the front steps cleaning its paw in a square of morning sunlight. Salazar parked in the visitor lot and walked to the entrance. The lobby was small and smelled like carpet cleaner and instant coffee. A woman behind the desk looked up from a crossword puzzle book. "I'm here to see Doreen in Unit 14, Salazar said. "You family?" "Friend." The woman studied her for a moment, then picked up the desk phone and dialed a 4-digit extension. She waited. "Doreen, you have a visitor in the lobby." She listened. "She says a friend." Another pause. "I'll send her back." She pointed down the hall. "Last door on the left. She says come on in." The hallway was narrow and lined with framed prints of coastal landscapes that could have been anywhere. Monterey or Santa Barbara or a stock photograph catalog. The carpet was thin and clean. A door near the end had a small ceramic plaque that read 7. Salazar knocked twice. The door opened. Wyatt stood in the doorway in a cardigan and slacks with her white hair pulled back. She looked at Salazar and nodded once, the way people do when they have been expecting something without knowing exactly when it would arrive. "Detective?" "Mrs. Wyatt." "Come in. I made coffee this time. You didn't seem like a tea person, but you were too polite to say so." The apartment was the same as before. Small, tidy, filled with books. The shelves lined 2 walls and overflowed onto the windowsill and a side table near the kitchen. Salazar recognized the shoebox of correspondence on the lower shelf near the door. Wyatt had not moved it since the last visit. 2 mugs sat on the kitchen counter. Wyatt poured coffee from a glass carafe and handed one to Salazar. Black. She had remembered. They sat at the kitchen table. The window behind Wyatt faced a narrow courtyard with a concrete bench and a bougainvillea that had grown past the second-floor railing. Beyond the courtyard wall, the tops of the queen palms moved in the coastal breeze. It was a quiet place, the kind of place a person chose when they wanted the world to stop asking things of them. "I talked to Mr. Okafor," Wyatt said. "He told me about the hearing in April. He said I could testify." "You can." "I asked him whether I should. He said it was my decision." "It is." Wyatt held her mug with both hands. Her fingers were thin and spotted and steady. She looked at the coffee, not at Salazar. "I've been thinking about that courtroom," she said. "Not the hearing, the original trial. I think about it more now than I did 5 years ago. I thought it would fade." Salazar waited. There were 12 of us in that room. Carl had the table arranged so he sat at the head. Nobody told him to do that, he just did it. The first thing he said was that we had a responsibility to the victim's family. Not to the evidence, not to the law, to the family. He framed it before anyone opened a single exhibit. Sandoval described the same thing. Maria, she was so young. She kept looking at the door like she wanted to leave. I should have said something to her during the breaks. I didn't. I was watching Carl. She took a sip of coffee and set the mug down. The vote was 7-5 on the first ballot. Carl treated the 5 of us like we had a problem, not like we had read the evidence differently, like something was wrong with us. He would take people into the hallway one at a time during breaks. They came back quieter. After lunch on the second day it was 10-2, just Robert and me. Fraser gave a statement, Salazar said. He described what Hadley said to him in the hallway. "I know what Carl said to Robert. Robert told me. Not then. Later, years later, in a letter." She looked toward the shelf where the shoebox sat. "Robert was afraid of Carl. He voted guilty because he was afraid. I voted guilty because I was tired. I was tired of being the only person in that room who thought the evidence was not enough. 12 people, and I was the only one still saying it. The judge's instruction said we had to reach a unanimous verdict. I thought that meant I had to agree. I didn't know I could hold out. I didn't know I had that right." She said it without self-pity. a statement of fact delivered across 10 years of distance. After the verdict, I sat in my car in the garage for an hour. I couldn't drive. My hands were shaking. I called Mr. Okafor 2 weeks later. I told him everything I saw and heard. The phone call in the parking lot. Carl saying he was handling it. The way he worked us. Thomas took it all down and said he would file a complaint. He did, and it disappeared. It didn't disappear, Salazar said. It was taken. I know that now. I didn't then. I thought it was lost. Bureaucracy. A mistake. I wrote to the state bar because I thought someone else should know. They wrote back a form letter and I never heard from them again. I wrote a second time. Nothing. Wyatt looked at the window. The bougainvillea moved in the breeze, and a petal detached and floated down past the glass. Victor called me in 2019. He said he was done being quiet. He said he had written a letter to Patricia and he was going to call a reporter. 3 weeks later, he was dead. I read the article in the Times, single car accident, clear weather, no witnesses. I packed a bag that night. You moved here. I moved here, changed my name on the utilities, rented a mailbox in Oxnard under a different name, stopped answering calls from numbers I didn't recognize. I was 75 years old, and I was hiding. She picked up her mug again and held it without drinking. I kept the letters, the copies of every complaint I filed, the state bar acknowledgement, the receipts from certified mail, Victor's Christmas card, Robert's letters from Arizona, Patricia's last letter to me, the one she sent before she died. She said she had found a letter from Victor and she wanted to know what to do. I told her to call Mr. Okafor. I don't know if she did. She called Okafor's office, Salazar said. The message was logged by a paralegal. Nobody returned the call. Wyatt closed her eyes for a moment. When she opened them, her expression had not changed. So she called them, and they didn't answer. And then she called Carl. Yes. And 2 days later, she was dead. Yes. Wyatt sat with that. She did not react the way people do in movies. She did not gasp or cover her mouth or say something about how terrible it was. She absorbed it the way someone absorbs information they already suspected but had not confirmed. The confirmation changed nothing except the weight she carried. Did it matter? Wyatt said. Salazar looked at her. What I filed, the complaint, the letters, the 10 years I spent telling anyone who would listen that something was wrong with that verdict. Did any of it matter? Salazar thought about lying. Not a real lie. A kind one. The kind where you say, "Of course it mattered," and your voice goes up at the end and the other person accepts it because they need to. She had heard prosecutors do it with victims' families. She had heard herself do it. It was a professional kindness that cost nothing and changed nothing. She did not do it now. It mattered, she said. It just took too long. Wyatt nodded slowly. She looked at the table between them. That's what I was afraid you'd say. They sat in the quiet of the apartment. The refrigerator hummed. A bird outside the window made a sound Salazar did not recognize. The courtyard was empty. The bench sat in shade now. The bougainvillea had stopped moving. Marcus Cole is alive because of you, Salazar said. The complaint you filed was the foundation of the habeas petition, your declaration, your account of the phone call. Okafor built the case on what you gave him in 2016. Without that, there was nothing to amend, nothing to file, no legal basis to challenge the conviction. He's been in prison for 10 years. Yes. And the hearing isn't until April 14th. And even if the hearing goes well, he won't walk out that day. No, it will take time. How much time? Salazar did not answer that. She didn't know. The system processed releases at its own speed. Legal filings, procedural reviews, institutional schedules that had nothing to do with the person sitting in a cell waiting. Weeks, months. The attorneys had told Okafor to expect a timeline, not a date. Wyatt looked at the shoebox on the shelf. I kept everything because I thought someone would come. For the first 5 years, I thought it would be a journalist, or a law student writing a paper, or someone from the Innocence Project. I had it all organized, chronological, every document in a labeled folder. I was ready. She turned back to Salazar. Nobody came, so I put it in a shoebox and moved it to the bottom shelf and stopped checking the mail for anything other than bills. That was 2021. I was 76. I decided that Marcus Cole would die in prison, and that the complaint I filed would never be read by a judge, and that everything I did was just paper in a box. I accepted it. Not easily, but I accepted it. And then I knocked on your door. And then you knocked on my door, with a badge and a notepad and questions about a woman I voted to convict a man with. She finished her coffee and set the mug down with a small click against the table. Mr. Okafor said I should prepare a statement for the hearing, something about what I witnessed and why I reported it and what happened when I tried. He said the judge would want to hear it in my voice. He's right. I've been writing it, 3 pages so far. I keep changing the beginning. I don't know how to start. Start with what you saw in the parking lot. Wyatt considered that. The phone call. The phone call, that's where it started. That's where the judge needs to start. And the rest of it, the complaint, the letters, the years. All of it, but the phone call first. You saw something and you reported it. Everything else follows from that. Wyatt was quiet for a moment. She looked past Salazar at the books on the shelf behind her. Salazar could see the spines: history, biography, a few novels, a thick paperback about the California water wars, the reading habits of a woman who paid attention to how systems worked and how they failed. I'll testify, Wyatt said. In person. I want to sit in that courtroom and say what I saw, not through a declaration, not through a letter. I want them to look at me. Okafor will make the arrangements. Will you be there? If I'm called as a witness, yes. That's not what I asked. Salazar looked at her. Wyatt's eyes were clear and steady. 81 years old. 10 years of filing complaints into silence. A woman who had packed a bag and moved to a different city because 2 people who tried to speak up were dead. She had kept the shoebox because throwing it away would have meant the system was right to ignore her. And she was asking Salazar to be in the room. I'll be there, Salazar said. Wyatt stood and collected the mugs. She rinsed them in the sink and placed them upside down on a folded dish towel. Her movements were careful and practiced. The routine of someone who lived alone and kept things in order because order was the one thing she could control. Salazar stood. She looked at the apartment one more time. The books, the shoebox, the window facing the courtyard. The small kitchen where Wyatt made coffee every morning and sat at this table and read the newspaper and waited for the hearing that was still 8 weeks away. 8 more weeks of waiting in a life that had already contained 10 years of it. "Thank you for the coffee," Salazar said. "Thank you for driving up." Salazar walked to the door. She turned back. "Mrs. Wyatt?" "Yes." "The letter Patricia Whitmore sent you. The one she wrote before she died. Do you still have it?" Wyatt went to the shelf and opened the shoebox. She lifted a stack of papers and pulled out a single envelope, cream-colored, a forever stamp with a flag, postmarked Pasadena. "She asked me what she should do," Wyatt said. "She found Victor's letter in a drawer and she read it, and she called me because she didn't know who else to call. I told her to contact Mr. Okafor. I told her to keep the letter somewhere safe." She held the envelope out. Salazar took it. "She was a good woman," Wyatt said. "She taught second grade for 30 years. She went to jury duty because she believed in it. She voted guilty because 12 people said guilty and she thought that was what the system required. And then she found out the system was broken and she tried to do the right thing and it killed her." Salazar put the envelope in her jacket pocket. "I'll get this to Okafor." "I know you will." Wyatt opened the door. The hallway was empty. The carpet cleaner smell had faded and been replaced by something cooking in a nearby unit, garlic and onion. Someone making lunch. "Detective?" "Yes?" "When this is over, when the hearing is done and Marcus walks out, will you come tell me?" "Yes." Wyatt nodded once, the same nod from when she had opened the door. Acknowledgement without expectation. Salazar walked down the hallway past the coastal prints and through the lobby where the woman at the desk had moved on to a new page in her crossword book. She pushed through the glass door into the parking lot. The air was warm. The queen palms moved overhead. The cat was gone from the front steps. She sat in her car and took the envelope from her pocket. She did not open it. Whitmore's handwriting was on the front. Careful cursive. The return address on Marengo Avenue in Pasadena, the street where Salazar had signed into the crime scene at 6:47 on a Tuesday morning 3.5 weeks ago. The house where Patricia Whitmore had been reading a Christie novel and wearing her glasses and making notes in a spiral planner when someone knocked on her door and she answered it. Salazar placed the envelope on the passenger seat and started the engine. She pulled out of the visitor lot and drove north toward the 101 on-ramp. The freeway south was moving. Weekend traffic heading toward Los Angeles at the speed of a Saturday afternoon. No urgency, no deadline. The clock that had governed the last 14 days of her life had stopped when the Ninth Circuit granted the stay, and nothing had replaced it except the ordinary calendar of a homicide detective with active cases and court dates and reports to file. She merged onto the 101 south and settled into the right lane. The hills moved past. Brown grass and scrub oak, and the occasional horse property set back from the road behind white rail fencing. Ventura gave way to Thousand Oaks, and the freeway bent south toward the valley. On the passenger seat, the envelope sat where she had placed it. Whitmore's last letter. One more piece of paper for Okafor's filing. One more document in a case built from documents that institutions had spent a decade trying to lose. Her phone buzzed on the console. A text from Marcos. The dental records on the drainage channel victim had come back with a possible match to a missing persons report filed in Bakersfield 4 months ago. Marcos had requested the full MP file and wanted to know if she could review it Sunday morning. She picked up the phone at the next red light and typed 2 words. "See you." The 101 carried her south through Calabasas and into the valley. She would be back at Hollywood Division in 40 minutes. The MP file would be waiting. Marcos would have the case board started. There would be a name to go with the body, maybe, and from the name would come an address, and from the address would come neighbors, and from the neighbors would come the first thread of something she could follow. The work that started with a name and built outward, brick by brick. The freeway straightened, and she accelerated into the gap ahead. Los Angeles opened in front of her. Sunday morning the file, Monday the canvas, the next case and the one after that. She drove south.